Hello, this is Ashun. What if Jiraiya's death broke Naruto far more than anyone realized? In this alternate Naruto story, the news of Jiraiya's fall shatters Naruto's heart. The man who trained him, guided him, and became the closest thing to family is gone. Naruto tries to run from the pain, but the sadness he has hidden for years finally catches up to him. And when everyone else is too late to understand what is happening, one person sees through his mask, Hinata Hyuga. She follows Naruto, finds him at his lowest point, and refuses to leave him alone. Now Naruto must face not only the loss of Jiraiya, but years of loneliness, rejection, and buried pain. With Hinata by his side, he begins a difficult path toward healing. But when the villagers' hatred pushes him too far, the Nine-Tails begins to awaken once again. Can Hinata save Naruto before the darkness consumes him? Interesting. Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1, Tears and Somber News. The toad took in a big breath and let it out slowly. He had to tell him, Naruto. Jiraiya boy has died in battle. The spiky-haired blonde just looked dumbstruck. He has not realized what I have just told him. Huh, what are you talking about? He quickly looked around the room and saw the solemn and grieved faces of his friends and mentors. Naruto, I know this is all sudden. I don't blame you if you do not believe me. He took another deep breath. For quite some time, there has been rumors that the Akatsuki leader was working out of the Hidden Rain village for quite some time. Naruto clenched both his teeth and his fists. So, Jiraiya boy went to verify the truth of these rumors. Sakura's eyes widened. So the leader of the Akatsuki is in the Hidden Rain. I remember hearing the Hidden Rain is a hard place to sneak into, Sai recalled. Yes, but Jiraiya-sensei was highly skilled in spy and espionage tactics, Kakashi added. Fukasaku nodded. Yes, and it was there he found out more than he expected. Their leader is known as Pain, and furthermore under his alias he is known as Nagato. Jiraiya's old student, the room filled with gasps and widening eyes. Naruto however stared down at the floor. His nails had dug into his hand and blood began to well at the holes. Naruto was not, or could not listen to what they were saying. His mind was in turmoil and he felt weak at the knees. What is going on? This can't be real. This is Jiraiya. This is pervy sage we are talking about here. No, this must be genjutsu or a dream or something. Naruto's mind was fixated on the fact he literally had no family left. Jiraiya was a uncle if not a father to Naruto. Now he is gone, just like mom and dad and anyone I ever truly loved. He looked up and fixed his eyes on Tsunade. You let pervy sage go, didn't you? He shouted so loud his head flared. Tsunade only stared back at him in utter sorrow. Well, how could you let him go like that, if you knew how dangerous it was? The lines on his face widened and his eyes began taking on a red tinge. Kakashi turned towards him. Naruto. That's enough, you should know how Tsunade-sama feels. Naruto whirled around and headed straight for the door. Over his shoulder he called out, if pervy sage was the fifth he would not have let her go. He slammed the door and began running towards. Where? Not even he knew, he just needed to move and get out of this place. He leapt to the nearest rooftop and increased his speed with each step. His sorrow increased. Baka. 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 He screamed at himself. If only he were stronger he could have been there to help Jiraiya. At that moment the tears fell. They flowed endlessly and ran down his cheek and off his chin. They landed quietly on the road beneath him. Had Hinata not been walking home from Kurenai-sensei's house, Naruto would have delved deeper in the personal darkness of depression. Hinata was walking back from her morning visit with Kurenai-sensei. Her mind was obviously occupied with Naruto. He has grown so strong the few years he was away. He has become more handsome too. That brought a fresh flush to her cheeks. Oh, but what is the use? He has not realized I love him. I might as well spend the rest of my life following in his shadow. No, this was the depressing Hinata speaking, and she cannot keep bringing me down like this. I will keep supporting Naruto-kun and hopefully he would accept her. She smiled at the thought of being with Naruto. A stray droplet hit the concrete in front of her. Is it going to rain? No, that can't be. Today was the typical warm dry day in Konoha. She looked ahead and saw a figure running along the roofs. Curiously she activated Byakugan and saw the figure was Naruto. She looked down at the droplet and saw the tiny microbes of chakra flowing throughout the droplet. She looked back on her lessons with father. Before mother died. Flashback starts. Hinata sat crossed-legged on the mat in front of her father. Hinata, today I am going to teach you about your Byakugan and chakra. He smiled at his daughter. He knew she would grow to be a great shinobi. Chakra escapes your body through 3 ways. Death, fighting and fluids. Hinata raised an eyebrow. Fluids, father. Hiyashi blushed. Well, let's see. Saliva, wastes, sweat and Tears, the last of these, tears, is the most easiest to identify because the chakra in tears is far more easier to notice due to the sheer amount of chakra in the tears themselves. Flashback ends. Naruto-kun. Crying, the words brought tears to her own eyes. The thought of Naruto, her idol, was running away crying made her buckle at the knees which caused her to fall against the wall. She regained her composure and began sprinting like she had never done before. I must find Naruto-kun, I must help and comfort him in his time of need. She leapt into the forest and headed for the training ground which she guessed was where Naruto ran to. She felt Naruto's pain as her own. Seeing him as such made her want to die. No one should ever see their idol cry. She would not stop searching until she found Naruto, even if it took her 1,000 years. Naruto reached the training ground and sank to his knees. Page. P. Pervy sage, fresh streams of tears rode down his cheeks and made his eyes as red. He looked over at the training dummies with pure anger and hatred, as if they were the members of the Akatsuki. I need to get stronger so I can defeat the Akatsuki and avenge Pervy Sage. If I can't do that, I'll kill myself. He began hitting away at the dummies with his already bloodied fists. He felt like someone was watching him, but his mind was too occupied to even take notice. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Just when things were going great, this just went and happened. He began hitting the tree with Rasengan after Rasengan into the wooden poles. With each blow he began to lose control of his emotions. Rasen. He finally collapsed in a burst of pain and depression. His screams of sad agony pierced the skies. Chapter 2. Breakdown. Hinata watched as Naruto struck the dummies with his Rasengan, each impact bloodying his hand with splinters and dirt. She heard him call out his last blow, Rasen. Then he collapsed on the hard dirt ground and began to cry. She thought it was because of the pain he received from all those hard blows, but it was then he began crying out Jiraiya's name. She could not control her actions. She ran towards him at super fast speeds she had never displayed before. Naruto-kun. His cries became screams as the grief tore through him. He felt alone and Jiraiya was one of the few adults that accepted him for who he was without calling him a fox demon or a monster. She dived down on her knees and lifted Naruto to her chest and hugged him with as much comfort as she could muster. He tried to push her away so he could be left alone, but she would not let him. Naruto-kun. I mean, Naruto, why are you crying? In such a situation as this, she preferred to call him by his real name. Please Naruto, don't cry, I am here for you. Her own eyes began to water. Naruto pulled back and stared into her eyes with such sadness, she began to cry herself. Hinata, Pervy Sage was killed by the Akatsuki. He's all I had left. Her tears flowed to the ground and joined with Naruto's. Naruto, that is not true. I am here for you, and I won't leave you. Ever. She pulled Naruto into her and Naruto in return hugged her back. She let him cry on her shoulder as she rubbed his back and spoke encouraging. I am so weak. I can't even protect myself. Naruto's comment shocked and hurt Hinata. Naruto, you are not weak, you are a great ninja and a great friend. I will not let you discourage yourself like this. Naruto was taken aback by Hinata's outburst. He never knew she could be so strong-willed when she needed to be. Hinata, can you walk me home? I really need a friend right now and I don't want to leave you. Hinata linked her arm around Naruto's back and helped him limp his way towards his house. It seems his leg was cut up from the chunks or wood shrapnel he made. Ino was almost finished for the day. She had just finished watering the camellias and the sunflowers when she heard footsteps at the front of the shop. Sorry, we are closing up now. Come back tomorrow, she called over her shoulder. Geez Ino pig, do you treat all your friends like this? Ino's eyes flared. There is only one baka in Konoha who could be stupid enough to call Ino such a thing. You can talk. Billboard brow. Sakura flared as well. They both stared into each other's eye then laughed like the best of friends. I think we can move on from the old childhood fights, can't we? Ino questioned. Yeah. Or we could continue to have fun tormenting each other, Sakura said with a devilish grin. Yeah, we could do that, ha ha ha. So what's up? Sakura's expression changed. She looked somber now. You haven't seen Naruto around, have you? H stormed out of Tsunade's office and not even Anbu can find him. Ino looked puzzled. Why did he storm off? Sakura would hate to go around telling everyone about the news, but Ino was a close friend and Sakura thought she deserved to know. Well, you see. Jiraiya-sensei. Ino looked out the window and saw Naruto and Hinata walking down the street. It looked like Naruto had a slight limp. She turned to Sakura. There he is right there. He looks fine. What are you talking about? Sakura knew he was hiding it. Ino, use your mind transfer and take a look for yourself. Ino winked and focused her chakra on Naruto. Ino activated her mind swap jutsu and went into Naruto's mind. Ino was only in Naruto's mind for 3 seconds when she pulled out and stood there blankly. Are you alright? Did you see? Ino slid down the wall and began to cry. Her tears came strong and her sobs were more than audible. She looked into Sakura's eyes and whispered in a croaky voice, "We need to gather everyone." This sadness goes far deeper than the death of Jiraiya. Sakura. His sadness is overwhelming. She then began to cry harder. Hinata helped Naruto climb the stairs to his apartment. He opened the door and let her in. As soon as she stepped inside, she felt a hard pang of sadness and sympathy for Naruto. This apartment was so huge and empty, she couldn't believe he lives alone like this. It made her heart hurt. Naruto-kun, I will go and fetch Sakura. She can heal the wounds on your hands and leg. Naruto nodded, tears still in his eyes. He just sat on the couch looking at his hands. I promise I'll be back. He just continued to stare back at his hands. This was as good an answer as she will get, so she stepped out of the apartment and headed towards Ino's shop. She might know where Sakura is. When she arrived, she saw Ino huddled against the wall and Sakura comforting her. "Ino. What is the matter?" Ino only stared up at Hinata, her eyes widening. Sakura turned to her. "Hinata, where did Naruto go? We saw you walk him somewhere." Hinata was relieved. "Oh good, you saw us. I left Naruto in his apartment. He needs your medical treatment. He hurt himself." Ino's eyes widened. "No. You left him there alone. Oh god, we need to hurry. I was in his mind. I know what he's going to do." Tears began streaming down her face. "Hurry." Naruto waited for Hinata to leave. She was so nice and caring. He felt warmth in him when he thought about her. "No, I am just feeling heat from training. I am pathetic trash and don't deserve to be with any of them. Maybe in death I can meet up with mom and dad and Jiraiya. Then I can escape this horrid reality." He locked the door behind her and went to his room. His room was messy and needed a good clean, but of course that would not matter in a few minutes. He grabbed cold bowl of ramen from the fridge and began eating his last meal. "Oh ramen, you have got me through hard times," he sighed as he lost his appetite. He sat back on the couch and drew his kunai and tested its sharpness. It was sharp as expected. Kakashi-sensei always made sure we kept our gear at best. He raised the kunai knife to his chest and looked over to the photograph of Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi and him. "I couldn't save you, Sasuke. I couldn't even save myself." He heard a knock at the door, but he was not paying attention. He grabbed his kunai by the handle and plunged it and himself into darkness. "Naruto, open up. It's me, Hinata. I brought Sakura and Ino." She knocked again for a second time. "Goddammit, there is no time." Ino screamed. This brought the attention of Kiba, Choji Lee, Tenten, Shikamaru, Neji and Shino, who were walking towards the commotion. They began running as they realized something was serious here. Sakura shouted, "Damn it, I'll buy a new door." She kicked in the door and walked inside. Hinata and Ino followed. Sakura saw the blood puddle and the huddled figure of Naruto Uzumaki with a kunai clutched deep in his hands and stomach. The trio began screaming. Sakura ran to Naruto and flipped him over. His eyes were blank with expression. "He's unconscious but not dead." She yelled through tears. The rest of the gang ran in and saw the blood spilled over the floor and Naruto clutching the very knife that almost took his life. Lee ran outside to vomit. Tears streamed down his eyes. Tenten followed. "Oh god, Naruto, why?" Shikamaru held his head in his hands. Tears were falling down everyone's faces now, even Neji, who began to respect Naruto as a great friend. "Out of my way, we can still save him." Sakura screamed. She leaped from the window with Naruto deep in her arms as she sprinted to Konoha Hospital. Shino, who was known to be a very silent person, fell to his knees and began to heavily cry. "Naruto is my friend. No matter how much he forgets me, he is still my friend and my heart hurts so much knowing I was not there for him." Kiba came up to Shino and embraced the Aburame. "You will be there for him and I know it." Kiba went outside to check on Lee. He felt sick himself. Chapter 3, Intensive Care. Sakura burst through the front doors of Konoha Hospital, her dress drenched with Naruto's blood. "Somebody help him. Get Tsunade." She screamed at the desk clerk. Naruto was taken straight to the and soon Tsunade joined her in the operation. "Oh god. Why Naruto, why?" Tsunade composed herself and got to work. "Right. I need healing jutsu around this artery and I will apply healing to the ruptured stomach." They began their work and Naruto was brought into a stable state and was connected to a morphine drip and a heart monitor. "Oh Naruto, how are you going to be Hokage if you go and do this?" Tsunade wiped her eyes and delivered the news to the crowd in the waiting room. Not surprisingly, everyone was either crying or on the verge of tears. Hinata was hurt the most. She could barely catch enough time to breath before she realized a heavy sob. They all turned to her with expecting eyes. "He is stable and is currently in recovery bay." They all seemed relieved to hear the good news. "I came as fast as I could, Tsunade-sama." Kakashi entered the room and walked towards Tsunade. "Enemy attack." He asked curiously, "No one told you?" Tsunade replied, "Told me what?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Naruto tried to kill himself." Kakashi's eyes widened and he sat down hard. I don't know what to say. Is he okay?" Tsunade saw that Kakashi was a little hurt knowing Naruto attempted such a act. He is stable. But not mentally stable. She looked up. When Naruto recovers, I want somebody to live with him and make damn sure he does not try to take his life again. Hinata raised her hand. I will do it. I left Naruto alone and this is all my fault. She said through burning tears. Hinata, it is not your fault. But I will accept your offer to look after him. What will Hiashi think? Hinata frowned. She had forgot all about her father, but she remembered one thing. My father is going on a trip to the hidden swamp village to meet an old family member. He won't return for a month or more. Tsunade nodded. Then it is settled. I will have some men move some of your things to Naruto's house. A white-clothed nurse walked in and whispered to Tsunade. She then walked out. Naruto is awake but he is very weak at the moment. I will let only 4 people in. Everyone will get a turn. Sakura looked over the crowd and decided. Me, Hinata, Shino and Kiba will go first. The others nodded. Let's go. The nurse led them through the door and left them alone with Naruto. He had bandages on his legs and arms and especially around his waist where the kunai stabbed. He looked hurt emotionally than he did physically. He shuffled his position. Naruto. They all sighed. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at their hurt and sad expressions. He quickly avoided eye contact and began to cry himself. Why Naruto? Why would you do this to yourself? You have us all worried to death. Naruto looked away as tears streamed down his cheeks. Naruto, I know you forget me time to time but I am here for you. You are not the only one who has felt down. Shino's hand patted Naruto's leg. Yeah, come on Naruto, you are way too strong to be down like this. Kiba jokingly nudged Naruto's shoulder. Hinata turned to the others. Can I have a moment alone please? They all nodded and said their goodbyes and left the room. Naruto's eyes slowly gazed up at Hinata and more tears flowed. Naruto, I know I am rarely there for you or I am in the background most of the time, but you are my idol. My hero and my inspiration is a ninja. You always supported and believed in my where my father didn't. I care too much for you to get hurt again. I'm coming to live with you a few weeks to look after you. Naruto looked shocked but he gazed down at the floor. Naruto, if I had lost you my world would have been over like you seem to think yours is. Do you understand me? Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. I am here if you want to talk Naruto. I am going to give you some space and I'll be back later, okay? She sat up and began walking out of the recovery bay. Hinata, I'm sorry for hurting you. Will you forgive me? He muttered in a cracked voice. Of course I will. I already have. Her tears began to flow again. Why did you do it Naruto? Tsunade asked. In the room was also Kakashi, Hinata, Sakura and Lee who insisted on visiting. Naruto, I asked you a question. Naruto still gazed off into the window. Hinata put her hand over his. Naruto. Please. Had it been anyone else he would have remained silent. I was just sick of it all. The name calling. The feeling of being an outcast and most of all, the death of the closest person to family I ever had in this miserable life. This was the most he had spoken all day, and the words hurt him all. Kakashi stepped forward. Naruto. My father committed suicide. He thought it was the honorable thing to do after his mistakes. In reality all it does is hurt more people. Naruto looked away from Kakashi and began to weep. Just leave me alone. When do I get to leave? Tsunade flared. You will leave when you are ready and by no means are you leaving alone. After the stunt you pulled you were being looked after young man. Tsunade growled, but deep inside she was truly hurt by this situation. Naruto was like a brother to her. Chapter 4, Meeting. Tsunade stepped out of Naruto's room and walked towards the others waiting outside. I understand Ino wanted to have a meeting about Naruto before he tried to take his own life. They winced as the emotional wound was reopened. Everyone meet me at my office in 15 minutes, I will have the nurses watch Naruto while we are away. They all got up and left Konoha Hospital, some went home to get ready and relax, some even hit their parents' sake cabinet to clear their thoughts and recollect what just happened. They then all met up in Tsunade's office, which was now furnished with sofas and chairs to comfort the huge group which now consisted of Team Kakashi, only Kakashi, Sakura and Saik, Team Guy, Team Kurenai, Tsunade, Yamato and Iruka-sensei. They all took their seats and there was a long silence. Tsunade looked up. We are all here because of Naruto, we are his friends so I will be bold when I say this. We hide nothing from each other, they all nodded. Now, Ino and Sakura called this meeting, even before Naruto. Well you know, so I'll hand it over to them. She gestured towards Ino and Sakura, they stood. Sakura, you go first, Ino said shyly. Well. Where do I begin? Naruto's master and teacher Jiraiya-sensei recently died in battle. This has really hit Naruto hard. Jiraiya was like a father to Naruto, you could easily see it too. But the truth is, Naruto was depressed before Jiraiya's death. They all glared with shocked expressions, even Tsunade was surprised. And you know this how? Ino looked down at her feet. I used mind transfer and Naruto just to see what he was thinking about. Oh god. It was, Ino began to tear up. Sakura, what happened to Ino after she saw his mind? Sakura took a deep breath. Well, whatever is going in Naruto's head made Ino break down and cry for about 10 minutes. I would like to know what you saw, Ino. Ino stood and composed herself. When I entered his mind it started out black, like the ink Sai uses. Instantly I felt sorrow, anger, depression and personal hate wash over me. It was the worst feeling I have ever felt. And Naruto has had it since birth almost, all this time and we all barely noticed. Kiba raised an eyebrow. That can't be right, Ino. Naruto is always laughing and smiling. I can't believe he would feel so dark and sad. Ino snarled at Kiba, how would you know? Have you ever seen him at night when he is all alone in that apartment? Have any of you actually spent the night at Naruto's? Every night he eats ramen and sits thinking about Sasuke. The Nine Tails are his parents. Kiba recoiled and sat back down at the remark. Naruto is constantly punished day to day watching people shoo him away and call him names for being different. When he sees children happily laugh and play with their parents it draws his hand closer to his hurting heart. They all were stunned silent. No one knew Naruto as well as Ino did in those first few seconds in his mind. Hinata wanted to hit herself for being so stupid. Why didn't I notice Naruto-kun was in pawn? She grimaced and fresh tears yet again began to fall. Naruto puts on a mask for all of you because he is too caring to accept help. He didn't want any of us to worry or become sad, so he hid it all away so that we could smile and tease him like usual. This sadness, this darkness is 16 years in the making and now it's loose, and we can only blame ourselves. Tsunade signaled Ino to sit. We know now what is going on, but no, we must know what we need to do next. Hinata is going to stay with Naruto while her father is away, which reminds me, Hinata. After your father is finished in the hidden swamp village I am sending him on a diplomatic trip to the hidden waterfall village to negotiate a trading offer between our two villages. This should give you another month at the most to look after Naruto. Kakashi coughed. They all turned to him. Tsunade-sama, why not Captain Yamato? If Naruto is unstable then Yamato should be nearby to control the Kyuubi. Tsunade nodded but still looked like her mind was not going to be changed. I do see your point but here's the thing, Hinata was the only one to make him talk where we all failed. It's obvious he trusts her greatly, also because it was Hinata that found and helped him first. Kakashi nodded and sat back down. I will keep Yamato close to the house on watch. After the second week he can leave. Yamato nodded. Hi, Tsunade-sama. The meeting ended and they all headed home apart from Hinata, Sakura and Ino who stayed. No one laughed or talked on the way out, they all left like ghosts. Tsunade looked towards the three girls. Alright, I asked you three to stay behind because I need to assign duties. Hinata is obviously living with Naruto and caring for him. Sakura, I want you to do a weekly checkup, to heal wounds etc. Sakura looked surprised, but Tsunade-sama, the medics have already healed his wounds. Tsunade looked grave. You will need to check for fresh ones. Naruto will want to hurt himself. Sakura nodded slowly with hurt in her eyes. Ino, I want you to do a weekly check on Naruto's mentality. I know this will be hard but I am willing to pay for a day spa trip to help you forget it. Your job is the most important of all. Ino nodded. I will do it. Tsunade smiled. Great, then it's settled. Naruto is heading home tomorrow. Hinata, be there early. Chapter 5. Dark Homecoming. Hinata spent the whole morning cleaning Naruto's house. She moved from room to room emptying bag after bag of ramen cups into the trash can outside. That's really all he eats. I should bake him a cake or some cinnamon rolls when he gets home from the hospital. She smiled and went into Naruto's kitchen. She couldn't believe how big it was. In fact, Naruto's whole house was oversized. It carried a lonely feeling wherever she went. No pictures of family or friends, only a picture of Team Kakashi on his nightstand. I'll make sure to take lots of pictures for Naruto, that way he can see his friends everywhere, she whispered to herself. Her eyes widened as she spotted something on top of Naruto's shelf. My crane. In her hands she held a paper origami crane that she gave to him on his birthday. She forgot it was his birthday that day, as she spent the whole day folding and trying to make the perfect crane to give to Naruto. Everyone else had got him ramen, manga and other cool things. She felt sad her gift was so pathetic. But all the ramen was already eaten and the mangas were no doubt read to death and thrown out, but yet he kept her present and kept it safe on his top shelf along with his first kunai and his certificate from Ninja Academy. A tear rolled down her cheek. She was happy her gift was special to him. A knock came and she turned towards the door. She opened the door to find Kakashi and Yamato at the door. Yamato was holding Naruto like a groom holds his bride. Naruto is to stay in bed for another 2 days or so. His stomach wounds have not healed up completely, so he needs to take it easy. Hinata nodded. Right. This way, Hinata figured Naruto was silent the trip down here. She asked Kakashi and he nodded. He won't talk at all. We don't know if it's sheer will or if it's shock. Yamato laid him in his king-size bed and patted him on the shoulder. He'll visit some time. Hang in there. They both left and greeted Hinata farewell. Hinata closed the door and took a deep breath and entered Naruto's room. He lay there with only his orange pants. His shirt had been taken off so the bandages could breathe and be easy to access. Naruto was very muscly and Hinata blushed bright. No, Hinata, stop your dirty thoughts. Naruto looked up at her and smiled for a split second, then carried on staring into nothingness. Naruto-kun, I am going to live here for the next few months to look after you. Naruto looked surprised. Why? That you mean? His voice cracked due to its lack of use. You mean you are going to stay with me? You're not going to leave, because I know I'm going to be a bother and I am sorry you have been forced to stay. He grimaced. Naruto-kun. I volunteered to look after you. I am not going anywhere. All you do is look after people. It's about time we looked after you, now. Do you want something to read? Naruto raised his bandaged hands and grinned. Hinata giggled. I am sorry, I forgot you can't use your hands. She smiled. I can read for you. If you want, Naruto-kun. Naruto cringed his nose. Only if you drop the kun title and just call me Naruto. Hinata nodded. Hi Naruto-ku. I mean Naruto. She picked up a book called Ika Ika Paradise. What's that? Naruto turned dead blue. Hinata. Burn it. Kakashi snuck it in my room. The book. It's evil. Hinata tossed it into the trash can and grabbed another book. A tear rolled down Kakashi's cheek. What's wrong, Kakashi? Your youth is drowned in tears. Kakashi wiped the tear away. I don't know, Guy. It's almost like a part of me was disposed somewhere. Guy felt shocked. Kakashi was a better crier than he was. Well, that was about to change. Haha, Kakashi. I shall outcry you and win this challenge. Guy grabbed a teaspoon of wasabi and jammed it into his eyes. Take notes on this, Lee. Lee nodded and pulled out a notepad. Hi, Guy-sensei. Guy began to uncontrollably scream and wail on the ground. Oh god, not again, Kakashi signed. Hinata set down the book. Naruto had fell asleep after the second chapter. His cheeks were wet with tears which still seemed to flow. Oh Naruto. It hurts me to see you like this. She grabbed his hand and held it in hers. He whimpered in his sleep. She brushed his hair out of his eyes and closed the door behind her on her way out. She continued to clean around the house so that Naruto would have a clean, beautiful house to roam when he is allowed out of bed. She put fresh flowers in a vase and dusted the bench tops. I know it'll make Naruto some soup. The night was getting cold and there was a storm coming in. Soup would be perfect. Chapter 6. Tears in the Rain. Naruto sat up in his bed as Hinata entered the room with a steaming bowl of soup. Naruto-one brought you some soup. Naruto raised his two stubby bandaged hands and grinned. If Hinata hadn't had her hands full she would have slapped herself. I'm sorry Naruto, I'll just have to feed you. She smiled at the thought. Under the circumstances it would be romantic. Hinata. It's okay, I am not hungry. I'll just lay here. Hinata sighed. Naruto. Please, I know you are in pain but you must eat, and pretending you are not, will be of no help for me. Naruto looked down at his hands and sighed. I'm sorry Hinata. I'll eat. Hinata smiled. Good, the soup's cooling down. Hinata opened the curtains and pulled up a chair next to Naruto. Open wide Naruto. He opened and accepted the warm soup. He semi-smiled. It's delicious Hinata. You are such an amazing cook. She smiled and dipped another spoon in. They spent a good 30 minutes talking and feeding Naruto. When the bowl was done, Hinata stood up and was about to leave the room. Wait. Hinata, please stay. I mean, you can leave if you want. I'll understand. I just haven't had someone take interest in what I do. It's usually the other way round, ya know. Hinata sat back down and grasped Naruto's hand. If you want me to stay then I must. Naruto looked into her eyes and the tears began to fall again. Naruto. Please, it's okay, I am here. Naruto began to cry harder. Hinata. I am sorry, I just can't understand what's happening to me. It's all so dark in my mind and I am not as strong as I used to be. He began to hit himself with his bandaged arms. Naruto, no. She grabbed his hands and forced them to his sides. You are a strong ninja and this happens to everyone. Don't be mad at your own feelings. She looked gravely into his eyes. Naruto. They are called feelings because we can't control them. She instantly thought of her love for Naruto. I can't control my love for you Naruto-kun. She smiled. I am sure you will feel better tomorrow. Get some rest then you are free to walk around. Naruto nodded. Hinata stepped out of his room and closed the door behind her. Hinata pulled back the covers to her bed, which was located just the room over from Naruto. She then slid in and let sleep take her. She woke about 3 hours later to the sound of thunder and heavy rain upon the roof. She sat up and yawned. She swore she heard a noise in the house. No, it must be the thunder and rain. But it shouldn't be so foolish to investigate. She looked towards the kitchen and activated her Byakugan. Nothing. Thank goodness, just in case. She turned her head and scanned the house. She froze and fresh tears gathered. Naruto. She ran. Naruto had left his bed. He opened the door and leapt upon the railing to the balcony. He was about 5 stories high. He looked upon Konoha with expressionless eyes. This is the village that hates my existence. Flooding rain covered his body head to toe. He didn't mind, he just squatted there upon the railing like a bird ready to fly. The rain weighed him down and his tears joined their downward fall. Lightning flashed behind him, but he didn't even flinch. He looked like a marble statue, robbed of all love and expression. He gazed down at the wet concrete stories below. Maybe this will do it. I am so sorry, Hinata. I am sorry, everyone. If I am not strong, what's the point in me fighting at all? His body was soaked and he wished he could be colder than he already was. Maybe it will numb the pain. It was then he began to lean forward. Then he heard the scream, Naruto. Hinata bolted upright and lunged towards Naruto's room. She pulled open the door and rushed to the balcony's doorway. Naruto. No, please don't. Her tears also joined the rain's downward fall. She was worried Naruto would do the same. Please come back inside, please. I can't live without you, Naruto. He collapsed backward and landed flat on the concrete. Hinata cried aloud. She cried aloud as Naruto fell back onto the concrete balcony out of harm's way. Naruto, let me help you. She scooped him up and brought him inside. When they were out of the rain, she noticed water was still coming from his eyes. Naruto was crying the entire time. Oh God, why do you do this to good people? She wiped away his tears and placed him on the bed. She grabbed a towel and wiped him down until he was dry. Naruto. You. She broke into harsh tears. Naruto felt shocked and horrible at what he had done to Hinata. Hinata. I am sorry, I just. Why are you crying? I thought me being a demon was everyone's fear. He looked hurt. Why don't you hate me like you should? He began to break down and he threw the towel at the wall. Why does everyone hate me, and yet you don't? Hinata stood up and walked over to Naruto. Naruto. He looked up. Hinata slapped him as hard as she could. You listen to me. Naruto. Hard tears came pouring from her eyes. She knew she had to do it. I look up to you and aspire to be just like you. You are an amazing person. You are not a fucking monster. Naruto was shocked. He never heard Hinata swear before. I will not hear you talk bad about yourself. I care about you. I always have. I will be here for you. Naruto was dumbstruck. He had no idea what to say. Hinata's pain and sadness blunted his own. She brought him in and hugged him close. She began to cry into Naruto's chest. Hinata. I didn't know. I am sorry. Oh God. She pushed back and stared into his eyes. I am not going to leave you tonight. Now go to sleep. She led him to bed and put him in. She hopped in next to him and placed her hand on his. They both looked up at the ceiling. Do you want to talk, Naruto? Naruto cleared his throat. All my life I've been an outcast. All the Jinchuriki have. Especially Gaara and I. Every day is the same. Just constant exclusion. He took a deep breath. I made friends, but that does not stop the hate I receive. All it does is involve my friends. I never told anyone about how I feel because it's not fair for me to put all my problems into their hands. Now it's too late. Hinata squeezed his hand. Naruto, you care for people and don't expect anything in return. It's wrong. Naruto nodded. I know. But it's hard to give into these things. I've kept it all bottled up and now the bottle is broken. He turned his head to her and looked serious. I doubt this is over. I still feel horrible inside and I am afraid it will take over again. And for once I am not talking about the 9 tails. Hinata turned her whole body to him. Naruto. That's why we are all here. You can't burden it alone. You can barely eat soup alone. She smiled. When she smiled, Naruto felt warm. Thank you. Hinata, I think I can sleep for a bit. They both fell asleep but their hands never separated. Chapter 7. The First Real Smile. Naruto woke up well rested. Hinata had already got up. He felt average although his cheeks were still damp with night tears. It will be a while till that stops. He sniffed the air and widened his eyes. The aroma of freshly baked pastries drifting from the kitchen danced in his senses. He got up and threw on a shirt as he walked down the hallway and into the kitchen. Hinata was standing in the kitchen in her usual black jeans and jacket fashion. It does look nice on her, like always. Why don't I notice her more? She wore an apron and was lifting a tray of fresh cinnamon rolls out of the oven. She turned. Oh, good morning, Naruto. She smiled. Please sit. I made you some breakfast. Naruto's stomach growled. Hinata, it smells amazing. Do you cook often? She nodded. Hi, I cook all the time when the chefs aren't around in the Hyuga complex. Naruto grabbed one of the rolls and took a big bite out of it. It made Hinata happy to see Naruto eat. Naruto's eyes widened and for a second Hinata thought he would spit them out. Hinata. These are amazing. He took another bite out of it and smiled with a mouthful of food, she giggled. After he finished he looked up, Hinata. About last night, I am really sore. Hinata cut him off, it's okay Naruto. I won't tell Ino or Sakura either when they come. Just promise me you won't do something like that again. Naruto nodded and began to stare at his hands. When did my bandages come off? Hinata smiled again, I took them off and healed them a bit while you were asleep. Naruto felt sad that she had to take care of him like this. Naruto. I would have done it if you had told me not to, she must have read his mind. Sakura and Ino will be here soon, please eat more. Sakura and Ino were walking towards Naruto's house. I wonder how they're. Sakura shrugged. If Naruto was not depressed I am sure Hinata would be in heaven. Ino raised an eyebrow, she still likes him. Sakura rolled her eyes, like is a very pathetic word you could describe Hinata's obsession with Naruto, more like love. They both laughed. I am still worried thou. Instead of reading Naruto's mind I will read Hinata's mind to see if they are hiding anything. Sakura giggled. I doubt they got up to dirty things Ino. Ino looked serious, no what if something happened to Naruto? And she promised not to tell. A knock came at the door, I'll get it, eat your food Naruto. She opened the door and greeted the two girls. Hinata can you step outside, he doesn't need to hear us talk about him. Hinata closed the door and looked at the two, what's up guys? She looked at Ino's concentrated face and gasped, no Ino don't. Ino sat down hard on the railing and looked up at Sakura with harsh sad eyes, Sakura. He tried to do it again. Hinata bit her lip, but I fixed it and now he's fine, surely you saw that. Ino nodded, look. He seems fine now, but Hinata. You have to tell us straight off next time. Sakura looked at them both, if there is a next time. Hinata shrugged, he said it was not over, and it might take control again, he didn't mean the nine tails either. Sakura walked into the kitchen while Ino and Hinata were talking outside. She pulled up a chair and sat down by Naruto. Hey there Naruto, did Hinata make these for you? Naruto nodded and smiled. Sakura felt her heart jump. This was the first real smile Naruto had made this week, and it was all because of Hinata. They are so good, here try one Sakura, he handed her a roll. Sakura could only stare at Naruto's smile, he noticed and drew it away and continued eating. Okay lift your shirt Naruto. Sakura checked his wound, and discreetly looked for other wounds when he was not looking. He was fine in the body, but maybe not the mind, that was Ino's job. Ino. You're up. Naruto looked puzzled but by the time he finished talking Ino had already entered his mind and took an assessment. Never mind that Naruto, we will visit you again sometime. Naruto smiled. Please do, I would like that. They both left and it was just Naruto and Hinata. What do you want to do Naruto? Naruto looked lost, he was alone. No you idiot, Hinata is here and just asked you a question. Naruto looked up and smiled, will you go for a walk with me Hinata? I need to get some fresh air and a friend right Noe would be perfect. Hinata smiled, nothing would make her happier, let's go then. Chapter 8, Past Pains. The day was frosty and dry, the sun felt great on Naruto's skin, he had been cooped up in a hospital room only to end up cooped in his own room. Snow could be seen in the high hills of Konoha which was a rare sight to see in the land of fire. Hinata walked next to him her warm hand propped on his shoulder supporting his slight limp. She wore a lavender beanie which matched her beautiful bright eyes, she wore her usual jacket fully zipped up and wore a pair of violet woolen gloves. Naruto could not help but stare at her when she wasn't looking he reminded himself, why the hell didn't I notice her before? She's so perfect, he smiled to himself, perfect. She turned to him and looked puzzled, did you say something Naruto? He shook his head. Hinata smiled and pointed ahead, there was a stall set up outside Konoha's largest park, the sign read, hot cocoa. Let's go buy some Naruto. She walked up to the stall and ordered 2 cocos, the steaming beverages were poured into 2 paper cups and dotted with cream and hazelnut. The man looked up and stared at Hinata, Ms. Hyuga it looks like you are having a fox problem. She was puzzled at the remark, I haven't seen any foxes near the complex in ages. I haven't seen wolves either. She looked over her shoulder and realized, Naruto stood further back and she spotted a lone tear coursing down his cheek. She felt so stupid. She turned back to the man, her lips were pressed together hard to stop her from baring her teeth, her eyes turned a darker shade of purple and blazed with intense hate and fury. Her hands tightened and her nails dug deep into her soft hands, she straightened her back and stared strongly into his eyes. If you talk about Naruto like that again I will not hesitate to rip your foul tongue out of your pathetic hurtful mouth. The man recoiled and gave her money back. Please I cry your pardon, please just don't hurt me. Hinata glared back at the man, it is you who should be concerned about hurting people. Good day to you. As she walked away from the stand the man called out, goddamned fox whore. She turned quicker than lightning and a kunai stuck 1 cm from the side of the man's head. The man let out a cry, and Hinata felt satisfied. I wasn't aiming for you, next time I will. Baka, she walked off. Naruto stood with his jaw half open and eyes wide. Hinata. You stood up for me. She looked at him surprised then smiled. What else would I do? I won't let anybody speak so foul of you Naruto-ku. I mean Naruto, she blushed, thank you. Another tear rolled down his cheek. Tsunade sat at her desk and waited. Shizune entered. Sakura and Ino are here Tsunade-sama. Tsunade nodded, let them in. Sakura and Ino entered the room with a stack of paperwork. Was your mission successful? They both nodded. Good, I'll see what you brought. I've been doing research myself. Sakura looked up. Tsunade-sama. Our mission was to gather details on Naruto's past etc. It does not feel right. Tsunade nodded. Hi, but we must do it to find the source of his pain to better understand what he is going through. So have you found? Sakura slammed a pile of papers down on the table. She felt like crying. When Naruto was a kid he went to hospital over a dozen times over acts of self-harm, cutting, stabbing and attempted drowning. Every time. Every fucking damn time. The hospital refused to treat him because he was the demon fox. If it weren't for the Nine Tails chakra and his fast healing he would have died long ago. Tsunade gritted her teeth. The nerve of people. How many cases of self-harm? Sakura looked up and frowned. Tsunade, this pile has about 12 or more. But I only grabbed half of the reports from the hospital. Tsunade winced. Ino placed her papers on the desk. No traces of any Uzumaki clan members who are related to him. The clan is as gone as the Uchiha. Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk. I figured as much. The files show that Mito Uzumaki, Naruto's grandmother, was a Jinchuriki herself. The Nine Tails has had a lot to do with Naruto's family. Sakura looked puzzled. What about Naruto's mother and father? Tsunade groaned. All files about the father have been removed and the secret died with the soldiers and the third Hokage who witnessed the Nine Tails being put into Naruto. Now Naruto's father technically does not exist. Sakura gazed downwards. And his mother? Ino asked. Ah yes. Kushina Uzumaki. It does not say much. Sakura looked excited. Tsunade-sama, was she a Jinchuriki? And if so, when did she die? Tsunade looked confused. She died the night of the Kyuubi attack. What of it? Sakura grinned. If she was a Jinchuriki and she died the same night as the fourth, he could possibly be. Tsunade's eyes widened. The father. We don't know for sure but it's obvious. Kushina died for Naruto and that has had a deep effect on him. Also not having a father further adds to the pain. No parents, no family. Rejected by hospitals and ninja alike. It's no wonder girls. Chapter 9. A day that was good. Naruto walked through the park with Hinata at his side. He was still shocked at how Hinata defended Naruto and threatened the man who degraded Naruto's feelings. Hinata. I really must thank you for defending me. Normally I would have ignored it or responded but. Well you know. Hinata stopped Naruto and shifted him towards her. Naruto. I never thanked you. Naruto looked puzzled. For what? Hinata blushed. A long time ago I was being bullied for being noble and rich. You stepped in and defended me from the boys who tried to hurt me. You were unconscious when my bodyguard Ko came. He didn't help you, he only told me to come away. I'll never forget what you did for me Naruto. She hugged him close. Am I interrupting? Ha ha ha. They turned only to find a wide grin Tenten. Oh hey Tenten. Naruto blushed and stepped back. Hinata smiled. So what's up Tenten? Tenten pulled out a scroll and activated it. 100 pounds of metal weaponry landed right at her feet. Ooh you know. Just shopping for girl things. Could I speak to you for a minute Hinata? Naruto looked surprised. What about? Why can't I know? Tenten glared. Unless you want to join our conversation about soaps, stuffed animals and hot boys. Naruto pretended to vomit. Forget I asked. He walked off and sat down at a bench. So now that he is away let's talk about what I really wanted to talk about. Tenten grinned. Tenten, that was crafty. She grinned. So. How is he? Hinata nodded. I figured you would ask. He's fine. I think he is doing quite well actually. Tenten pointed over to him. Naruto was admiring a blue butterfly with a faint smile. You sure have changed him Hinata. She looked over her shoulder to make sure Naruto was not looking. He's changed you as well. Hinata blinked hard. What do you mean? Tenten giggled. Well look at you, you are so confident and a bit feisty too. I love the anger. Hinata gasped. You saw what I did. Tenten laughed out loud. Saw it. I recorded it and saved it deep in my mind. You rock. Tenten walked off home. Naruto, let's head back to your place. It's getting cold. Naruto smiled and took off his jacket and gently placed it over Hinata's. Naruto. No you will get cold. He only shrugged it off. It's fine I am used to being cold. Naruto thought to himself, I am cold in the heart and in the body. He felt one of his hairs being plucked out. Ah Baka. He turned around and no one was there but the snow. Something wrong, Naruto? He shook his head. No. Must have been in my head. Ino placed his hair in a Ziploc bag and proceeded back to Tsunade's office. Tsunade-sama, I have his hair. Ino called as she ran into Tsunade's office. Good, bring it here. You have no idea how hard it was to find DNA of the fourth Hokage. She slipped the 2 samples into the machine and applied her chakra into the 2 hand slots in the side of the machine. What is Tsunade-sama? Tsunade bared her teeth in effort. It's an experimental machine we took from the Hidden Rain. It matches DNA and tries to find relevant strands and chakra. This will tell us if Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. A large beep sounded and Tsunade smiled. Now we wait 3 days for the DNA to match. Sakura entered the office and smiled. Tsunade-sama, I had a good eye. Tsunade slammed her fist down. For the last time, only mentors and officials call me with the Sama title at the end. Just call me Tsunade, damn it. Sakura laughed. Tsunade, I had an idea. We throw a dinner party here for Naruto's friends etc. Tsunade looked puzzled. Tsunade. Naruto needs company now and maybe his friends will further cheer him up. What do you think? Tsunade nodded and sighed. I'll go get my Hokage discount card. Naruto opened the door to his apartment and collapsed on the sofa and let out a long breath. I have not walked so long in my life. But it was great, thanks Hinata. She nodded and went to the kitchen. What do you want for dinner? Naruto smiled. I think I know. Hinata, put on your coat. I am taking you to Ichiraku for dinner. My treat. Hinata blushed deeply. Naruto is inviting me to dinner. This is a dream, no doubt. They both put on their coats and head out to Ichiraku. Hinata. Today was a good day. Thank you so much for being her. She smiled. Of course Naruto, I am glad you are happy. Little did they know, they would both wish they never left the apartment. Chapter 10. Conflict. Naruto and Hinata approached the Ichiraku ramen shack and Naruto groaned. Why are the lights off, damn it? He approached the doorway and noticed a noted red. Dear customers, Ichiraku ramen store is saving firewood for the daytime, so we now close earlier to conserve wood for the cold days ahead. Naruto frowned. Naruto. We can just go home and cook something up. I don't mind. Naruto looked disappointed and shook his head. No, I am going to take you somewhere. Let's go look for a place to eat. Naruto was determined to reward Hinata for all the good she has done for him. This place looks nice. Let's go in. They walked up to the attendant and ordered. A table for 2 please. The clerk looked new and not from Konoha. This way, sir. They seated themselves and ordered their food. Naruto ordered a sushi platter for the 2 of them to share. I will return when you want to order your main course, sir. Naruto nodded. Thank you. And flipped some gold coins into the waiter's hand for a tip. The waiter grinned and whispered. I'll accidentally upsize the main course for you, sir. He winked and Naruto felt sushi arrived and Naruto began dishing the sushi onto Hinata's plate, when a call came across the room towards Naruto's general direction. I thought foxes are supposed to eat scraps and waste. Naruto didn't listen and continued placing the sushi onto her plate. Why don't you go run wild with the rest of the foxes? Another person called. Naruto continued to help serve Hinata's food but his hand was trembling. Naruto, let's leave. He shook his head. No. I promised I would treat you and I never go back on my word. A bread roll hit him at the back of the head and he pretended not to notice. His mouth began to tremble but he carried on serving the food. Waiter, I can't eat with that parentless mongrel eating in my vicinity. Naruto dropped the sushi and stared down at the table. His eyes welled up with tears and his hands trembled uncontrollably. He reached for the chopsticks and tried to open them but his hands were trembling so much he couldn't get a tight grip. Hinata had seen enough. Hey demon, did your mother fuck a fox or are you just a monster? Naruto's head rested on the table and the tablecloth became damp. He began to cry. Please just leave me alone. Why won't you people stop? Hinata began to lose control. No. I am sick of this. She let hate take over. Hey fox fack. Hinata flipped up their table and ran towards the man at lightning speed. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. She kicked his table against the wall hitting him square in the face. He screamed. Blood poured from a small cut in his forehead. She didn't care. She picked him up by the throat. Why can't you leave him the fuck alone? He spat in her face. He is scum and you are no better. She threw his face into the wall and screamed. The 2 other men who had also called Naruto names moved to attack her. She swung a chair into the first man and knocked him down. The other man threw a punch which connected with Hinata's jaw and pushed her backwards onto a table. The man began to choke Hinata. She felt darkness take hold and she began to black out. The man stopped suddenly. She wondered why and opened her eyes. Naruto, with tears streaming down his face, had broken both the man's arms in a matter of seconds. The man fell to the ground screaming curses and profanities. It seemed these men were a part of a gang because soon after 40 men arrived with weapons and began to charge. Naruto. The voice came nearby. Lee, Neji and Kiba burst into the room and took defensive positions around Naruto and Hinata. Naruto looked down at the hurt body of Hinata, rage began to consume him. His eyes went red and his whiskers and teeth grew whiter and sharp. 3 tails sprouted from his backside and his scream ripped through the air. "You bastards, look what you did to her." He ran full into the gang, followed by Neji and Kiba. Lee stood behind by Hinata. The collision was powerful, Naruto's 9-tail coat lightly burned into the crowd of thugs. His attacks were savage and filled with hate as he cracked ribs and bit at limbs. Neji and Kiba were fighting for their friend and cared nothing of the consequences. Crows gathered outside the brawl and citizens began to join in and argue among themselves. They saw the Naruto and the street turned into an all-out riot. Tsunade and Sakura were nearby buying supplies when they heard the screaming and shouting. They both ran fearing an Akatsuki attack, when in reality, what was happening was worse. Tsunade turned the corner only to see a street inflicted in chaos. It was impossible to tell who was fighting who, men broke windows and stole things, and everyone was busy punching or kicked to notice the fires being started. Mother of God! Tsunade flung herself deep into the crowd shouting in utter anger when she noticed the crippled figure of Hinata and the defensive 3-tailed Naruto stopping them from getting any closer. She had to tell Yamato, and fast. Naruto was overwhelmed with anger and fury. He knew he was using the Kyuubi's power, but he didn't care, he could feel the 9 tails awakening in him. "Yes Naruto, give in to my power." Naruto began to laugh. "Power. Power. I need. Puir." Chapter 11, Losing Control. The 9 tails gazed upon his dark creation and laughed aloud. If the boy continued his rampancy, then the Kyuubi would finally be free from this wretched host. "Yes Naruto, they hurt your female, kill them, maim them and burn this wretched city to black soil. Kill, slay and destroy. My power is yours." Naruto snarled as he smashed the 2 of the thugs' heads together with a loud crack. He then leapt onto the last thug and knocked him out cold. Lee stood back at Hinata's side to watch the blonde fight with berserk fury. Lee now noticed that all the thugs were unconscious and now Naruto was merely attacking the violent citizens of Konoha who had joined the brawl. Lee had seen enough. He leapt at Naruto and bound him in his bandages and held him back from the brawl. Naruto violently thrashed against Lee's restraints and snarled at Kiba and Neji who came to help Lee. "Hold him still, he's not Naruto anymore." Tsunade burst into Yamato's house and called him out. "Captain Yamato, I need your assistance right now." Yamato ran down to Tsunade. "Hi Tsunade-sama, is it to do with the riot?" Tsunade nodded her head then quickly shook it. "No, much worse, Naruto is in a furious state, and the 9 tails coat has already bloomed." Yamato stiffened. "We must go, right away." Yamato threw on his vest and ran towards the sounds of shouting and screaming, in the streets of Konoha. He leapt onto the nearest building and sprinted towards the carnage underway. "God, I hope I am not too late." Tsunade watched him leave. "Konoha is in utter chaos, I must inform the Nara clan on our situation, they are the only ones who can help." She made her way towards the Nara complex. Her hair streamed behind her as she ran full out towards the complex. When she arrived she ran to the courtyard and rang the clan's emergency bell 3 times. The sound of shouts and heavy footsteps filled the complex as the Nara clan assembled on the courtyard and stood at attention. Tsunade called, "As you may have heard, there is a small riot down in the market district, I can assure you all. It's far worse than you expect. Naruto is involved and his 9 tails code is activated. Hundreds of citizens are engaged in mindless fighting and looting, and your shadow control and suppressing powers are the only abilities that can help us. We haven't seen such chaos since the Chunin exams." The Nara clan shouted their allegiance and began their descent. Tehi Market District. "Shikamaru, wait." Shikamaru turned to Tsunade. "I need you to bind Naruto." Shikamaru nodded. "Hi, Tsunade-sama. Man, this is going to be troublesome." Naruto twisted and writhed in fury as his friends held him down. He screamed, "Let me go, you mere mortals, I will destroy them." His voice and the Kyuubi's joining and parting spontaneously between each few words. They could see the Kyuubi was trying to take control. Neji put his hands on Naruto's cheek, steadying his thrashing head. "Naruto, it's over, you won, they are taken care of, leave them be, they will get what they deserve." Naruto spat dark curses. "I won't stop until this fucking village drowns in its own blood." Neji quickly jabbed a chakra pressure point and disabled Naruto's thrashing arms. Naruto's eyes turned black and his pupils turned into red-hot coals. Kiba stood by Hinata and noticed she was awake and trying to rise. "Hinata, please, you are hurt, you must rest." Hinata shook her head. "I must go to home, he's in pain." Lee yelled, Guys, my bandages are burning, I can't hold him forever, we must do something quickly." Naruto resisted even more at this last remark. The bandages were splitting and were beginning burn. Naruto thrust himself outwards and the bandages broke, forcing Lee backwards to the ground. He now had 5 tails. Naruto lunged at Neji with a clawed hand ready to tear out the Hyuga's eyes. He never got to Neji. His body was hanging mid-air and was as still as a statue, although his eyes were rapidly thrashing in his skull trying to set himself free with hard stares. What the? They all turned to see Shikamaru in the doorway of the wrecked restaurant. Are you going to be troublesome or are you going to help me? Members of the Nara clan dropped from the skies surrounding the rioting crowd. They all called aloud, "Dark Knight Shadow Possession." Men and women alike froze in their places and stood like pieces on a chessboard. The Nara clan split the crowd into 2 groups and had them lined up against the buildings clearing the street. Shikamaru nodded to his father. Shikaku nodded back. The situation is under control, Tsunade-sama, but the Nine-Tails chakra is not receding. Tsunade frowned. Yamato, you are up. Yamato only shook his head in frustration. I already tried. My suppression cannot affect 4 tails or higher, not unless I perform the ritual for 2 days straight, and Shikamaru can't hold it that long. Shikamaru nodded and a large bead of sweat dripped down his brow. We can't exactly use the whole Nara clan to hold him either. If more than one person is using shadow possession on the same target, it can tear the person's insides apart. Tsunade grimaced. What can we do? We can't calm him, can we? Hinata stood fully up and walked towards Naruto. Tsunade-sama. I made Naruto talk when he was silent. Maybe I can calm him. Tsunade nodded. If anyone can do this, Hinata, it is you. You have spent the most time with him lately after all. Hinata walked up to the burning figure that barely resembled Naruto. Naruto. I am here for you. I am not hurt or bleeding. Please. If you can hear me, Naruto, come out and see me with your own eyes. The figure whispered and sniffed her outstretched hand. She brought the hand to its face and stroked its cheek. It burned her hand, but she ignored the pain. Naruto. Please come back. I need you to be yourself for me. Will you do this for me, Naruto? A tear rolled down her cheek and landed on the forehead of the figure. The tear flashed blue and the skin on Naruto's forehead began to reform and take color. The dark red chakra began to recede into the seal of Naruto's stomach. The Kyuubi let out a ferocious roar before being locked inside the iron gates of Naruto's mind, but not forever. Naruto's body hit the ground hard, but he did not move. Naruto. Hinata dropped to his side and laid his head on her lap. Tsunade, why isn't he waking up? Tsunade ducked to his side and felt for a pulse. She felt nothing on his neck and wrists. Step aside, Hinata. Damn it, Naruto, you are not dying her tonight, damn it. Hinata felt her world tear apart. Her tears fell downwards onto Naruto. Tsunade was applying advanced chakra shock to Naruto's heart to hopefully start a beat. Clear. A surge of chakra surged through his body and tried to kickstart his heart. It failed. Clear. Another surge. Nothing. Another surge. Nothing. God damn it, no. She kept surging but to no avail. Naruto was with Kushina now. Hinata. Tears streaming down all of their faces. We tried. All we could. Hinata fell to her knees over Naruto and her screams rendered through the night sky. Naruto-kun. Naruto's mind was spinning. He was no longer in the dark black waters of the Kyuubi's chamber. He was now in a bright world of light and serenity. Naruto. He turned to see a red-headed woman standing in front of him with a wide smile on her face. Love is the key. He felt himself being pulled away from her. Wait, who are you? Tears streaming down his face. He tried running, but his feet were running on thin air and he was moving further back the faster he ran. Reality was pulled out of his sight and he was left in darkness again. He could faintly hear his name being called. Naruto. Naruto. Naruto, wake up. Please. He felt wetness on his face, like warm rain or familiar tears. Oh God, I've been crying in my sleep again. His world went bright and his eyes began to slowly open. Above him was Hinata. She was standing over his limp body and crying. Please wake up, Naruto-kun, I need you. Naruto faintly smiled. He was on the splintered and blood-stained floor of the restaurant he had taken her to. I thought I told you to drop the kun title, he whispered. Hinata gasped and saw the blonde staring up at her, surprised and hurt to see Hinata so sad. Naruto. He smiled. Yeah, I guess I passed out for a bit there, Hina. She slammed into him hard and embraced him in tight and painful hugs. He didn't mind the pain, just as long as it was from the hugs and not his ribs. You died. How the hell are you up? Tsunade was shocked. I felt your pulse, it was dead and cold. How? Naruto looked shocked at everyone. I died. They all nodded. Hinata all the while continued to hug him and check for fatal injuries. Hinata. Really, I am fine. I am not going anywhere. She looked up at him and wiped her eyes. You promise? He nodded and rubbed her back. I am kinda hungry. Tsunade had blazing chakra in her eyes as she grabbed Naruto by the collar and dragged him into the restroom. You die for nearly 10 minutes and all you were thinking of is food. Baka. All they could hear were loud smacking sounds and screams. Sakura entered the room. What's happening? Kiba smiled and lied. Naruto died and his last words were, Sakura has a huge forehead, it blocked my way to heaven. Sakura twitched, then clouds of steam began to furrow out of her ears. Naruto. She stomped her way into the rest room and the screaming intensified by 100. Kiba rolled on the floor laughing and Akamaru licked at his smiling face. Tsunade checked Naruto's body. He's fine to go home, Hinata. So are you. She slapped Naruto's reddened back and he yelped and ran off to talk to Kiba and score a little payback. What about tonight, Tsunade? So much went down, it's not going to be an easy recovery. Tsunade grinned. Anbu is taking care of the bystanders and rioters as we speak. The only memories they will have is a fireworks stand outside the restaurant going horribly wrong, haha. Hinata still frowned. We can't keep covering up, Tsunade. Today almost everyone verbally attacked Naruto. I lost my temper and went on a rampage myself. I think I broke the jaw of about 5 men. I am not proud of it. Tsunade looked concerned. Maybe I should organize a town meeting and enforce rules and reveal the truth of Naruto to the people. If they understand him, they might accept him. He'll have to think about it, Hinata. Take Naruto home and get some rest. Good night. Hinata grabbed Naruto's shoulder and gestured him back to his house. Let's go, Naruto. Chapter 12. Years of Realization. Naruto and Hinata walked side by side, her arms supporting his weight. Your leg is still hurting, Naruto. Naruto nodded. Yeah, kinda. Give it a night's rest and it will be good as new. She smiled. I am glad. Naruto just remembered something amazing. Holy cow, Hinata, you took all those thugs out during dinner. She blushed and looked downward. My temper took over and I lost control of my fists and my temper. I am sorry. Naruto looked shocked and put his hands on her shoulders. Hinata. You defended me when I was no strong enough to ignore their comments. I should be sorry for not standing up to them. She sighed and placed her hand on his cheek. You shouldn't have to ignore it, Naruto. They should not be saying things like that anyway. They carried on walking and reached Naruto's apartment. Now go take a seat. I'll cook us up some ramen like we should have done to begin with. She giggled and he felt his heart warmer than the sands of Suna. Tsunade was in the old Konoha archives searching for files on Mito Uzumaki. She found something far better. The personal diary of Mito Uzumaki was a medium-sized book clad in brown leather and the leaf symbol etched in gold on the cover. She blew the dust off and gazed in amazement. Returning to her office, she studied its texts until she found a very interesting page retelling her day's events and opinions. Diary entry 204. Today I was visited by Kushina. We both know my time is almost at its end. I shared important facts about being a Jinchuriki she needed to know before she fell into the same depression I did at that age. Love is the true key to controlling the power of tailed beast. Men think it's power or technique. The AWNSER is obvious and yet so far from their reach. If there is love, then there can be peace between host and beast. Kushina has great love for her goal and for her clan. Maybe not our trademark hair, but I am sure she will grow to love it as I have. Tsunade smiled to herself, so that's why Naruto responds to Hinata so well, even if he does not know it. Naruto looked outside and gazed at the stars and smiled. Hinata walked into the living room with 2 bowls of steaming ramen. Hey Hinata, I have an idea that may redeem what happened tonight. Let's go eat ramen and watch the stars. Hinata almost fainted. It's so romantic, I am afraid I'll faint and fall to my death. Naruto almost read her mind. I would catch you if you were to slip. I do it all the time. He remembered the dark stormy nights he spent in the rain atop his roof, crying high sorrows away in the rain to disguise his tears for rain and his screams for thunder. He shuddered them off and took her hand, causing her to blush extra. They climbed atop the roof and were stunned by the amazing view. Naruto dug into his ramen. Oh man, Ichiraku has a new competitor, this is amazing. She giggled and thanked him. Hinata. She turned. Yes, Naruto. He wondered, what's it like being a Hyuga heiress princess? She laughed. I am not exactly a princess, Naruto, but it's not as fun as people think. You have so much pressure to do well and you are always watched and admired. One mistake and I can all come crashing down. He nodded. You always seem to be expected to be so much by your father. She nodded. It's a rough life being a main branch Hyuga. Naruto nodded. I know that feeling. Hinata thought to herself. Tenten was right. Naruto really has changed me. Normally I would have fainted by now. Maybe tonight is the night. She turned to Naruto and gazed into his eyes. I wonder what he is thinking of. Naruto was thinking hard. She said that love is the key. The key to what? I was under control by the Kyuubi and I was set free by someone. The key is love. The key to freedom. Who was calling my name? Who couldn't live without me? She brought me back from the Nine-Tails grasp. She used the key, which is love. She loves me and that set me free. The red-haired lady loves me and set me free. No, that can't be right. She told me love would set me free, so it must have been Hinata. He mentally hit himself. All this time she loved me and I ignored her or didn't notice her, every time she fainted. Was because she likes me, she used to follow me while I train and look up to me, she loves me. She loves me. All those times he offered to take someone to dinner she would speak his name then faint, she wanted to have dinner with him. She is beautiful like an angelic dancer. She danced in the waterfall, I had fallen in love with her without knowing and oh God I realize now. She cried when I got hurt because she can't live without me because she loves me. Everyone hated me, but she loved me. I yelled at her asking her why she did not hate me, she loves me. Oh God I was so blind. He buckled over dropping his ramen bowl, he cried aloud, letting the tears roll down the slanted roof. She looked stunned and hugged him tight. Oh no he is breaking down again. Her tears flowed. Naruto what is wrong? I am here for you. He laughed a tiny bit and looked up. Hinata, don't you cry. I know now, you have always been here for me. He moved in and silenced her crying by pulling their lips together. He wiped the tears away from her eyes and brushed her hair back, not removing his lips from hers, he had wanted to do that for so long. He was worried she would faint, but she intently was wide awake and pushing into Naruto more and grabbing the back of his head, they separated and gazed into each other's eyes. Hinata. I love you with all my heart, and I was blind to not notice before, my heart is yours. Hinata shook her head, no Naruto. His heart cracked, he was so sure she felt that way about him, no Naruto. It is my heart that belongs to you, you set me free from my shyness and insecurities, you were always there for me and I've loved you since, I've just waited longer. He felt tears trickle down his cheeks, but these were tears of happiness, something he had never experienced before. Hinata was doing the same. I love you Naruto, she pulls him in and kisses the tears off his face, he does the same to her. They both laugh and entangle their hands together, how convenient, there's only one bowl of ramen left, wanna share, he smiled and laughed for the first time in ages. Chapter 13, Bad Dreams and Company. It's getting cold, let's go inside Naruto, he smiled and held onto her hand as they climbed back inside Naruto's apartment, I'll be right back I am going to go for a walk and pick up some food for tomorrow. Naruto smiled and nodded, although inside he did not want her to leave, I might seem too clingy thou. If only I could ask the pervy sage for advice on women. No I can't. Because he's dead, fresh pain jabbed at his heart, but he dismissed it for the time being. Alright I'll be here, please come back soon thou. I wanna try that kissing thing again, she blushed and smiled, count on it Naruto, she winked and left his house. Naruto stood there and began to smile brightly, he strolled over to his bed and collapsed, is it finally over, is this darkness drifting away? I love someone and they love me, nobody could feel any better than I do right now, all those years of rejection from Sakura, and this beautiful angel was right by my side the whole time. He began to giggle, then he began to laugh and finally he was laughing until tears streaming down his eyes, the future looked bright and nothing could stand in his way, he was now traveling down Happiness Road. Or so he thought, because every road has a crack, a bump and a hole. Thousands of miles away from Konoha, in the Leaf Outpost Fort Shima, which is based just outside Suna. The outpost was quiet except the sound of cawing buzzards and screeching vultures who picked away at the dead corpses of the outpost guards. Pain had swept through the outpost and slaughtered the stationed guards by the hundreds, they had left only 10 alive. They all stood in the courtyard, their tools of death covered in blood. Nagato's mechanized walker was stationed under the shade of a tree to avoid the harsh sunlight, Konan was standing next to him. The 10 prisoners were kneeling and had their hands removed so they could not use jutsu. Yahiko stood tall in front of his force, although he was not Yahiko in mind and spirit, Konan was happy to have him fighting along her side. You will tell us what we want and you may live. The prisoners looked up and saw freedom await them, now tell me. Where is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? One of the prisoners spat on Yahiko's boots, Yahiko gestured to the largest of the group, he was bald and looked almost mechanical in nature, he was called the Asura Path. He dragged the prisoner into one of the guardrooms and shut the door, horrible screaming filled the air, blood began to leak out the bottom of the door and the Asura Path re-entered the courtyard with a blood-covered coat and a dangerous reptile grin. The prisoners recoiled and shook, one of them shouted, he's in Konoha. Please let me live oh God please. Yahiko nodded and gestured a throat-cutting motion to his force, one by one the prisoners were slaughtered apart from the one who told Yahiko the truth. The man looked like he would pass out from the horror, I will leave you alive, but you will die on your own, and you shall know true pain, he gestured to Asura, the man was left in the courtyard without his legs. But alive. The road to happiness is about to face a grim and dark roadblock. Konan, we wait until Zetsu gathers intel, then in 2 months. We show Konoha the true meaning of pain. Hinata closed the door to Naruto's apartment behind her and began to cry, I've been waiting for this. I really am truly the happiest girl alive right now, She smiled warmly and took a long walk in the park to compose her excitement and think of the future. He actually kissed me. She squealed to herself. She felt like a raving 7-year-old, but she did not care. She felt so alive and she wanted to share it with the world. She walked towards a small pond and stood over it, gazing downwards at herself. There is nobody in the world who is as happy as I am now. She smiled and realized she was being watched. The air smelt faintly of sake. Sue, you finally kissed him. Hinata could tell the sentence came through a wide grin. But whose? She turned and saw Tsunade sitting on top of the brick wall which edged the park. Her grin was bright in the dark and looked like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. In her hand was a large bottle of sake. Ah, Tsunade-sama, Tsunade groaned. Just Tsunade please. Hinata nodded. What are you doing out so late, Tsunade? She grinned. I could ask you the same question. Truthfully, I came looking for you to ask about Naruto and yourself, but I see it's already happened. Hinata blushed brighter than a tomato. Hi. We kissed and I think we are going out now. At least I think so. He did say he loved me. Tsunade had spat out a mouthful of sake. He said the L word. She looked shocked. Hinata, this could be what he needed to shake off his depression and finally move on from Jiraiya's death. Hinata smiled warmly. My love is his key. Hi Tsunade. He seemed very happy when I confessed my feelings. Then we kissed. Tsunade smiled. Not cute. Anyway, I didn't just come here to talk about your relationship. I am also here to talk about what happened last night. Hinata darkened. I would have killed them if Naruto had not intervened. I will not apologize for my anger. Tsunade rested her hands on Hinata's shoulders. I am not asking you to, they deserved every hit. No, I want to talk to you about Naruto's transformations from beast back to human. She looked strongly at Hinata. He stopped his rampage because of his love for you. In the diary of Mito Uzumaki, Naruto's grandmother who was also a Jinchuriki, the diary states that love can control the beast within. Hinata, you have the power to make Naruto much more powerful and controlled than any other Jinchuriki alive. Naruto sat on the sofa with a pen and some paper. He had been thinking about throwing a party to show people he is happy and is finally ready to move on from his direction. He was having great troubles on deciding on the supplies, food and music required to run it, when suddenly Hinata entered back in the apartment, her smile even brighter than before she left. Hey there, he smiled. Hey there Naruto. What do you have there? Naruto sighed. Just some plans for a party I am thinking of throwing. She set the supplies down on the kitchen table and made her way towards the sofa and sat close to Naruto. This normally would have made her turn bright red, but now it just gave her a slight flush, which was still very obvious. Naruto snickered. You know. All those times when you blushed like this I thought you were sick and running a fever. She giggled and covered her face. She lowered her hands and was composed again. I can help you with some of these Naruto. She pointed towards the checklist. I can cook for the party, it's no problem at all. The supplies Wilhelm. Tsunade and Sakura were going to throw a party for you before tonight's events, maybe you could ask to combine parties or absorb theirs. Naruto nodded. To be truthful, he barely heard what she was saying. He couldn't stare away from her eyes, which hid like lavender gems behind a curtain of black hair. She caught him staring at her and then found herself staring at him, with his eyes like polished sapphires gleaming through his spiky yellow hair. She leaned in, making the first move and theirs lips meet in the middle. Electrifying satisfaction blazed through their nerves and sent shivers from the top to the bottom of their spines. That was amazing. She nodded and yawned. It's late, I am going to go to sleep Naruto. Naruto nodded. I'll sleep soon, I've got some things I need to sort first. He kissed her hands and watched her leave. Naruto pulled a key from his pocket and opened a locked cabinet. Inside was a variety of trinkets and collectibles he did not display. If he was robbed they would be safe. Inside up high on a mannequin neck mold was a necklace. It was a thin chain necklace with a toad pendant made of pure jade and trimmed with gold details. Jiraiya had given it to him the day he finished his training during the 3 years away from Konoha. The toad pendant was a precious piece of Jiraiya's past, when he was training to become a sage. When Naruto first received it, he had thought it was a cheap toy Jiraiya had picked as a joke, but Jiraiya shook firmly. Naruto removed the crystal necklace that was given to him by Tsunade and swapped it for the toad pendant. He locked the cabinet and spent a long while caressing the pendant before sleep took him. Naarruuuto. A loud scream sounded. Naruto was in a city, engulfed in rain and lightning. Naruto ran towards the sound. Naruto, help. He picked up the pace. That voice. It's familiar. He entered a clearing and saw the vast ocean which was riddled with debris and building pieces. There was a battle here. Naruto scanned the carnage and spotted a hunched figure. Naruto. He saw the familiar hair and clothing of Jiraiya. He was facing away from Naruto, pervy sage. Naruto called, happiness overtaking him as he ran towards his master. The figure turned and Naruto stopped. Naruto, ooh. Why couldn't you save me? Jiraiya fully turned and his eyes were gouged out of his face and blood was pouring from the socket, 6 blade-like rods were sticking out of his back and he smelt like a corpse. Jiraiya looked up slowly and Naruto screamed. Jiraiya's face began to melt and drip off as he urged closer, you couldn't savvemee. You couldn't save me. The rotting corpse was getting closer and Naruto was paralyzed with fear. Jiraiya's hair was falling out in clumps and he continued to scream, you weak insignificant little freak, you let this happen to me. Jiraiya melted into a puddle of blood, pus and bones, and the roar of Kyuubi's laughter woke Naruto. He screamed so loud his eyesight went blurry, he screamed and screamed and screamed, the sweat ran down his skin, tears rolling down his face as he screamed. Hinata ran into the room and saw Naruto clutching his chest and crying in harsh sobs. He ran to the bathroom and vomited for what seemed like hours. Naruto, it's okay, it was just a nightmare, I am here. He looked at her, it was Jiraiya. He was rotting and screaming at me, calling me weak and insignificant because I could not save him. And he was right, damn it. And the fucking Nine Tails laughed at it all. Naruto sobbed. Hinata picked up Naruto and led him to her bedroom and lay him on the bed. Naruto. Jiraiya loved you like a son, he would never say such a thing. It's the Kyuubi, stress and sadness that is playing with your mind. She lifted his chin and smiled. Stay with me tonight and I will scare away the bad dreams. She brought him close and pulled the cover of them both. Naruto hugged her like a child in a lightning storm. They held each other like this till morning came. Chapter 14, Crumbling Secrets. The warm, pleasant sunlight shone through the curtains and lit the room. Naruto opened his eyes, expecting to be alone in the room. Like usual, Hinata's face was only 4 inches from his own. She was wide awake and looking deep into his eyes. How long have you been watching me? He laughed. She giggled. I have been watching you sleep for the last 15 minutes to be truthful, Naruto. I am sorry but you are just too cute when you sleep. She pecked him on the cheek and got up. He pulled her hand and embraced her in a warm morning kiss. She smiled and poked his chest. If you don't let me get up I won't be able to make breakfast for us. And you do love my cooking, don't you? Naruto burst out of the room and sat at the kitchen table before she realized he was gone. Is this answer enough? Hinata nodded and felt her heart beat harder than usual. I really do love this man. Breakfast consisted of bacon, eggs and orange juice. Naruto leaned back and held in a burp. That was amazing, Hinata. Just like you. She blushed and moved in for a kiss when she noticed someone outside the window. She jerked back and pretended she was flexing her back. Naruto turned to the window and saw Sakura, Ino and Tenten staring in. Naruto opened the door with an annoyed look. Naruto is not here right now, Baka. This automated shadow clone would disperse in 5, 4, 3, 2. Sakura's eyes began to flame and smoke began to plume out her ears. Automated shadow clone my ass. CHAAA. She powered a fist with pure chakra and collided with Naruto and sent him spinning backwards into the room. She composed when she saw Hinata. Oh. Hey Hinata, beautiful morning ain't it? Ino and Tenten entered and sat next to Hinata. In the background Sakura was kicking Naruto's unconscious body. You forgot we were coming, Hinata. Hinata shook her head. No, I remembered. Naruto on the other hand, she turned to Naruto's perished body and the gleaming smile of Sakura as she planted her foot on his chest as if she conquered a mountain. Naruto is all healed up and no sign of scars. Hinata nodded, except the scars you gave him, Sakura. Okay, I'll go scan his mind and we can leave you guys. Hinata's eyes widened. No, Ino, wait. Don't. Ino turned to Hinata. Hinata did not seem sad or hiding something dangerous. Why not? He didn't do anything, did he? Hinata's eyes shifted back and forth and she began playing with her index fingers. No reason. I mean, there's nothing wrong. Hinata was nervous about what people would say about their relationship. She would tell them but she didn't know when. Ino and Tenten laughed. Well, in that case, okay, I'll do it now. Hinata jumped up to stop Ino from pulling the mind transfer hand sign, but it was too late. Ino entered Naruto's mind. After 5 minutes of silence, Ino dropped the hand sign and just stared at Hinata with a smile larger than a watermelon slice. Sakura kept poking Ino. What? What is it? Tell me, damn it. Ino looked at Hinata with question in her eyes. Hinata signed and nodded. Fine, tell them. Ino stood up and embraced Tenten and Sakura in a group hug and screamed. Naruto and Hinata go out and they have kissed. Like so much, oh my god, oh my god. The group began to scream and jump up and down and Hinata just sat there staring in surprise. You guys don't mind? They looked at her with wide bright smiles. Are you kidding? We are so happy for you. It's about time, he realized. They all ran to Naruto and gestured to Hinata. Sorry, he is kinda unconscious. Maybe your kiss can bring him back to life. Sakura laughed evilly. Hinata wanted to surprise them so she walked forward, leaned down and kissed Naruto deeply, slipping a little bit of tongue in, just to screw with their heads. They all stood there with their mouths open to the floor and their eyes twitching. Naruto woke up and scratched his head. Where the? How the? What? The girls, apart from Hinata, jumped up and down screaming again. They ran to Naruto and hugged him to death. Hinata and Naruto walked hand in hand up towards Tsunade's office. Sakura and Ino went to go tell everyone while Tenten went to go tell Neji personally, knowing she could calm him down if need be. Hinata knew everyone would find out by the time the day ends, so they did not mind showing everyone by holding hands. They knocked and Tsunade called, "Come in." They entered and sat on the chairs in front of her desk. "Sue. What's up, love birds?" she said, grinning widely. "Hang on a minute, you called us Granny Tsunade." Tsunade shot a hard look at Naruto. "Indeed I did, and if you call me Granny Tsunade again it will disable your ability to have kids. If you catch my drift." Naruto gulped hard and silenced. "Naruto. I invited you so that I can tell you the results to a test." Naruto groaned. "NNOOOOO, I thought all my tests were over. Gua, please don't send me back to Iruka-sensei." Tsunade shook her head. "Not that kind of test. A paternal test, Naruto. We know who your father and mother are." Naruto looked blankly and a tear rolled down his cheek. "Really? I can know now." Tsunade nodded. "The third Hokage wanted to keep it all a secret to protect you. I think you are far stronger than any of us, so I doubt it matters. And when we tell the people, you will be treated with respect." Naruto stood up. "Who are they?" Tsunade gestured to Naruto. "Well, now sit. Let's start with your mother. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She was a strong-witted, feisty red-haired woman." Naruto stood shocked. "The red-haired woman was?" Tsunade nodded. "Yes, your mother. You possess the yellow hair of your father, however." Naruto looked up, and he was. Tears of happiness and confusion rolled down his cheeks. "Your father was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage who saved and sealed the Kyuubi inside you. You are his son." Naruto stared blankly, then he lowered his head into his hands. "My own father gave me this curse. This darkness." His sobs increased. "He did this. Why?" Tsunade placed her hand on his shoulder. "I can only imagine it was because he believed you were strong and would grow to control the Kyuubi and save the world with its power. He put both his and Kushina's love and trust into you. Are you okay, Naruto?" Hinata kissed his cheek and rubbed his back. Naruto nodded and squeezed her hand. He controlled his tears and raised a little smile at the both of them. "I should be fine. I am the son of the Hokage after all. And someday I will take my place as Hokage and continue my father's dream." Chapter 15. A Son's Redemption. Naruto and Hinata walked down the stairway exiting the Hokage's building. As soon as they walked out the door they were bombarded by hugs and shouts as their friends mauled their existence. "Congratulations!" and "Nah, cute!" were thrown loudly in their general direction. A sea of arms picked up Naruto and Hinata and separated them as the crowds of boys or girls left to question their captive. Naruto stretched his hand out towards Hinata. She did the same as the gap between them grew bigger. He blew a kiss. She caught it. He activated a shadow clone and made sure it was not seen. They would come in handy when they escaped. Naruto was placed down and all his friends patted him on the shoulder and began asking questions like it was their last day to speak. "Have you two kissed yet?" Naruto nodded and turned to the next question. Kiba was grinning. "Have you done?" "You know." Naruto went bright red. "We've only been going out for a few days, Baka. To tell you the truth, we already love each other like we were together for years." He smiled to himself and thought about her lavender eyes. "All right, spill it, Hinata." Tamari stood with her hands planted on her hips. "How long? What have you done? And how far have you gone?" The girls grinned evilly and seemed to tower over Hinata. Nothing. Naruto-kun and I have only been going out for a few days. We have kissed thou." They all squealed. Was he any good at kissing? Tenten snickered. It was amazing. "We have only been going out for a few days but it feels like years." Ino laughed. "That's only because you have followed him for years." They all laughed aloud. While they were holding their sides she noticed a shadow clone watching the group. He gestured. 2 minutes, be ready to run." She nodded and smiled. Although it was a clone, she could tell it loved her just as much as Naruto. They all looked up and asked, "He loves you. You know that, right?" Hinata nodded and smiled. "It was our love that kept the Kyuubi from rampaging, or so I was told by Tsunade." They all patted Hinata on the shoulder. "We believe it. We are just so happy that at least one of us has a boyfriend, the rest of us, well, call it a work in progress." They all played with their index fingers, almost identical to how Hinata used to do it. Ino out her hands on Hinata's sides and pretended to dance. "Sue, when are you two gonna do it him?" Her grin distorted the words. Hinata blushed brightly. "Well, what do you mean by it?" They all laughed. "Don't play fool with us, Ms. Hyuga, we know you know." Hinata was about to change topic when a smoke bomb hit the floor and Hinata felt strong arms pick her up and leap upwards. "It's about time, Naruto." The clone winked. If my clone is in place, it's about time I use a very special jutsu. Naruto coughed and gained their attention. What is the one woman in the village you all find attractive? Every one of you must agree. The boys huddled and whispered for a good 1 minute, they turned and smiled. That girl Ayame, the one who works at Ichiraku. She's got a real nice rack and eyes that could melt your heart. Naruto laughed out loud. You guys made a big mistake, ha ha ha. They all turned to him puzzled, confused and slightly provoked, but it was too late. Naruto called out, Sexy Waroke no Jutsu. Naruto's body changed in an instant to the butt-naked and smiling body of Ayame. The boy's eyes drifted from her face to her breasts to where the legs meet. Each of them turned pale. Suddenly and violently each of them released a nosebleed equal to a volcano, spraying blood and mumbling words of pleasure as they hit the floor, which was now covered in a puddle of blood and excited boys. Naruto laughed and jumped towards the roof where the clone will meet him. Naruto saw the clone and whistled to it. The clone ran alongside Naruto and threw Hinata into his arms before exploding into a cloud of smoke. Now that it's the real you, how about a kiss? Naruto bent down and kissed Hinata hard. They heard angry screams and saw a kunai fly past their head. On the kunai was one of Tenten's stun bombs. Baka, get back here. Naruto could hear the furious killer intent in Sakura's voice. Run faster, Naruto. Hinata was giggling. Naruto looked like he was going to die, and perhaps he was. Naruto took a sharp left into an alley, missing a shuriken by 2 inches. He turned to see the oncoming horde of angry comrades, led by Sakura and Ino, who had turned a sickly red in their furious anger. I need to SLWO those two down. But how? He thought for a second. Bingo, aha. He activated a shadow clone and filled him in on the plan. The clone laughed. Good idea, Naruto. Naruto nodded. Thanks, Naruto. Now get to work. The clone stopped and activated a transformation jutsu and filled the alley with smoke. The oncoming group stopped and waited for it to clear. Sakura and Ino were about to run through the fog when they saw the outline of a very familiar figure. There stood a tall, slim and sexy Sasuke, who only wore a sexy smirk and nothing else. Completely naked, he looked at the two girls and grinned. Hey ladies, you are looking hot. How about we hit the spas for a little R&RI? The sexy Sasuke stretched his arms and flexed his muscles, and I do mean all of them. The two girls collapsed and arterial jets of blood began squirting from their noses as their eyes rolled to the top of their heads and their cheeks blushed. The shadow clone Sasuke laughed and changed back into Naruto and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Kiba ran to the two comatose girls and yelled, "You idiots, it was only a transformation jutsu. Hurry up." The two girls regained their composure and emotions, then lost it in a malaisecond in a scream of rage, Naruto. The hunt began again. Naruto and Hinata were laughing so hard they could barely run. Hinata looked back and groaned, "Here they come again, Naruto. It's not like we can scare them away." Naruto nodded, then he slapped his head. "Of course we can, I know just the guy for the job, haha." The two began running towards the Junin common room. They burst through the doors and passed Kakashi, who was too busy reading Ika Ika Paradise to care. Kotetsu was stuffing his face with raw syrup and making almost pleasurable noises at each bite. Azuma was nowhere to be seen. Captain Yamato stood up and yelled, "You two can't be in here, this room is for Junin only. Unless you plan on." His face contorted into a stare of pure horror and defiance, his eyes turned still and his face darkened. This is what Naruto had told Hinata about, breaking the rules. Naruto jumped back and screamed, "See, I told you, Hinata, he can do it easily." He turned to Yamato, "I need you to scare away the oncoming crowd." "I kinda turned into naked people and made them pass out and go berserk." Yamato shook his head, "I am sorry, Naruto, but I can't. I am trying to save up money for my two girls and can't afford to waste time. Unless you plan on helping me support them, if you catch my meaning." Naruto swore under his breath and slapped a large pile of coins into Yamato's hand. "Baka." Yamato smiled happily, "Thank you, Naruto, this will go towards their college fund." Yamato covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Kakashi, "Peef, when I mean girls I mean the two friendly ladies down at the Naughty Dragon, ha ha ha, wanna join me?" Kakashi slapped Yamato a high five and they turned towards the door. "Consider it done, Naruto, we haven't seen you at all today." Kakashi nodded. They waited by the door and spotted the oncoming horde of angry comrades. "Well, now you can't come in here, this is Junin only, so I am going to have to ask you kids to leave, please." Sakura gritted her teeth, "Don't play the authority role with me, Kakashi. We saw Naruto and Hinata run into here, don't play dumb." Yamato looked at Kakashi dumbly, "Have you seen Naruto?" Kakashi, he looked back, "No, I have not seen him at all today. We have been too busy counting that pile of gold we earned from our lemonade stand. That's all." Under his mask he put on an angelic smile and played the innocent teacher role. Kiba snarled and jumped onto the wall and began to climb up the building. When he reached the roof he stared 5 inches away from Yamato's. His face changed, Yamato's eyes became as still as rocks, his face darkened and so did the sky around him, his pupils seemed to grow then shrink and his cool voice chilled Kiba's soul to the core. You would not be planning on breaking in, would you? Because that's breaking the rules. And people who break the rules tend to disappear. Kiba's eyes turned white, sweat dripped from him like a shower and his limp body fell and hit the ground hard. He began to sprint like hell in the opposite direction of the group. If he had a tail like Akamaru, it would also be in between his legs. Yamato stared down at the group, his stare growing colder and darker. Does anyone else want to try it? They all gulped loudly and shook their head. Good, now how about you guys go play somewhere else for a while? Sound good. They all screamed and ran in all directions away from Yamato. No one looked back as they ran faster than ever. Kakashi laughed. Speaking of playing, how about we go inform those lovely ladies down at the Naughty Dragon on their future pay rise? Yamato. He slapped his back and they began walking towards the shady district of Konoha. Naruto and Hinata had watched the whole thing. They were laughing uncontrollably and noticed they were alone in the room. Kotetsu had been dragged away screaming from his pot of syrup by Izumo a few minutes before. They looked into each other's eyes and smiled. Well, now that's over, I would have bought you lunch, Hinata. But it seems Yamato is going to invest something other than his daughters. If he even has any. Baka, Hinata giggled. Oh, I don't really mind, Naruto. As long as I am with you I am the happiest girl alive. She caressed his cheek and he felt so turned on her, pulled her in and kissed her with such passion she shivered. She opened her mouth and slid her tongue into his mouth and permitted him to do the same. The muscles danced around each other like a royal ball and they were both breathing hard and heavy. Naruto. We can't do it now, I am not ready. Especially in this place. She giggled and so did he. I know, Hinata, I would never go any further unless you ask me to. Because I love you. She placed her hand on his cheek. I love you to Naruto. I always have and always will. Naruto smiled. Yeah, but I love you more. She pushed him. No, I love you more. They fell on top of each other laughing. Nope, nope, I love you more, hee. This continued for another 2 minutes. Nagato sat on the balcony of the Hidden Rain's tallest tower. He was in Yahiko's body, which allowed him to drink sake and enjoy the day's pleasures. In a few months they will attack and take the Kyuubi to Madara and bring this world to peace. He felt rage burrow in him and he threw the glass at a nearby building in utter rage. Nagato. Maybe I can ease your mind. Konan stood behind him, wearing her robe and a faint smile. Konan. I am sorry, I let my pain take over. She smiled. You have expressed enough pain for one day. Now you need to relax. Nagato. I used to love Yahiko, but I've moved on. I want you. Nagato smiled. Even though my body is Yahiko's. Surely you don't love that corpse of a body that is controlling Yahiko, do you? Konan shook her head. I love the man behind the bodies. I love the man with the eyes. If Yahiko is the only way you can touch me, then let it be so. Nagato, in Yahiko's body, kissed Konan on the lips then trailed down her neck. She dropped her robe and was wearing nothing beneath. He kissed down her collarbone to her breasts. We will change this world, Nagato. They will know pain. But pain is a close relative to pleasure, wouldn't you agree? She wrapped her legs around him and removed his clothes. They made love under the dark sky of the Hidden Rain. Evil can enjoy its own pleasures, it seems. Chapter 16. Feelings before Myoboku. She caressed his cheek and he felt so turned on her, pulled her in and kissed her with such passion she shivered. She opened her mouth and slid her tongue into his mouth and permitted him to do the same. The muscles danced around each other like a royal ball and they were both breathing hard and heavy. Naruto. We can't do it now, I am not ready. Especially in this place. She giggled and so did he. I know, Hinata, I would never go any further unless you ask me to. Because I love you. She placed her hand on his cheek. I love you to Naruto. I always have and always will. Naruto smiled. Yeah, but I love you more. She pushed him. No, I love you more. They fell on top of each other laughing. Nope, nope, I love you more, hee. This continued for another 2 minutes. 1 month later. Do you have your things, Naruto? Hinata had double-checked his luggage to make sure he was fully packed and ready to leave. Although she didn't want him to leave, she knew it was for the better of the village and himself. The training he would undergo at Mount Myoboku would make Naruto strong. And who knows, he might return as a Toad Sage. I don't care, just as long as he does come back, that's all I could ask for. Naruto nodded and kissed Hinata on the lips. I won't be gone too long, believe me. It's going to hurt me more to be away from you. She embraced him close and cried into his chest. Just please return, Naruto-kun. He smiled. God, I love it when you call me that. It's cute. She smiled and jabbed a finger into his chest. There's a lot more waiting for you when you get back, Mr. Uzumaki. Naruto thought about his future. He wanted to make her Mrs. Uzumaki so badly, but they have not even Hiashi yet. He is going to kill Naruto. Boy oh boy, I can't wait. Naruto's friends approached him and joined in the embrace. Lee was also crying, oh brother, come on Lee, quit it already. A large plume of smoke interrupted the embrace and they all turned to the small toad standing before them. Hello Fukusaku, the toad nodded. Hello Naruto, are you ready? Naruto nodded, just give me a few minutes to talk to people, okay? The toad grunted and gave a nod. Tsunade approached Naruto and placed her hands on his shoulders. She looked like she was also about to cry. Please Naruto. Come back strong and take your place as Hokage when you are ready. Just come back. She crushed him in a steel hug. Sakura was next. Hers was even stringer. At least her breasts aren't as big as Tsunade's. They were like suffocating orbs of death. She pushed him back. Come back safely. There is a girl here who cares deeply for you. Naruto nodded. I know Sakura. I won't let Hinata down. Sakura stepped back and let Naruto go see Kakashi. Naruto noticed small tears in her eyes. Maybe I should ask what is wrong. Nah, she's just sad to see me go. Sakura watched Naruto leave and converse with Kakashi and Yamato. She felt tears well up in her eyes. She excused herself and went to the nearest alleyway. Why the fuck did I say that? He thought I was talking about Hinata. But I was not. Not this time. Tears fell down her cheek. I'm so stupid. I am losing myself. Naruto is supposed to be the depressed one. Not me. I am supposed to love Sasuke. She punched a hole into the wall and felt satisfied at the destruction and pain she caused. No one had noticed. Or so she thought. She stared at her bloodied fist and began to sob louder. Sasuke is a criminal. I turned down Naruto so much he lost feelings for me and now I have nothing. Baka. I was so stubborn. She began walking towards the lake to gather her thoughts. Maybe it would be best if I was not there to say goodbye. Just like Naruto. I have not noticed the ones who love me. Sitting atop the roof near the alleyway, sat a pale-skinned boy. He had drawn the scene of Sakura punching a wall with tears rolling down her face. He closed his sketchbook and followed her. Oh Sasuke. What have you done to my teammates? Sai's fist tightened and he pursued Sakura, hoping she would not do what Naruto had almost done. Naruto waved goodbye and spent 2 minutes kissing Hinata passionately. He looked among the crowd. Hi teachers, his friends and his squad mates, but that was not right, only Kakashi was there. Where is Sakura and Sai? He looked left and right and saw nothing. He went to run after them but Fukusaku grabbed his leg. We can't waste any more time, let's go, Hinata yelled. Naruto, I love you. Naruto gripped his heart. I love you too. The jutsu was taking effect. He began to slowly fade. He became transparent and beginning to fade from Konoha to Myoboku. Before his vision faded from one land to another, he saw Sakura and Sai return. He called to her but she would not acknowledge his goodbye. He began to stride toward her. With each step his body began more and more transparent and harder to move. The teleportation jutsu was always slow to begin with. This is because Naruto is an outsider and is not a sage and due to the large amount of luggage being teleported to Myoboku. Sakura, hey, come back and say goodbye. She walked down the road not paying attention to Naruto. Sakura. What the hell is wrong with you? I am going for a month, at least say goodbye. She whirled around and fixed her tear-stained face and whispered in a creaky voice, Naruto, I love you. I put all my hopes on Sasuke, and the asshole just keeps killing and fucking killing. Naruto recoiled and looked to see if anyone was listening. They were alone. Naruto. You have always been there for me and I was too much of a stuck-up bitch to notice. And I am sorry. Naruto looked away. Naruto. I love you. But I waited too long and turned you down too much, and now I have no one. I mean, you love me. Naruto began to shake his head. Sakura. I used to love you. But you were never mine and I love Hinata now. Naruto's legs faded completely and he floated there like a ghost. No Naruto. You still love me, I know it, please don't do this, I can't live alone like this. Naruto pointed to the group of friends. Then go find a boyfriend. I am sure they would go out with you, but I don't love you anymore, I love Hinata. You should know that, we have gone out for more than a month now and it's never going to change. Sakura began to cry harder. What is left for me? Their friends turned and began to watch with worry in their eyes. What the fuck is left for me? The man I loved is a fucking murderer who never noticed me and now you are leaving me too. Naruto was becoming very annoyed and slightly angry. Sakura's fists were tightening as she was also growing furious. I love Hinata, unlike you, she was there for me, she always has. All you ever did was ignore me, Sakura. You fucking hurt me, then you make me promise you to rescue that fucking asshole who gave little or no shit about you. Sakura flared at him. At least Sasuke is not a fucking monster who only hurts people. At least he is not a fucking demon fox like you. At least Sasuke knew his parents, you fucking heartless asshole. Everyone in the crowd winced at the crowd, the whole village went silent, not even the leaves made a noise. Naruto began to back away, his body actually seemed to grow more solid than opaque, but this seemed to flicker on and off as he stood there silently. Sakura gasped realizing what she had said, tears began to stream down her face. Naruto. I'm sorry. I was not in control of my actions. Naruto stood silently and all at once he cracked, tears spilled out of his eyes, his lips puckered and he fell to his knees. I have heard it from many mouths. But to hear it from yours. He began to cry harder and harder. Hinata ran to his side and placed his head on her shoulder. She glared up at Sakura. Sakura began to run towards Naruto. No, no, no. Naruto, I didn't mean it. Naruto, it wasn't nice of me to say it. She ran faster trying to get to Naruto. His tears half ghost half real. She was 1 meter away from him when she tried to hug him, but before she could touch him he faded completely into the land on Myoboku. No. Damn it, send me there now, I got to apologize. Tsunade gulped and shook her head. They are both gone, Sakura. Only a toad can take them there. They are gone for a month. That's why there could be no problems before he left. Sakura fell to her knees crying. Ino came to her side and comforted her. Sakura stood and put her hand on Hinata. I am sorry. Hi. Hinata turned with a vicious snarl and swiped Sakura's hand off her. She spat on Sakura's shoes and stood closer. He trusted you and loved you as a sister. He told me that once. And this is what you do to him. Everyone gasped at the ferocity in Hinata's voice. He trusted you. And you call him a fucking monster. I think he was wrong for once. Naruto would never be related to such an arrogant, selfish, lustful little bitch like you. Sakura wiped her eyes and spoke. You have every right to be angry with me. Take your time, I deserve it. If this friendship is over then I'll respect your decision. Hinata threw a punch into a telephone pole and brought it snapping down. Am I angry, Sakura? Well, forgive me for standing up for the village's most hated person and my true love. Give me some time to cool off and we can talk. She turned to the shocked Hokage, Tsunade. Give me the most recent S-rank mission. I've got a whole head full of anger and I would rather kill enemies than our fellow villagers. She glared at Sakura. Off in the distance, a strange-looking plant seemed to laugh at the situation and sink back into the earth. Naruto's body warped into the colorful swamp-like land of Myoboku, but he hit the ground crying. Fukasaku had heard the ordeal and walked up to the blonde and placed his claw on his shoulder. We will train in 2 days, that will give you enough time to consult with your inner self. Naruto nodded and continued crying. I am back at square one. But this time I don't have Hinata. This is going to be really shit. Chapter 17, Fury of the Huntress. Hinata dove into enemy territory. She had done S-rank mission after S-rank mission for the last 2 days, and ruthlessly succeeding in each. Soon there will be none left and it'll be forced to go back to the village. She hit the soft dirt floor and heard the alarm sound as Sensory Ninja detected her chakra. Rows of armed men spilled from the huts and bunkers of the enemy stronghold as they charged towards her. In her clasped hands shone a blood-stained silver katana from the Hyuga family armory. The red cold steel made her feel alive and she charged into the crowd of men, slicing and dicing through the men as if they were grass. She was furious and couldn't control her rage. She had been furious and deeply depressed over the Naruto incident. The worst bit of it all was Naruto fading into Myoboku, and I couldn't stop the jutsu in the slightest. Naruto was already under the teleportation jutsu when Sakura confessed her love and anger towards Naruto. He was stuck between both worlds and Hinata could not even touch his face or stop the jutsu from taking him away all alone. A big man charged at her with a large pole axe. She made 2 swipes and the mont's arms severed and he hit the ground screaming. There were too many of them to swing her katana, so she sheathed it with such dexterity it looked like it disappeared from her hand entirely. She drew out 2 kunai, 1 in each hand and dove into the crowd of men, spinning and lunging as she turned 100 men into 100 piles of meat. She entered the main complex and activated Byakugan and spotted a huddled figure in the basement. She smashed down a large locked door and called out in her soft kind voice, "Hello. I am from the Leaf and I mean you no harm." She heard footsteps and the faint silhouette of a man appeared. He had a bag around his head and he was feeling around blindly for something to hold on. He muffled speech. They must have gagged him as well. "It's okay, I am from the Leaf. Take my hand, it'll lead you through the complex. It's best you don't take off the bag. Don't worry, it'll guide you." She took the man by the hand and led him through the body-filled corridor, trying to avoid him stepping on a body or puddle of blood. She led him out the back and into the surrounding forest and traveled at least 1 mile away from the stronghold before sitting him down on a rock next to a calm river. "I am going to remove the bag, okay?" The man nodded, or at least she thought he was a man. No doubt it was male, but he seemed more like a teenager than an actual man. However, his body was strong and she felt great chakra coming from inside him. He wore tattered clothes that looked like they were from Suna. She removed the bag and gasped, Gaara. Gaara nodded and gave a slight smile. It seems I was destined to see the leaf again. Hinata gulped hard. He was the same kid who almost destroyed Konoha with his tailed beast Shikaku. What are you doing out here? He looked down at his feet. Well, I am not at Suna, that's for sure. A tear trailed down his cheek and the auburn-haired boy began to weep. Hinata, all too familiar with the sight, rushed to his side and held him. It was only a month ago I was doing the same for Naruto. 2 days ago didn't really count. I could not even touch him. She stroked his hair and it began to rain. She led him to a cave and sat him down. Gaara had multiple cuts and lacerations along his arms. She was shocked. Gaara. Your arms. I thought the sand protected you from others. He hid his arms under a blanket and sighed. It protects me from others, yes. But it can't protect me from my own actions. Not anymore. She winced as she realized he had cut himself. So how did you end up in the forest and why are you no longer at Suna? I received a mission to free a hostage but I didn't expect you. He looked down at his feet and began. I was banished from Suna. Kicked out. Abandoned, all because I am a Jinchuriki. Hinata felt a great pang of sorrow for Gaara, who had been through the same as Naruto, if not worse. He wiped tears from his eyes and looked up. They tied me up and Lady Chio drained almost all my chakra to give them a fair chance to get away and hopefully I would die. Instead a group of bandits found me and put me up for sale claiming I was an important leaf spy with valuable information. He looked sadder than ever. Know that you know I am useless to the leaf, you are going to leave me. I am of no use to anyone now. Hinata shook her head and grabbed his arm. Valuable or not, you are a friend of Naruto and you are coming back to the village. Naruto awoke to the sound of croaking, buzzing and chirping. The wildlife of Myoboku was singing away at the meaningless day and Naruto felt like vomiting. Good to see you are up. Naruto looked up to see Fukasaku, who was smiling and trying to hold in laughter. He failed in doing so. Don't worry, you will get used to sleeping in Myoboku. Well, you don't have a voice really. Naruto yawned and stretched his limbs. So. Naruto, how are you feeling? Emotionally. Because the mind can take effect on the body. Naruto stared at his hands. Well, I am fine now. Sakura didn't mean to say those things. But they were in her mind. I can't keep becoming depressed like this. I need to start bottling these things up again and I will be fine. He smiled warmly and pulled a thumbs up. Plus Hinata is waiting for me so I got to speed this training up. Fukasaku smiled and walked out of the hut. Well, Jiraiya boy. Your student sure is gutsy. A lot like you. Gaara and Hinata walked through the village gates and proceeded to Tsunade's office. Luckily no one noticed them, which made Gaara feel a lot better. They were just outside Tsunade's office when Hinata turned to Gaara and gestured. Wait here and I will call you in to meet her. She has no doubt heard of you. Gaara nodded and watched Hinata enter the office and close the door behind her. Ah, Hinata, you are back. It was obviously a success. But I am more concerned about you. Are you okay? Hinata expected herself to snarl or tighten her fist, but it seems she used up all her anger. I am fine now. I feel bad for what I said to Sakura and I am sorry my anger got the better of me. Tsunade snorted. Although you were angry, you sure as hell got a lot of dangerous missions done. The mission board has never been so clean. For that I thank you. Hinata smiled and bowed. Was there something else, Hinata? Where is the captured spy? Hinata looked over her shoulder. He was not a spy, Tsunade. The Hokage blinked surprised and gestured for her to continue. The bandits were holding Gaara of the Sand. He is a Jinchuriki like Naruto. Please understand. Tsunade cut her off. So you brought a Jinchuriki to the village. Why on earth would you do that without asking? He could be unstable. Hinata winced and tried to defend Gaara. I should have, yes. But it's just. Hinata felt a lump in her throat. He's just like Naruto, Tsunade. Suna threw him out and abandoned him in the woods and left him to die. They hate him because he is a Jinchuriki. Just like Naruto. He is so sad and depressed, he has even tried to take his own life. He's no different to how Naruto was. Tsunade nodded and took a gulp of sake to clear her thoughts. Ooh, alright. I do understand why you did it. Send him in please. Hinata turned around and called out, Gaara. You can come in now. The door opened and Tsunade saw the most miserable person she had ever seen. Each step he took was slow and meaningless. His face was covered in tears and he seemed not to care about his own existence. Naruto was not as bad as this. Poor child. Gaara raised his head and smiled softly. Lady Hokage. It's a pleasure. To meet you. His smile quivered and Tsunade's heart broke at the sight of it. Gaara. I would like to welcome you to the Leaf Village. We welcome all Jinchuriki as our own, and if that's not a policy then I am making it now. Tsunade was fighting back tears. She had not been so depressed since Naruto's accident and her husband, Dan's death. She composed herself and thought up the plans. Well, Hinata and Naruto live together, so I'll have to put you with another supporter. She stared at Gaara's cut and bleeding arms and it was clear. I'll put you with Sakura. She is a very nice woman who lives on her own and she is excellent at medical ninjutsu. Gaara looked up and smiled. I think I need it. I haven't been stabbed or slashed, but it feels like my heart hurts. What is it, Lady Hokage? Tsunade gasped. Oh, nothing. Please call me Tsunade. Go and see Sakura now, you too, Hinata. Go. They left the room and Tsunade collapsed onto her desk crying. The poor child does not know he is in emotional pain. His heart is destroyed. She took a deep gulp of sake and pondered to herself. All the lonely people. Where did they all come from? Sakura, it's Hinata. She was standing outside Sakura's apartment with a bouquet of flowers and a big warm hug waiting. Sakura opened the door and Hinata flew into her arms hugging her. Oh Sakura, I am so sorry. I was furious and I should have never struck out at you. Sakura shook her head. No, it was me, please, I deserved it. Hinata gave her the flowers and wiped her eyes. That's not what I believe in, I want us to be best friends again, please. Sakura wiped her own eyes in response. Nothing would make me happier, Hinata. The two girls went inside and talked about girly stuff and ate from a tub of ice cream. Hinata smiled and pointed at Sakura. I have something I need to tell you. I was sent on a mission to recover a hostage and he's back in the village now. Sakura smiled. I heard you went on a rank spree, haha. Who's the guy you rescued? Hinata looked nervous. Well, he needs a place to stay until he gets sorted out. Do you think he can stay here? He's in such a terrible shape, both physically and mentally, and Tsunade thinks your medical skills can help. Sakura thought for a moment and nodded. I'd love to help out, so where's he from? Sakura took a big bite out of the ice cream and watched Hinata decide on what to say. Well, he's from Suna. He was abandoned and kicked out of Suna for being, well, different. Sakura nodded. She knew what this kid was going through. It was the same thing Naruto went through, so when is he getting here? A knock came at the door. Hinata smiled and gestured. That's him now, I guess. Sakura took a deep breath and composed herself. Come in, please. The door opened and Sakura heard footsteps approach the kitchen. An auburn-haired boy entered the room and looked up at Sakura with surprise and utter sadness. I'm sorry for what I did to you and Naruto. He fell against the wall of the kitchen and slid down into a fetal position and began to cry. I'm sorry. I hurt you, during the Chunin exams. Sakura ran to his side and placed her arms around him. It was not your fault. It was the Shikaku. Not you, okay. Come on to the table, I'll make you some cocoa. She led the auburn-haired boy to the table and Hinata rubbed his back. You are doing fine, Gaara. He looked up and his tears ceased. Sakura brought a cup of cocoa to the boy and sat back down. Do you have any luggage, Gaara? He shook his head. They burned all my belongings and killed my pet cat. I am alone. Sakura looked at Hinata concerned and looked back at the damaged boy. Well, tomorrow we can go buy you some things for your room. This apartment is too big for me on my own. Plus Hinata earned a lot of money from those S-rank missions she was on. Hinata, she nodded. For the first time in years, Gaara's heart hurt a little less, and he smiled. Chapter 18. Same situation, different man. Hinata thanked Sakura for the food and gave Gaara a warm hug and told him positive things. You will be great here in the village, you will meet lots of friends. Gaara nodded, but inside he was not too sure she was correct. He felt like an outsider in this village, but they all showed such compassion towards Gaara and Naruto and any other Jinchuriki willing to pass by. Yes, thank you, Hinata-chan. Hinata blushed and patted his shoulder. We are all friends in the leaf, Gaara. You don't need to use titles, okay? Sakura snickered. Oh, is that why you still do it to Naruto? Hinata turned bright red and fled from Sakura's apartment in a heavy sprint. Gaara turned to Sakura and lightly smiled. So Naruto and Hinata are. Sakura nodded and grinned. It took him long enough to notice her. What a baka. Oh, I suppose you aren't aware. Naruto is off training at Mount Myoboku and won't be back for a while. Gaara nodded and looked slightly saddened after hearing this. Naruto was the first friend I ever made. I would like to see him again. Sakura nodded and looked puzzled. Gaara. What about Temari and Kankuro? Temari was in the Leaf Village a little less than 10 hours ago. She left on a mission ordered by the Cage. Gaara's hands shook and he turned his face away from Sakura, shielding the hot tears streaming down his face. He could not control it any longer and he burst into loud fits of sorrow. Sakura ran to his side and brought him in the living room to the sofa. There, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. She rubbed his back and stroked his ruffled hair. Kankuro and Temari were sent far away from Suna, so that they could effectively banish me without trouble. Sakura's fists clenched and she felt red-hot rage drift into her. When will they return to Suna, Gaara? Gaara was unable to speak. His cries left him speechless, so he held up 4 fingers. 4 days. Gaara shook his head. 4 months. Gaara nodded and the situation became very clear to Sakura. The case cage had sent Temari and Kankuro, who were Gaara's closest family, far away from Gaara to lower the risk and heighten their success. They were gone. The hidden Sans Anbu had swept in and kidnapped Gaara and torched his house and belongings and left him to die in the forest without any chakra or food. Then he was captured by bandits and sold for ransom. Sakura felt sick. This is 100x worse than what has happened to Naruto. Poor Gaara. She held him close and the light sound of rain began to patter along the roof. Nagato felt different these last few weeks. His relationship with Konan was not a simple fling. They both loved each other with furious passion that was unmatched in the hidden rain. He still thirsted for Konoha's blood, but so did she. He lay in his bed thinking about her. He wished he had functional legs and great enough strength to lead the Akatsuki without hiding. If I can just get a hold of some healing body jutsu, I would be free from this paralyzed existence. He recalled an ex-Akatsuki member who dealt with this sort of area. Orochimaru. Maybe we can strike a bargain. Konan sat up in bed and looked at him. What did you say, Nagato? Konan and Nagato began sleeping with each other the night Konan confessed her love. Although she had sex with Nagato through Yahiko's body, she wanted to sleep and touch Nagato's real body and feel his real breath on her face. He didn't mind. In fact, he loved being able to touch Konan with his real hands. Now all he needed was to be complete again. I want to see Orochimaru. I need his expertise, Konan. She cocked an eyebrow and smiled. 4. Quote. Nagato pulled down the cover and revealed his dead and useless legs and looked back up at her. I want to be whole again. I want to bury Yahiko and be with you in full body and mind, Konan. She nodded and stroked his chest. It would be nice to bury Yahiko. After all these years he can be put at rest and can watch over our future plans. Nagato nodded. Take me to Orochimaru. We must bargain with the snake. Konan nodded and after they were dressed, Nagato entered Yahiko for the last time and followed Konan to Orochimaru's new hideout. The rain had become heavier as the day went on. Sakura and Gaara decided to go visit Hinata, who was inviting a whole group of friends to talk and hang out. They walked outside and Sakura locked the door behind her. She took 3 paces and slapped her head. Oh, I am such a baka. I forgot my umbrella. Damn. Gaara placed out his hand to stop her. He looked mildly amused at her expression and he smiled. With a snap of his fingers a large cloud of sand gathered from the streets and formed a hovering stick-less umbrella that followed Gaara. He linked his arm around Sakura's and walked her towards Hinata's apartment. Not a single drop of water touched Sakura. What a gentleman. Why thank you. He dropped his umbrella and the sand turned to mush in the streets as they climbed the stairs to Naruto's apartment, which was now serving as Hinata's. They knocked on the door. Gaara took a deep breath and pulled his long sleeves further down to hide the scars. Sakura. This was the first time he started a conversation with her. What if they don't like me? I was so violent during Chunin exams. It's not me anymore. Sakura held his hand and squeezed tight. It silenced him and they both blushed a tiny bit. The door opened and a bright smiling Hinata welcomed them in. She was wearing her usual tight jeans but she wore a black tank top which complemented her curves. I wish I had boobs like that. Gaara stepped inside and Hinata gave him a hug which made him blush even more. Come on in, I'll introduce you to everyone. Sakura realized Gaara was hiding a large satchel on his side. What's in it? Gaara made sure no one was listening. I heard that giving presents is a good way to make friends, so I'm making presents for everyone. Making presents. Sakura entered the lounge and told everyone about the new guest in Konoha. He's never lived here before. And he's kinda shy, so be nice. You can come in now. Gaara took another deep breath and wiped his eyes to make sure there were no tears. He stepped in. They all looked shockingly at Gaara. Many mouths open and a few angry glares. He's the bastard who almost destroyed this village. Kiba growled and so did Akamaru. Neji stood and prepared to attack. Whatever he's got in his bag, I am sensing a lot of chakra. Let's take him out, Lee. Rock Lee nodded and Tenten went to back them up, drawing a scroll. Hinata and Sakura jumped in front of Gaara with their arms outstretched protecting him. They screamed, stoop. Kiba lunged at Gaara and forced him to fall backwards and drop the satchel. Gaara unshouldered his bag and ran out the door, small droplets of water visible on the floorboards. Hinata, knowing all too well that the chakra in each drop meant they were tears, turned to her friends and screamed directly at the group. They all flinched backwards. Look at what you have done. Sakura ran out the door calling after Gaara, come back. It was a misunderstanding. Please, Gaara. Hinata stared at her friends and pointed at the floorboards. Neji. Look at those drops of water. Why do they have chakra in them? Neji gulped and looked down at his feet. Because they are Gaara's tears. The group looked horrified at what they had done. You thought what he had in his bag was suspicious. Take a damn look then. You don't deserve them. The group peeled open the cover to Gaara's carry bag and peered inside. Inside was 10 little statues, each had a person's name engraved on it. The statues were each a masterpiece. The statues were made of compressed sand that Gaara infused with his chakra to hold together in the shape he creates. Li's statue was of Gai-sensei standing tall on a mountain. Tenten's statue was a kunai coming out of a scroll. Neji's statue was of the Hyuga clan symbol Wih2 shinobi holding it up. Kiba's statue was a great warrior clad in armor who was riding a wolf as big as a horse. Shino's statue was a beautiful flower with multiple bugs in its surface. Hinata's statue featured a boy and a girl kissing. They looked like Naruto and Hinata but smaller. Shikamaru's statue was a great shoji piece. Choji's statue was a great platter of detailed food items set on a great podium. Ino's statue was a detailed brain that seemed to glow, and finally Sakura's statue was biggest of all. A large statue of Team Kakashi during the Chunin exams, each detail was sculpted to perfection. Oh god. We better go help find him, guys. Gaara, come back. The call came from behind him. He needed to run faster or he would make more people angry or hurt. That's all I ever do. He took a sharp left in an alleyway and sat down against the wall and cried, why does this happen to me? Why me? He hit himself with his clenched fist and began to sob harder. I am a monster and my own father kicked me out of Suna. My only home. And now they are kicking me out of my new home. His hands and feet were muddy. He did not grab his shoes on the way out and his coat was torn when he was running, so he tore off his coat and shirt and sat there bare-chested. The rain poured down hard on him and he felt so cold and worthless. I deserve every drop. He curled up in a ball and placed his ear to the muddy concrete and let high tears join the stream of water flowing into the gutters. If only I had a kunai. Maybe the sand will let me do it this time. He heard footsteps and began to cry harder, knowing he won't die today. I must end it somehow. Where are you, Gaara? She called out to the auburn-haired boy, but heard no response as the dark sky screamed its windy rage upon the village. She was about to retrace her steps when she saw something down an alleyway. A person was topless, covered in dirt and curled up into a ball on the wet concrete. Before she registered who it was, she heard his cries, Gaara. She ran to his side and tore off her coat and covered him from the rain. She noticed in his hand was a rusted piece of metal that was sharp to a point. Gaara was trying to push it into his heart, but there was a pillar of sand coming out his chest, stopping him from pushing it inwards. The sand was keeping him alive. No, 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 no. Let me do it. Please let me ge what I want. Kill me. He noticed Sakura and continued to break down. Please, Gaara. They didn't mean it. They are just shocked. Right now they are appreciating your gifts. Please just come with me. Gaara let Sakura pick him up. They began heading back to Hinata's apartment. This is it, Nagato. Conan pointed to the door hidden behind the waterfall. Do we go in? Nagato shook his head. He's already here, isn't that right? Old friend. Orochimaru laughed lightly. What brings the Akatsuki to my neck of the woods? Nagato threw a bag into Orochimaru's hand. He caught it and opened it. Oh my. A rare orchid only found in the caves of the Hidden Cloud. It is said to contain youth nectar, which is perfect for reanimation and restoration of bodies like my own. This orchid is very, very rare. What's the price? Nagato pointed at his legs. I want real legs for my real body. You are the only one who can do it. That's the price. Orochimaru laughed to himself and summoned Kabuto. Prepare the operating room. He turned to Nagato, who was Conan, who was holding the real Nagato while Yahiko stood guard. Step into my office. We have much to discuss. Chapter 19. Apologies. Gaara expected to come back to a room filled with hostiles who were restraining themselves from attacking him. Instead he found the opposite. Sakura had her arm around his shoulder as they climbed the steps to Hinata's apartment. He was breathing hard, but Sakura knew it was not because of the climb upstairs. Sakura stopped just outside the door. I am here for you and so are they. It was a misunderstanding. I'm sure. Gaara nodded and stayed silent. They walked inside and into the living room. Everyone looked up and ran to Gaara. He was certain they were going in for the killing blow. He wished they would. But instead they all embraced him in a massive group hug and cried their apologies. Ino kissed Gaara on the cheek and apologized so strongly she was crying herself. Gaara did not understand what was going on. Why aren't they angry? Everyone pulled back and took their seats. Neji stood standing and approached him. Gaara was surprised and touched to see Neji was holding his statue in his hands against his chest. We were all wrong to judge you, Gaara. We were all foolish and we acted on the past event. We were wrong and we are all sorry and we welcome you to the village. He smiled and stroked the statue. They were all holding their statues and smiling. Ino kissed her statue. They are amazing. You have a great talent, Gaara. Lee stood and embraced Gaara in a strong hug. If it was not for you during the Chunin exams, I would not be as strong as I am today. Gaara stood shocked. They like me. He looked around the room and saw all their smiling face and felt weak at the knees. Warm tears trickled down his face. They saw and began to get up to comfort him. He held up his hand. No. These tears are not sad. You have no idea how long I've waited to be accepted by people. Sakura went to his side and held his hand and caressed it with her own. He looked into her eyes and smiled the most happiest smile she had ever seen. Let's eat, everyone. Hinata brought out a serving trolley with bowls of fresh ramen placed on top. I made it myself, so please give feedback. They all laughed. You really want to impress Naruto, don't you? Hinata blushed and began setting the dishes out. Gaara took Sakura's hand and led her to the sofa. They sat together and enjoyed meal dedicated to Konoha's future Hokage. I wonder what Naruto is eating right now. They all laughed aloud. Granny Shima, the proud wife of Fukusaku and a great toad sage, set down the bowl of steaming caterpillars on the table and began dicing up the mud fly salad into a wooden bowl. Naruto stared wide-eyed at the food. Some of it moved around, as if it was still alive. To the side was a pitcher of pond syrup which smelled like onions but tasted like bad cabbage. A week before, Naruto would have vomited and refused, but now he loved the food and was used to the exotic taste. My. Granny Shima, you cook the best food. She smiled and placed a bowl of deep-fried leeches on the table. Fukusaku only smiled. You really have become one with this place, huh? That's good. You will draw a lot of nature chakra when you return to refill. Naruto nodded and looked at the crude calendar on the wall. I'm going back to Konoha in a few days, right? Fukusaku nodded. Sooner than you think, Naruto. If this were a book, you could say you would be back in 1½ chapters for now. Naruto scratched his head. That's an odd way of thinking about it. You sure the fungi sake has not gone to your head? The old toad sage laughed aloud. It probably has, ha 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 ha. Your training will finish soon, Naruto. You have already surpassed Jiraiya boy. Naruto smiled. Everyone was grabbing their coats and saying their goodbyes. Thank you, Hinata. The food was amazing. Choji wiped his mouth and waited by the door for Ino. They both walked off into the night. Sakura swore she saw Ino's hand creep into Choji's while they were walking. She recalled Gaara doing the same to Aur. No. He can't possibly like me. He was just in need of comfort, that's all. Everyone had left but Sakura, Gaara and Hinata. So you live here now? Hinata nodded. It's easier than having to switch my stuff over back and forth, plus father is still away and won't be back for a week or so. Sakura nodded and sat down next to Gaara and relaxed. Hinata joined them. So how do you like the leaf so far? Gaara smiled and gestured to the aftermath of the party. All of this. The friendship and compassion you people show is too beautiful to believe. He stared into Sakura's eyes. I've never been showed such love and compassion in my life. Sakura's heart raced. Hinata, while Gaara relaxes, how about we go clean the kitchen? Gaara raised a hand. I must help. They shook their heads. Please, relax here, Gaara, you have had a long day. In fact, take a look at these. Hinata pulled a photo album from Naruto's bookshelf and gave it to Gaara. Have a flick through this while we clean up, okay? He smiled and nodded. The two girls walked into the kitchen and closed the door. Oh my god, Hinata. I think he. Hinata cut her off. Likes you. I know. They both giggled and sat down at the table. So, would you say yes? Sakura nodded enthusiastically. He is such a gentleman. He cute, smart and charming. I think I am falling for him. Hinata smiled. I can't wait for a double date. Sakura smiled but was a bit tense. Well, he has to ask me first. I don't know if he actually likes me. Gaara flicked through the picture book and observed the photos of Naruto's childhood. No parents or family, but a lot of friends. He smiled and heard giggling in the kitchen. He was very curious and could not help it. He posed his hands into a hand sign and activated his jutsu. Gaara felt bad for what he was doing. He had activated his sand eye and ear ability and sent the small particles of sand under the kitchen door and formed them behind the trash can out of the girl's sight. He was so happy he did, otherwise he would have never known Sakura's feelings. He deactivated the jutsu and fell back on the sofa smiling at the ceiling. She likes me. I am no longer lonely in this world. Now he wondered how and when he would ask her. It must be tonight. I can't contain it any longer. The kitchen door opened and Gaara sat up and pretended to look at the photos. Alright Gaara, let's head home, okay? He nodded and gave her a winning smile that melted her heart. She walked up to Hinata and gave her a warm hug. Thank you for everything. You are a true friend. Gaara took Sakura's hand and created a new umbrella and they began to walk home. Sakura's house was a lot bigger than he thought. He had only seen the kitchen and the living room for a short while. Do you want some coffee or tea? He smirked and felt cheeky. Do you have anything sweet? She smiled back. Well, being a girl, I always have a tub of ice cream that deserves eating. Gaara nodded. That sounds like it will hit the right heart. I mean spot. He blushed at his mistake. They spent the next 5 minutes talking about their day and what they dislike. I am very glad they put me in your house, Sakura. You are so kind. Smart, funny and Beautiful. Sakura turned bright red, but not in anger. His words made her feel warm all over and she had to tense herself with each word to avoid herself jumping into his arms. He is so hot. She smiled. I'm glad they paired me up with such a gentleman who is kind, smart, funny and handsome. Haha. She began playing with a lock of her hair. Gaara recalled the words of his brother Kankuro. Listen Gaara, when a girl plays with her hair she is totally attracted to you. Tamari does it all the time. Gaara looked puzzled. With who? Kankuro snorted. That Shikamaru kid at the leaf. She doesn't even know she likes him. Ha ha ha. Gaara felt warm all over and scratched the back of his head, so she is playing with her hair. Which means she is heavily attracted to me now. I better make a move. Sakura was smiling at him and was barely paying attention to the ice cream melting on her spoon. You better finish that spoonful before it covers your table. Sakura. Gaara snickered. She took a bite of the IE cream and the corner of her mouth was covered in ice cream. She grinned. How about now? Gaara quickly leaned in and kissed the dab of ice cream off her mouth, his hand rested on her shoulder, pushing her into the kiss. She moaned a tiny bit and moved her mouth directly in front of Gaara's. Her hands went to the back of his head and began caressing his hair. She opened her mouth and slipped her tongue into Gaara's and they began exploring each other's mouths with nothing but their tongues. She closed her eyes and savored the scent and feeling of his mouth over and in hers. She felt weak at the knees and pulled out of his mouth. She sat back glaring at him with such passion he mirrored it back. Gaara took a deep breath. Well, that was amazing. She cut him off by picking him up with her brute strength. She carried him to the sofa. She threw him down and climbed on top of him in his arms. You are very strong. She caressed her hands down his chest and ripped open shirt. That's okay, I can buy more. They collapsed onto each other and further made out with each other with their tongues as the explorers. Sakura pulled away and stared into his mint green eyes. I've never met a man like you before, Gaara. You are my first kiss. And I am happy you are with me tonight. Gaara shook his head. No, you're wrong. Sakura's heart felt like it was going to shatter. He lifted a finger and placed it on her mouth. I want to be with you for every night of our lifetime. She felt tears of happiness roll down her cheeks and she fell onto Gaara and kissed him with such furious passion he fell back. They spent the next 10 minutes exploring each other's bodies and breathing hard into each other's mouths with furious passion and lust. Gaara licked Sakura's neck and she let out a little eep of pleasure. She returned the favor and caressed Gaara's ear piercing with her tongue. He tried to say something but he was so enthralled in this ecstasy he could barely make out words. Did you say something, Gaara? He smiled and admitted, I must confess, Sakura. There's something you don't know about boys from Suna. She sat back and listened intently. Once you go Suna. You wish you went sooner. She stared blankly then began to giggle. Her giggles turned to laughs which then turned into flat roars of laughter. Gaara saw her opportunity and seized it. He climbed onto her and trailed kisses from her mouth to her neck. He unbuttoned her shirt and kissed down her collarbone to her belly button. Her laughter turned to moans of enjoyment and she pulled his head to hers and their eyes matched. I've never felt this way about a man before, Gaara. I think I love you. He smiled back. I feel the same way, Sakura. Without you I would be nothing in this village. Thank you. He grinned and stared at her stomach which was so pale and beautiful. However, I do have an issue. My fingers have a mind of their own and I can't help them. He began kissing her while he tickled her until she passed out from laughing so much. They spent most of the night this way. Hopefully they would spend the rest of their life like this. Chapter 20. Konoha Love, Ino. The warm sunlight shone through the wooden blinds of Sakura's apartment. The warm rays danced along Gaara and Sakura's skin, warming them as calmly as a thin blanket. They had both slept on the sofa together after spending most of the night whispering secrets and making out. Gaara was still topless and Sakura's shirt was fully unbuttoned, showing off her black bra and feminine curves. She lay on top of Gaara with her ear to his beating heart. The sunlight slowly brought her to waking. She heard a loud squeal and her eyes rammed open in surprise. The squeal sounded surprised and overly happy at the same time. It sounded like more than one person. Oh shit, she ran to the window and saw Hinata and Ino on their backs rolling over each other laughing and squealing in absolute enjoyment. What the hell are you two doing? They looked up and burst out laughing. We could ask you the same. Sakura opened the door and stepped outside and hugged both of her friends. Good morning, Ino snickered. It certainly is now. Hinata nodded. We came over to borrow some cooking supplies, then we saw you too. Like that, she pointed at Sakura's open shirt. She quickly buttoned it back up and blushed. So. No doubt you two are. Sakura smiled and nodded. He is so amazing. We spent the whole night talking and kissing. He's so damned hot and such a gentleman. I think I am in love with him. They all smiled and turned as the door opened. Wearing only jeans, Gaara stepped outside and stretched his arms. The sunlight shone off his muscles and highlighted his abs. He turned to the ladies and gave a warm smile. Good morning, ladies. No doubt you have heard. Ino covered her nose with a handkerchief and wiped off a trickle of blood. Damn. Sakura is lucky. Sakura walked up to Gaara and kissed him warmly for a good minute. Sakura turned with a fully blushed face. So what you guys going to bake? Hinata giggled. Ino is baking a cake for Choji. Ino jabbed Hinata in the ribs. It's nothing. Just a friendly cake. Now give me supplies or you are in for a world of hurt. Billboard brow. Sakura's eyes turned red and she tried charging at Ino. Oh yeah. Come try it, Ino pig. Gaara held Sakura in his arms and stopped her from lunging. Let me go, Gaara. I must have vengeance. Gaara shook his head. I would rather not. Besides, you are very hot when you're mad. I can't help myself. He spun her round and planted his tongue around hers. Not only did this blunt her anger, but it also made her weak at the knees. I am just going to go in and grab what I need. Ino was a bit peeved. A few hours later, Ino pulled the fresh baked cake from the oven and set it on the counter. Now this looks just about right. She smiled and clapped her hands together. Puffs of flour drifted from her mitts and disappeared in the air. Ooh, looks good, don't mind if I do. Ino's father, Inoichi, was about to pull off a piece when Ino's hand lightning fast slapped his away. Yow w. Why not, Ino? Please. She smiled at her father. Don't even think of it, Dad. It's for somebody else, I'll have you know. I better get it delivered right away. Inoichi sulked out of the kitchen and Ino giggled. I'll bake some cookies for you when I get home, Dad. She heard a shout of joy and felt happy to satisfy both men in her life. She'd put the cake in her basket and head out the door. She made her way to Choji's house, hoping he was not there. She had no idea what she would say if he was. They liked each other, and the night of Hinata's get-together he had held her hand home, which she liked very much. She placed the basket on his doorstep and was out to walk off when she heard a call. Ah, Ino. What brings you here? She turned and saw a topless Choji standing in the yard with a wood axe and an armful of firewood. Choji was different, however. His body was so much skinnier and his muscles were very noticeable. He noticed her staring and laughed. I spent the whole day cutting firewood and I drained a lot of chakra, sweat and food, I am afraid. But I kinda like looking like this. It's a real confidence booster. She smiled and bit her lip. He does look real good. Better than Gaara in a way. She lifted the basket and showed him the contents. For me. She nodded and grinned. Shikamaru does not like cake, so I thought I would just make a whole one for you. He took it in his hand and smiled warmly. Thank you very much, Ino. This means a lot. I'll eat it slow so I don't turn completely back to normal. Ino played with her hair and whispered, it does not matter how you look, Choji, I like you always. He cocked his head. Did you say something? She shook her head violently. Anf backed away. I gotta get going, Choji. See you around. She ran back to the shop. Did I seriously just say that? She slapped herself. For a mind reader, you aren't very smart, Ino. She arrived back home and began baking her father his cookies. The next day Ino was sitting in the shop, watering a pot of camellias when she heard the bell ring. This indicated a customer was inside. She turned with a wide smile. It broke when she saw the handsome figure of Choji. In his hand was the empty basket she had brought the day before. Choji, how are you and what brings you down here? He smiled and handed her the basket. I am well. I came here for two things. He looked around the shop. First was to bring the basket. Second was to buy flowers for a girl. She blushed and asked, who for? A mother, cousin, grandmother or friend? He shook his head. No. It's for a girl I really like. What do you recommend? Ino's heart broke and she fought back tears, so he found another girl he likes. Damn it, I was too slow. She pulled a poker face and said calmly into his eyes, well, Choji. It's best you leave the flowers where the girl can find them. And hope she enjoys them. He nodded and picked out a dozen roses. Thank you, Ino. Choji took the flowers and walked to the door. He turned and gave Ino a wink and placed the flowers on the ground where she could see them. He walked out the door and leaned against the shop with a cool smile on his face. He had planned that the whole time. Ino gasped and ran outside, picking up the flowers on the way. Choji. She turned the corner and was pulled straight into Choji's arms. She looked into his happy eyes and felt herself completely melt into him. I thought you had found another woman. He silenced her with his finger. Her eyes widened. I found her when our squad was picked. He bent over and embraced Ino in a passionate linking of lips. I have always loved you, Choji. He nodded and gestured her to go back inside. I have always felt that way about you too, Ino. I've just always been self-conscious. He took a big breath and looked at her with honest eyes. You know. About my weight and such. She silenced him with her kiss. They stayed that way for more than a minute. Choji. 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 You are not the only one who loves pork jowls. She rubbed her stomach and gestured outside towards the market district. So how about it? She grinned and switched the open sign to close. Chapter 21. Konoha Love, Tenten. Tenten was locked up in her room, not that it mattered, she lived away from her parents and she seldom had visitors. She had spent the last few days like this. She was fighting with her own decisions, because she loved two men and they both happened to be in the same squad as her. First was Neji Hyuga, a noble and brave Hyuga who was perfect in almost every way. Almost being because he is terrible at socializing, especially with girls. She liked Neji for his strong will and sense of honor as a ninja, but he never noticed her or talked to her apart from missions. The second was Lee, who was a strong, powerful and overall fun guy to be around. He always noticed Tenten and talks to her and makes her feel special, but he is not mature enough to depend on. He seems to focus on training and Guy Sensei than a relationship. Maybe I am wrong about both of them. She did not know and she had to find out who she wanted to be with. She heard a serious knock and thought it was Neji. She opened the door to find Lee standing there. He was wearing tired jeans and a black t-shirt with an open V-neck. He looked so different when he wore normal clothes. Lee, what are you doing here? She blushed and moved aside and gestured him in. Thank you Tenten, I just need someone to talk to. If you don't mind. She grinned and patted him on the back. Of course I don't mind. Come in and take a seat. Watch your step thou. I have a few kunai I dropped somewhere ha ha ha. She scratched the back of her head and felt embarrassed. If I knew he was coming I would have cleaned up. He smiled back and made her feel special. It's okay Tenten, I like it when you have your weapons out. It's like letting down your hair you could say. She was shocked. Neji would have wanted her to clean up before his arrival. Lee liked her for who she is. Maybe my choice is obvious. So what do you want to talk about? She sat down close to Lee, expecting him to move or feel shy. She was shocked again. He seemed to gain more confidence by her presence. Well, I don't really know. A lot of things I guess. Guy Sensei is out of town for a while and I would like to take the time to get to know you better. She blushed and nodded appreciably. Thanks, I would like that. She slapped herself for not remembering. Have you heard the news? Sakura and Gaara are going out now and they are in love. Lee gasped and nodded happily. Amazing. But have you heard the news? Tenten frowned. Nothing else but that. Lee laughed aloud. Then you are going to love this. He stretched out his arms and composed himself again. Choji and Ino are the same. In love and going out. Tenten squealed and Lee laughed even louder than before. There was an awkward silence between them. Everyone's getting together, huh? She looked strongly into his eyes and nodded, a slight smile forming at the corners of her mouth, until his next words shook her still. So. I guess it won't be long, until you and Neji get together. She felt the air leave her lungs in a large whoop and Lee stood. Well. I better get going. Neji will probably want to see you or something. I am happy for you too. His smile looked fake and Tenten felt shocked that he knew her feelings for Neji. Was it obvious? He walked out of her room and closed the door. She sat there in silence and thought to herself, no. I love Lee. Neji had his chance. She ran TP the hallway and called out, Lee. I love you. Not Neji. There was silence as the empty hallway echoed back. She was about to cry when she heard fast footsteps approach the hallway. Lee was in a full-out sprint as he ran towards Tenten. He swooped her up in his arms and took her back inside. She hugged him tight and whispered into his ear, I love you and I always have Lee. He stroked her hair and she felt his own tears of happiness join hers. I have always loved you Tenten. I always will. She kissed Lee on the lips and they both felt electrified by the event. Tenten wrapped her legs around Lee and forced him to the ground. She was on top of him as she trailed kisses down his face. She grabbed his hands and placed one on her waist and one on her breast. Their tongues met halfway and they both felt electrified. Lee felt a power far greater than any open gate as he felt Tenten's body and tongue against his. He licked the piercing in her ear and she giggled in delight. She pulled away from him and locked the door. I've got a new spa pool. Wanna train and use it after? She smirked dirty and pointed at his clothes and then at hers. If you can do 2,000 sit-ups I'll hop in naked. She laughed evilly as Lee began to quickly to do sit-ups. To her dismay he did more than 2,000. He doubled it and finished with a slight patch of sweat. If you sink 20 kunai into that bullseye target I will take off all of mine Tenten. It was Lee's turn to look dirty and laugh evilly. But Tenten got 20 bullseyes with her eyes closed. They both looked at each other expectantly. Shall we just make out and call it a day? They both agreed and left her house clutching each other's hands. They walked through the town district and saw Choji and Ino at a restaurant with a high plate of pork jowls. We should leave them be while they are on a date. Lee nodded and smiled. I've got a great place to take you Tenten. It's where I go to think and train alone. She clasped his hand as they began running up the high hills of Konoha towards the forest. Where is it Lee? He pointed up ahead. There is a clearing up ahead. They both burst into a clearing and saw a peaceful pond which was surrounded by white lotuses. Lee. It's beautiful. He shook his head. Not as beautiful as you Tenten. She giggled and jabbed him in the ribs. Don't be silly. He turned her toward him. I am not being silly, now that I want you I have matured my ways and I truly believe you are a beauty that far surpasses a lotus. You are a rose in my heart Tenten. She felt her knees weaken and she fell into his arms and they shared the perfect kiss ever experienced in Konoha. A quiet stream, a field of lotus and two young lovers sharing the moment, worth more than gold. Well well well, if it isn't youth at its most passionate. Good work kids, they both turned and screamed in unison, Guy-sensei. Lee almost fainted at the sight of his shiny-toothed mentor, Guy-sensei. We didn't know you were there. How long were you? Guy cut him off with a mighty laugh, he seemed to be in fits of happiness, ha ha. I saw from lips touched to lips goodbye, Lee my boy. And you Tenten, I am not surprised in the least. Youth oh youth, they looked shocked, you approve. I thought love is bad for missions, Guy shook his head violently, nonsense Lee. Love is a stronger bond than comradeship, of course I approve. Although I want to be the best man HAHAA. They both looked embarrassed. You two remind me of Kakashi and Anko. Sneaking off to kiss each other ha ha ha. A fist jabbed out of the bushes and grabbed Guy's ear, he yelped in pain and Kakashi stepped out of the bushes with a kind smile underneath his mask, now Guy. They don't need to hear that. Or should I tell them about a certain acorn? Guy turned deadly pale and backed away, you kids enjoy yourself okay. They both nodded and began to laugh at the two men leaving the field. That reminds me, how are you and Anko hahaha? Kakashi's eyes sharpened then he sighed, so you know about us do you? Guy nodded and laughed, how else would I have found out, I study you day in day out Kakashi. I know all your moves hahaha. Kakashi stuck out his foot and Guy went spiraling down a cliff screaming his curses, obviously not that. Kakashi returned back to his apartment and heard a woman call out, Kakashi. I am waiting, he gulped hard, or would you rather read Ika Paradise than do the real thing? Kakashi began to run towards the room, she laughed, I hope I did not keep you waiting. Anko, I had to help this old woman and this cat on my way and. She cut him off as she unzipped his pants, oh I am sure. Chapter 22, Revelations and Returns. Today was the hottest day it has ever been all year in Konoha, they could see the waves of heat radiating off the concrete floor. It was nearly noon and the large group headed towards the Great Lake, everyone had baskets and towels over their shoulders as they made their way to the glassy clear lake was crowded with citizens alike, but the group paid no notice and took a detour off into the bushes down a beaten path. The forest was dense and it looked like this path had not been used by the public in decades. Are we there yet? Sakura turned with bared teeth and snarled, if you keep asking that Shikamaru will throw you there. He silenced himself and kept on moving. The group saw a break in the trees ahead and gazed down at the perfect, untouched sandy bay that was as empty as Tsunade's sake bottles. No one was in sight, they had the bay all to themselves. It's beautiful, Hinata wished Naruto was here to share it with her. They all laid down their towels and waited for Tenten to work her magic. Tenten drawed out a large scroll and activated it, a large plume of smoke puffed outwards and cleared. At his place was standing a large picnic table and multiple umbrellas poking from slots positioned in the middle of the table, but she was not finished. She drew out 2 more scrolls and threw them down by the table. In large explosions of smoke they turned into a large barbecue and large chiller bin filled with drinks and other supplies. They all clapped and Tenten bowed like a maestro who finished a long symphony. They all took their seats and sat in silence, expecting someone to reveal their secrets. Sakura was the first to break the silence, me and Gaara are going out and we love each other. They all looked shocked apart from Ino and Hinata who only grinned. Ino stood up and shouted, Choji and I are also going out. More gasps from everyone except Lee and Tenten. Tenten looked at Lee and he nodded, me and Lee are going out as well. The whole table sat in silence again. After a long pause they all began to laugh and congratulate each other, everyone except Neji, Shikamaru and Kiba. Who only stood there shocked, disappointed and lonely. Neji's fists tightened under the table and his teeth were locked together tightly. Lee. You knew how I felt about Tenten. You asshole. Kiba's teeth went sharp like a canine and Akamaru let out a small whimper, everyone has somebody to love. And the girl I love belongs to Naruto. Baka. Shikamaru was quiet and calm, I'm happy it was my best friend, to be worried or depressed is way too troublesome. It's such a drag. He stood up and went and gave Choji a hug and patted him on the back. It's like I said Choji, the girls love a man with real meat on his bones. Choji laughed and hugged Shikamaru back hard. While everyone was setting up the lunch, Neji and Kiba sneaked off to their own parts of the beach to plan their next move and to try compose themselves. The girls went into the summoned changing tent that Tenten had thrown down. Had most of the guys not been going out with these women, their noses would have spout out blood, only a few noses were bloody at the sight of the goddess, who emerged from the tent. Each girl clad in a 2-piece bikini or shorts, except for Hinata, who remained at the table helping serve food. I don't want to show off my body to anyone but Naruto. Kiba sat next to Hinata and started chatting like his usually self, but he seemed a little closer than usual. No. It's a hot day and the umbrella is not large enough to fully cover him. That's it. Sakura walked up to Gaara and ran her hand down his hard chest. Wanna take a dip? She was smiling in such a way only he knew what she meant. Sorry Sakura. I don't like to swim, I'll just stay here and build sand castles and talk to Shino. Sakura nodded and threw on a little tease as she walked away, moving her booty trying to entice him to come along. He called out, if you keep doing that I'll die of blood loss. She laughed and ran into the water with Ino and Tenten. Gaara sat down and shook Shino's hand. Long time no see, Shino. To be honest we barely talked even then. Shino nodded and returned the shake. So I take it, you don't swim Shino. He shook his head. It's bad for my bugs. Gaara nodded. The water is bad on my sand. I become very heavy and my chakra is less effective. There was Emin in my village who possessed water and earth chakra. He could evade sand ninja through the water and cripple their attacks with water attacks. Shino nodded in fascination. I've always wanted to ask, is it possible to join my Dune Eater swarm with your sand shard jutsu? The Dune Eaters would burrow into the shards and nest, then when they impact in enemy armor the insects would disperse onto the enemy. Gaara smiled and nodded. I would love to test that out Shino. We must hang out some time and test these theories out. Shino felt happy for once. He had a new friend, but he had to make sure Gaara was not speaking to be nice. Gaara. Do you mean it? I am a very quiet person and I am easily forgotten among my group. It's a average life and. Gaara patted his shoulder. Unlike the others, you did not move to attack me or show any anger towards my entry into Konoha. I myself am a silent person and I truly am grateful to have found a similar person such as myself. If I forget you then I forget myself. Dear friend. Shino grinned for what seemed like the first time. He got up and grabbed them both a ice-cold drink and they continued their silent talk about sand, bugs and jutsu. Neji tapped Lee on the shoulder and pulled him aside. Hey there Neji, how are you? Neji cut him off. Shut the hell up, you weasel. You pesky scheming weasel of a boy. You knew how I felt about Tenten. I trusted you with my secret. Lee was taken aback by his comment. Neji. She told me she loves me. What was I supposed to do? Neji glared hard into his eyes. Do you love her? Lee stuttered the next few words. Well what was I supposed to say? I like her a lot but. I don't know if I love her. Neji punched Lee as hard as he could in the face. No one had seen. Neji dragged Lee behind one of the cliffs and slammed him hard against it. Lee gritted his teeth. So you mean to tell me you pretended to love her? Even if you only like her Lee. You never lie about love. Lee stared down at his hands. I love her Lee. She does love me. I know it. She might love the both of us. But I actually love her. Lee swiped Neji's hand away. You were never there for her. You ignorant piece of trash. You were so high and mighty that you never noticed her. Neji ducked one of Lee's blows and threw in a quick jab. I never got involved with her because I was nervous all the time. Did you ever think about that? I am a Hyuga. And I am nervous around women. Lee was shocked and he lowered his fist. Neji. We had no idea you felt that way. We thought. Neji cut him off. You both thought I was emotionally dead. Well you're wrong. I love Tenten. And it hurts me inside to know I was so close. His hands were shaking and his eyes welled up with tears, but it is fine. I am happy for you too. Lee grinned. I have always been in a competition with you Neji. And this time, I won. She is mine Neji Hyuga and I have waited for this victory for many a year. Neji was shocked and a tear streamed down his face. Lee. Why are you speaking to me like that? Lee laughed and grinned. I have always despised you Neji. It's been a well-played mask all these years. You always brought me down for not having ninjutsu or genjutsu. Well look at me now ha 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 I am the best taijutsu user in the world. And you have nothing. He gave a slight bow with a mocking smile. Now if you excuse me I have a beautiful woman to attend to. Lee turned and was met by a hard fist to the mouth. He was rocketed backwards into the cliff and he hit his head against the hard rock, knocking him out. Not anymore. Asshole. Neji felt a hand grasp his. He looked up to see the teary face of Tenten. Neji. Let me help you up. He went red and did not know what to say. She laughed and shook. No need to talk Neji. I now know how nervous you get. He felt like exploding in shame and surprise. You heard that. What else did you hear? She blushed and admitted. I heard it all. Every passionate word. She looked honest and serene. You would have accepted me and Lee. No matter how much it hurt you. That's very thoughtful and noble of you Neji. He nodded and gestured to the knocked out boy. So I guess this is goodbye then. I am glad you two are happy. He smiled. Tenten frowned. Damn you really are clueless Neji. He turned to her surprised his eyebrows were cocked. Huh. She laughed aloud. That punch was so much more than a simple punch. Call it a breakup. She pulled Neji in close. I made a mistake when I chose Lee. But I won't make the same mistake twice. Their lips met and the feelings she felt were pure and free. The kisses she shared with Lee were only fueled by hormones and teenage excitement. This was true love here, she would have it no other way. It was Tenten's true love. Cannonball. Ino heard the call from above and dived under as a boulder-sized Choji impacted into the water. She swam up to the surface and laughed into his chest. Hey Ino. Read my mind. She activated her mind transfer and gazed at a picture of Choji and Ino walking along the beach with a small little blonde girl in between them. Ino and Choji looked a lot older and far more happier. I can't wait for when we do become parents. Choji, he waved his hand. It does not matter, as long as it's with you Ino. He bent and kissed Ino with pure passion. He slipped in her tongue and Ino clasped her hand behind his hair in delight. Shikamaru looked away in disgust. Ah come on, it's not that bad Shikamaru. He turned to the woman's voice and stared up at a bikini-clad Tamari. She was eyeing him up also. He's very strong. Not bad for a leaf ninja. He was surprised out of his words. Tamari. She turned to Gaara with happiness and sadness mixed together. Gaara. What the hell are you doing here? They sat and talked about Gaara's situation, all the while Tamari was sitting closer and closer to Shikamaru. I'm so sorry Gaara, but I am glad you found a new home here. Do you like it here? Gaara shook his head. This surprised everyone. I don't like it, I love it. Tamari smiled then clapped her hands together. Then it's settled. When I get word out to Kankuro, we will sneak out of Suna and move into and live in Konoha. Gaara smiled. I would love that very much. Shikamaru smiled. So would I. Tamari winked at him and grabbed a drink from the cooler. Hinata sat on a rock near the beach line and gazed out at the ocean. She cleared her thoughts and tried to sense Naruto's chakra with long-distant tracking jutsus. She couldn't detect him anywhere towards Myoboku. What is going on? I can't sense him in this world anywhere. He can't possibly be dead. The thought dried her throat and she felt depressed thinking about it. Wait. She turned to the village gate and caught a perfect scent and location of Naruto's chakra. She stood and cupped her hands around her mouth in a loud scream. He's at the outside gates. He's home, oh my god. She left in a fast sprint and did not bother waiting for the others. She could sense them all. They were all close behind her in hot pursuit of Naruto's chakra. She cleared the forests and sped up her sprinting through the crowded city streets. She dodged people and slid under carts and stalls to get to the gate as fast as humanly possible. She pushed Guy-sensei out of the way when he tried to race her to the gate. His limp body smacked into a phone pole and Yamato and Kakashi carried him over their shoulders as they ran to the gates. It seemed they sensed him as well. Tears of joy began to flow down her face which made Kiba annoyed and angry. Damn you Naruto. She just outside the Konoha gate courtyard when she saw the top of a spiky head of blonde, yellow hair. She grinned. Naruto. He saw her running towards him. Hold my things Gramps. He threw down his bag next to Fukusaku and began to sprint. Hinata. Tears rolled down his face as well as her ran towards his love. They were both running in full speed. She collided into his hands and he spun her around 3 times in a circle. He brought her down to his mouth and kissed her with more passion than he had ever mustered. She moaned into his mouth. She was trying to say, I love you, through their kisses. Her hands wrapped tightly around him and his followed the same routine to her. She pulled away and kissed his cheek, his lips and his neck, as if she did not believe his existence. I have something for you. He pulled out a beautiful lavender flower. It's a Myoboken lavender tulip. It's very rare. Just like you. He kissed her again and cupped his hand over her face and wept. I missed you every hour, minute and second of every day. She nodded. No Naruto. It is I who missed you the most. Welcome home Naruto-kun. Chapter 23. Well-deserved relaxation. The rest of the group caught up with Naruto and embraced the returned hero. Kakashi and Yamato slapped Naruto a high five. Hinata was weeping at the sight of her returned love, perfectly fine and without a scratch. He does look a lot stronger and his skin is a nice tan again. She felt very attracted to Naruto. I want him all to myself. Get a hold of yourself Hinata. You are supposed to be innocent. Naruto was thrown into the air and caught on the fall back down. He was laughing with true happiness. He glimpsed a small group off to the side who weren't among the few embracing him. In that group stood Kiba, Sakura and another mysterious figure in the shadows. Naruto gestured for them to stop. They placed him down and he began his slow walk towards Sakura. Tears were in her eyes and her lips were quivering at the sight of the one she so hurt a month before. Naruto. Forgive me. He spread his arms out wide and grinned. I hold nothing against you Sakura. You are my best friend and I want to stay that way. Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke and Sakura was surprised. He was a clone. She heard a voice next to her ear. It's okay. I am here. She spun and embraced Naruto strongly. He laughed and wiped away the tears coursing down her cheek. She smiled. all is forgiven Sakura. They separated and he turned to the mysterious figure, who was still shrouded in the shadows. The figure moved forward and the shadows slowly pulled away from the figure. Gaara, Naruto was shocked but yet happy. It's been some time Naruto. I was looking forward to your return. You see, I live here now. Naruto felt his happiness overflow. He flung himself in Gaara who opened his arms. The two embraced each other in strong grips. Now. I'm not the only Jinchuriki in the village. Nobody noticed as Kiba left the gates into the forest. Gaara and Naruto separated, both pleased at the day's events. Naruto. I have something to tell you as well. Me and Sakura. She cut him off. I think it's better we show him Gaara. It will make more sense. Sakura turned to Gaara and they both locked lips in front of everyone. It caused Kakashi to drop his book and Yamato to sprout a little leaf out of his head. Very few people knew. Naruto stared for a long while, then he whispered, Well, I've never felt so happy. He swooped up the two couples and spun them around. Hinata pitched in. Now we can doubles dates, right Naruto? Naruto shook his head. Not tonight. Tonight I only want you, pulling Hinata into another long kiss. The hero was back and it was clear. I need to report to Tsunade's office, let's go. Naruto knocked on the door. Come in. He looked around and saw nobody in the room at all. He walked further into the office and realized someone was hiding behind the door, but it was too late. The double-deed Hokage picked up Naruto and crushed him against her. All the air escaped Naruto and he felt his spine pop a bit. Tsunade. My bones. She eased up and pecked him on the cheek. We all missed you Naruto. Naruto saw tiny tears in the corner of her eyes. Na Tsunade missed me ahhahahahah. She turned a bright shade of red and threw him across the room. You were one day late and I did not miss you. I only missed you a bit. Naruto regained his composure and patted the flakes of debris off his clothes. To be honest, I see Jiraiya in you. And I did miss you both. Naruto nodded and gave a thumbs up. So was training successful? Naruto clapped his two hands together and formed a hand sign. His hair grew a few inches longer, his eyes turned orange around the outside like Gaara's makeup and his pupil dilated to rounded rectangle. With a swipe he crushed Tsunade's desk and stood without a drop of sweat on his body. Tsunade was shocked. That would have normally cost a decent amount of chakra and effort, but he looked so calm. The sage art. You mastered it. Did you have break my desk Baka? She threw a punch into Naruto's stomach. He deactivated his sage art and crumpled over in a ball. I got you something Tsunade. A gift. He pulled from his rucksack a large brown bottle. This is Myoboku swamp sake. It's 10 times more powerful than regular sake and it adjusts to your tastes to make the best possible flavor for the user. She took a tiny sip and instantly turned drunk as a skunk. She went red and turned to Naruto, Uti Hanks Naru. To come here. She grabbed his head and squashed it against her breasts and laughed like a crow. If Naruto had not been in a relationship he would have waited a bit longer but he pulled away and left the room before she could try anything else creepy. He passed Shizune in the hallway and nudged her. I would not go in there. She has Myoboken swamp sake. Shizune turned deadly pale. In the middle of the day, she stormed into the room and locked the door. Naruto expected to hear fighting sounds but he heard nothing. He took it as a good sign and fled the building. Had he walked into the room he would have wished he hadn't. Kakashi and Jiraiya would have loved it on the other hand. Shizune walked into the room and saw Tsunade trying to remove her top. She ran and closed the curtains and tried to stop Tsunade from stripping in her office. Shizune was freaking out, but she whispered, Tsunade. What are you doing? Not in the office. Tsunade only laughed. Watch me. Tsunade swung the bottle and a few drops lands in Shizune's shocked mouth. She paused and felt the most happiness she ever felt. Pass me some of that. Shizune took a quick sip and fell to the floor laughing. You're so right. It's hot in here. Shizune removed her top and relaxed. Tsunade glared at her. Yo. Your boobs aren't very big. Shizune laughed. Peef, your boobs aren't big. Tsunade grabbed onto hers and yelled. These were gifted to me by heaven. Shizune squeezed one and laughed. Damn right. Both women stared at each other for what seemed like a minute. And what happened next would have made Ika Ika Paradise look like a bedtime story for toddlers. Naruto closed the door of his apartment behind him. Our apartment. I should remember next time. Hinata was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. She wore a singlet and high-cut black jean shorts. Naruto gawked at the beauty and felt a little blood leak out his nostril. Damn. I must be dreaming in Myoboku. She giggled and walked towards him. She stroked the bottom of his chin and teased. You must be absolutely exhausted after the training and sleeping in such a strange place Naruto-kun. She used the title to flirt him on. He felt weak at the knees, because she was hot and because he was tired. She took his hand. That is why. I have arranged a little relaxation activity for you. Naruto felt the spirit of Jiraiya dirtily laugh in Naruto's ear, and Naruto could not help but wonder what kind of sick things Jiraiya would have thought of. You. Like. What Hinata? She took his hand and smiled. This way. She led him down the hallway to her room. Won't it be crowded in there? She shook her head and giggled. I moved my stuff into your room. This is the spare room now, I guess. Naruto grinned broadly. That means we share the same bed, right? Or I am to sleep on the couch. She turned to him and kissed him hard. What do you think? Naruto-kun. She continued to walk. Naruto jumped for joy behind her back. She opened the spare room and took him inside. She shut the door and turned on the light. The room was completely clean. Hinata had blinds installed on the windows and powerful lights installed on the roof to fully illuminate the room. In the center of the room was a soft cushioned table with a pillow at its end. In the corner of the room was a nightstand with a mix of lotions and supplies. WHAAAAT. Naruto felt his heart give out. What's all this? A operating table. Hinata laughed aloud. Naruto. While you were gone I completed at least 10 S-ranked missions. So I went and purchased some supplies and was taught the art of massage and relaxation. She gestured Naruto to the small changing room in the corner and told him warmly, go in there and remove everything but a towel and come back to the table. Naruto stripped off in the room. His heart was pounding. It seems so intriguing to have a massage from my girlfriend. He walked out and Hinata had to hold back a nosebleed of her own. Naruto's abs were more protruding than the last time she saw him topless. She grabbed a tissue and pretended to sneeze as she wiped away the blood. Naruto's chest was well tanned, built and perfect. The few scars he had only made Hinata more attracted. Now, lie down on the table with your face down in the table hole there. Naruto positioned his head through the cushioned hole in the table and relaxed. Hinata grabbed a bottle of Nuru gel and massaged it into her hands. She dripped a few splotches onto Naruto's back and he cringed at the cool sensation of the gel. Are you ready? Naruto took a deep breath and nodded. Hinata's hands pressed down into the dip of Naruto's back between his shoulder blades and smoothly slid down the surface of his spine. Her hands moved like snakes in the grass as they slid up and down his back. Naruto's breathing became heavier. Better. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. The tension is fading. It feels great. She smiled and whispered in his ear. Good. I'm glad. She sucked on his earlobe and proceeded to his shoulder blades. She began to bring all her fingers together like chopsticks, then released the pressure downwards on his shoulder blades. She continued the chopstick motion for a good 2 minutes. She could feel the tension in Naruto's shoulders cease and soften at her touch. Naruto was lying down in utter bliss. She brought her hands to his hips and rubbed them up and down. Naruto felt ticklish and Hinata exploited it without making him laugh. Chapter 24. Love. Hinata's hands pressed down into the dip of Naruto's back between his shoulder blades and smoothly slid down the surface of his spine. Her hands moved like snakes in the grass as they slid up and down his back. Naruto's breathing became heavier. Better. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. The tension is fading. It feels great. She smiled and whispered in his ear. Good. I'm glad. She kissed his cheek and proceeded to his shoulder blades. She began to bring all her fingers together like chopsticks, then released the pressure downwards on his shoulder blades. She continued the chopstick motion for a good 2 minutes. She could feel the tension in Naruto's shoulders cease and soften at her touch. Naruto was lying down in utter bliss. She brought her hands to his hips and rubbed them up and down. Naruto felt ticklish and Hinata exploited it without making him laugh. Oh my god, Hinata, this is amazing. She worked every bit of tension out of his body and rolled him out like a rolling pin in dough. His hands warmed up the gel and Naruto felt like he was lying the clouds of heaven. Oh man. That massage was amazing, ya know. She giggled and scared the hell out of Naruto. She had flipped Naruto over so his chest was facing her and swung onto his stomach like a rider saddling a horse. It's not over, he said, smiling. She leaned down to his ear and lightly blew in his ear and whispered gently. Her calm whisper pierced his mind and he was instantly relaxed. Naruto had heard of this technique before. They called it ASMR. She was only an inch away from his ear as she whispered, "Oh, I am not done yet. Naruto-kun." Her voice was so sexy he could barely control himself. What have I done to be pampered like a Hokage? She grinned. You will become Hokage, and after your hard work I think you deserve this. And more. She licked his ear and played with the lobe with her tongue. The sensation was amazing, and more. Naruto was excited and nervous at the same time. Hinata, you seem different. A lot more confident. She laughed. Well, Tsunade knew I was going to do this. So, she gave me a tiny shot of sake. For confident stuff. Naruto was surprised and his mouth dropped open. I'm not drunk, Naruto. Just really happy to see you so strong. Naruto was stumbling on the words, and more. She grinned and took off her singlet, showing her bodacious curves under a black bra. They are so big. You would have never noticed under that sweater she always wears. He normally would have had to wipe blood from his nose. But the blood seemed to be going somewhere else. I have to look somewhere else. But I can't. Orbs of the gods, oh man. I sound like pervy sage now. Hinata laughed at her struggling boyfriend, Naruto. If I didn't want you to stare I wouldn't take it off. She grabbed his hands and placed it on her hips and slowly brought them to her breasts. You like? Naruto gulped hard and nodded, he could barely think straight. She put his thumb in her mouth and sucked, while she rubbed his chests in the soothing gel. Her breasts danced as she moved her arms around his body. He could feel himself growing extremely hard and he prayed she would not lean back. The worst happened, she slid down his legs to massage his stomach. She rubbed against the bulge and he saw her blush bright red then smiled. I'm glad you are enjoying yourself Naruto. He felt so embarrassed and yet so turned on by her calmness. She kissed his belly and tongued his belly button, dear God. That sake makes her so dirty. I kinda like it. He stroked her hair and smiled. You're so damned beautiful, she smiled back, only because I am so in love. She felt even hotter from his compliment. I might as well tease him a bit. She unclipped her bra and watched Naruto jerk in surprise. She grinned widely and slowly and carefully slipped it off her breasts. What the matter Naruto? Don't you like me? She stopped pulling off the bra and teased. I love you. It's just, I've never exactly been naked with a woman ya know. She laughed. You aren't naked. Not yet. He was really starting to feel horny, she could tell. She slipped the bra completely off and Naruto couldn't help but stare at her perfect breasts. They were perfectly sculpted as if from marble. From the perfect curves to the perfect beads of her nipples, Naruto lusted Hinata. He was harder than samurai armor and he was more excited than a winning champion. She unbuttoned her shorts and stopped. You first, she said with a sly grin. Naruto slowly loosened the towel and pulled it down, letting his hardness breathe the warm air. Hinata stared openly, her mouth slightly open. Naruto's penis was big, not big like a hidden cloud mon's penis, but that's just genetics. She guessed about 10 inches or more. She didn't know what to do. We are actually going to do this. I am glad but nervous. She clasped it and began to pump up and down. She had heard about this by listening into Sakura and Ino's dirty conversations. It seemed to work. Naruto began to breath faster and he caressed Hinata's breasts a lot harder. Wait Naruto. What are you doing? Naruto looked shocked. Oh shit, I have gone too far. She laughed at his shocked face. This is your massage. Not mine. Now lie still. She climbed on his chest facing towards his feet. Naruto got a good view of her perfectly sculpted ass. Hinata knew what came next. She had been taught by Ino and Sakura, who were yet to try it themselves. The practice usually involved a locked door and a cucumber or banana. She took a deep breath and began lick the head of Naruto's hardness. He tightened. Ooh, it's really sensitive ya know. She smiled and continued. Naruto's nerves were dancing like fire. It felt so strange and yet so amazing. Hinata stopped licking and put it all in her mouth and began to move her mouth around then off it repeatedly. Naruto was beginning to feel something happening. He had masturbated a little as a growing teenager and he knew what was coming. Wait Hinata. I am going to come. She stopped and continued to gently lick all over him. The feeling subsided and he relaxed. She raised her ass higher off her body and slipped off her shorts. She was wearing nothing underneath. Naruto stroked her womanly peach and she moaned. It's so foreign to me, but it's so beautiful. He kissed each perfect ass cheek and trailed into the center. Hinata jerked upwards with a slight eep. Naruto was worried. Did I do something wrong? I am sorry. She shook her head. No. It was amazing. Keep doing it. He went back to the middle and began using his tongue. She ducked back down and put him back in her mouth. Both of their moans joined in a near harmonious tune of love and enjoyment. This continued for a near 10 minutes, both of them almost reaching their climax then stopping only to carry on. Ooh Naruto. It's time. She hopped off his chest and turned to him fully naked. She looked so perfect and flawless without her clothes. God I love you. And that's not my dick talking. She grinned and opened the door to the hallway and led Naruto to the bedroom. She lay on her back and spread her legs. She had one of her fingers in her mouth and the other gestured Naruto to come to her. She handed him a condom and he suited up. He positioned himself between her legs and looked questioningly at Hinata. Please Naruto. Do it. He pushed into her and she let out a small shout of both pain and pleasure. Her head was spinning. It feels so amazing. He began to thrust in and out of her voice becoming bumpy at each thrust. Their bodies melted together in one solid motion as she began to thrust upward with every thrust forward. Her breasts bounced up and down as if she were running. Her moans grew loud and louder as Naruto picked up the pace. With his free hand he pinched and rubbed her nipples further cheering her on. Oh Naruto stop. Slowed and she pushed him down. I told you baka. This is your massage. Naruto was turned on. She had never called him a baka before. He liked it a lot. I want to go on top Naruto-kun. She positioned herself over Naruto and slid his dick back into her. It felt even better than before. She flexed her muscles and bounced up and down on him like a oil derrick. They both began breathing as one animal. Naruto thrust upwards to intensify the pleasure and motion. She began to call him name. Yeah, Hinata, say my name. She groaned and moaned and they both felt their climax coming. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Naruto-u. Ku-yuen. She groaned and came hard. Naruto was near his climax also. He thrust upwards hard and felt his muscles tighten then release. He shot his load of seed and filled the condom right to the tip. Yeah. Oh Hinata. They fell back onto each other and panted hard. She wrapped her arms around him and snuggled in close. Well, that was amazing. She nodded and smiled. Next time you can massage me. He nodded, just as long as it finishes like that. No problem, ha ha ha. They breathed heavily and their naked bodies fit together like puzzle pieces. That really was special, Naruto. I felt like I was a part of you. He kissed her lips and stroked her curves. I wouldn't have it any other way, Hinata. They both gazed up at the ceiling and slept in each other's arms naked for the night. Although the night was magical, for other people, it was a nightmare. Chapter 25, Bloodied Sand. While some couples enjoyed each other's love indoors, some took their love to the warm night outside. Gaara and Sakura were hand in hand and walking down Konoha's main avenue towards their restaurant of choice, Ichiraku of course. The days were growing warm and Ichiraku did not have to conserve wood anymore. I've heard great things about Ichiraku. He smelled a strong aroma of cooking beef miso and fresh noodles. Sakura laughed aloud. No doubt you have heard all that from Naruto. He nodded in agreement. They took their seats and Ayame brought them their fresh miso. The food is delicious, thank you. In Suna we don't have special things like this. Or at least I didn't. Sakura looked puzzled. What you mean? He gazed into his bowl. One was not allowed in public restaurants. Sakura felt bad for asking and kissed his cheek. You are with us now, Gaara. With me. He held her hand and smiled. When he first came here, tears were always in his eyes. They paid their bill and walked out into the warm Konoha night. It began to sprinkle above them, despite the heat. Gaara drew out his sand umbrella and blocked the rain from her warm body. The rain became heavier and Gaara extended the umbrella a bit wider by adding more sand. Had the rain not been so loud, they would have heard the footsteps of their pursuers. They came to a stop as they saw a large traffic halt on the main street. There were dancers and food carts all close together. It seems people were having a street party. Let's go around this way. She pointed off to an alleyway which would bypass the street party. They entered the alley and further approached danger. High above them, a man clad in a dark leather overcoat. Their shoulders were armored with thick steel plating and the emblem imprinted on each shoulder depicted a Leaf Village symbol, with a heavy scratch running through it. He signaled to similar men on the opposite roof. There was 41 of them in total. Target in sight, Boss Tsuchi. The man named Tsuchi nodded. He was dressed similar to his men but his trenchcoat was obsidian black and his shoulder plates were made of bone. Good. If we pull this off, Lord Zetsu will pay us handsomely. Flashback. Tsuchi had met Zetsu 2 days earlier. He was peacefully resting in his office, counting up his loot from a successful carriage robbery. Him being the boss of the Deadly 41 gang meant he scored the largest amount of loot. The being called Zetsu had literally emerged from under the ground shouting out, "Haa Alu." He stood gracefully in front of Tsuchi's desk. Would you like to count more? Zetsu sounded very humorous and kind despite his fearful appearance. Who are you? Exclamation mark quote. Zetsu laughed. Tsuchi noticed half the white-bodied being was gone, as if melted away. I don't want your demon work. He felt the cold edge of a kunai lightly press against his throat. You don't have a choice. The other voice sounded cold and hateful. Okay. I swear. The mysterious figure removed the kunai and came into Tsuchi's sight. He was identical to the other one except his skin was black, not white. The two looked each other then merged into one being. We have a little job for you, eh? He threw down a sketching of a boy and a girl. They both looked like they were in their 17s or older. Kill them and we pay you Ryo with any number you want. Do it and you will live like cages. The white one laughed aloud and the black one seemed annoyed. Okay. They both die and that's it, right? The two men, or one, nodded and disappeared into the ground. Tsuchi walked out of his office into the large hangar bay of the Deadly 41's base. Listen up, ya grubbing the AKAs. We got work to do. It will be our last job, if you catch my meaning. The bay came alive with movement and yelling. Leather overcoats were pulled on and kunai were handed out and sheathed. Chakra goggles, which allowed the user to see at night, were charged and turned on, filling the bay with fluorescent green lights. Metal was clicked into place as 41 suited up to kill. Tsuchi watched them in amazement and grinned. Piece of piss. Flashback ends. Gaara hugged Sakura close to him. He felt something odd. His sand was tingling as if trying to warn him of something. It's probably the water interfering with my earth chakra. She smiled. You're a bit clingy tonight, haha. He loosened his grip and looked sorry. Did I say stop? She giggled and he smiled warmly. I don't know what I would do without you, Sakura. I love you. She was surprised. This was the first time he flat out said he loved her without any other words before or in between. I love you too, Gaara. They embraced and felt safe around each other. They were wrong. Well, ain't this cute, huh boys? The men laughed. Both alleyways were blocked by 20 men, 10 on each passage, the remaining 20 were above them upon the rooftops. A man stuck his out the window to see what the commotion was. One of the ninja above him reached down and slit the mon's throat without a moment's notice. 2 ninja leapt through the window and cleared the house. They emerged. All clear, boss. The 41st man emerged from behind his men. He walked towards the 2 teenagers with a wide grin on display. Now, who do we kill first? Gaara shielded Sakura and dropped his umbrella and pulled a protective hand sign. Tsuchi laughed. My friend. I am sorry to tell you this, but, well, do you see my second in command over there? He gestured to a man in full black with no armor or weapons to show his stature in the group. Well, he's an associate to Orochimaru. He has genjutsu beyond your imagining. The man pulled away his goggles and revealed a glowing red eye with similar patterns to the Uchiha. He's a hybrid Uchiha. His genjutsu is similar to Itachi Uchiha. He gestured to Sakura, who stood next to Gaara in a defensive pose, which is why. Gaara of the Sand, you haven't noticed that your girlfriend is dead. He signaled to the second in command and the genjutsu subsided and disappeared. Gaara was lying on the cold concrete. He looked over to see Sakura flat on the ground with a rope dart buried into her chest. Her blood spilled from the wound and turned the brown muddy puddles beneath her into crimson tides. Gaara screamed aloud, no. Saaakuuraaa. His scream was heard throughout the city. Boss, the shinobi are coming, should we just kill him? Tsuchi shook his head, no. He's already dying. Look at his wound. Gaara had not yet noticed. His stomach had been cut open and the sand was keeping his intestines from falling out. He would be fully healed in a matter of no time. That is one thing they had not counted on. The 41 men fled like lightning as the first shinobi were in sight. Gaara stood and cradled Sakura. She groaned in agony and stared into Gaara's eyes. Gee. Gaara. I love you. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head as she went unconscious. No. I won't let you die. He formed a stretcher out of sand and placed her body onto its surface. His chakra was weak and he could barely keep it up as he ran. The water was dissolving his makeshift stretcher and Sakura fell through the stretcher to the hard concrete. Gaara screamed, trying to form his sand into a stretcher or bring it back into him, but he couldn't. The sand was covered in blood and dirt and it was near impossible to control in this weather. He beat his fists against the ground in utter anger. Why, god damn it. He lifted her up and ran for Konoha Hospital. Kakashi and Yamato had heard the scream and ran to Gaara's location. He saw the unconscious and bleeding figure of Sakura and let out a yell of anger and sadness. Gaara. What happened? Gaara ran alongside Kakashi as Yamato crafted a stretcher from a nearby tree. Here, use this. Gaara gritted his teeth. I don't know. There were 41 of them, that's for sure. Kakashi's eyes widened. The deadly 41. They are mercenaries, which means they were no doubt hired by the Akatsuki. Gaara paid no attention. Hired or not, they would all die. The doors burst open at Konoha Hospital as they carried her in. Bring Lady Tsunade. This is her student Sakura Haruno. Kakashi's mind was whirling. They hired mercenaries to kill Gaara and Sakura. Why? Gaara is a Jinchuriki, they need him alive. Sakura was rushed to the OR immediately, where Suan met up with the group. Oh shit. Sakura. What happened? Kakashi sighed. Enemy attack. The deadly 41 inches Tsunade's grip tightened on the steel bed and she crushed the holding rail beneath her grip. Gaara could only stare as his loved one was taken from him to the OR, where he couldn't watch. He felt dark spots gather at his eyes and his knees buckled as his conscience and grief gave way. As always, Kakashi caught the boy and set him down on the waiting room chair. His wound was serious but it healed quickly. He slept for a solid 3 hours before awakening in a hospital room next to Sakura. He could hear the steady beep of a heart monitor. It was faint but it brought him to full consciousness. Tears were in his eyes and he wiped them away. He looked over at Sakura and they flowed out again. Her stomach was heavily bandaged, but her blood still seeped through the bandages. The rope dart had impaled her and damaged her heart as the leader pulled it free. It was uncertain if she would pull through. Gaara felt hot tears course down his cheeks. His teeth were gritted so hard it hurt. Kakashi and Yamato came in, about the deadly 41. Gaara cut them off with a stare. I am going to kill them all. His teeth gritted together tightly and he began to walk out of the room. How will you find them? Gaara raised a palm and formed a sand eye. He had placed one in the pocket of one of the men. It could act as a lookout and attacking device. He knew exactly where they were. He left the spare eye on the bedside table of Sakura's room, so he could keep an eye on her. He began his journey out towards the Deadly 41's hideout. Yamato shook his head. Kakashi. We should have stopped him. Kakashi shook his head in response. We are Leaf Ninja. We can't do this without orders. He pointed towards the general direction Gaara traveled. Like him, if I had not been a Leaf Ninja, I would be slaughtering them all right now. Gaara reached his destination in little over 15 minutes running. The complex was a large abandoned smithing facility, where metal used to be melted into weapons of death for all of the 5 great nations. He saw through his spare eye at Sakura's side. She was frothing at the mouth and shaking violently. Tsunade was restraining her with tears streaming down her face. Sakura's torn her wound open again and Tsunade screamed in frustration and sadness. They were losing Sakura. She might die and leave Gaara all alone, and it was all their fault. He felt his rage boil up until it exploded. He let out a roar that was heard miles around. It was half Gaara, half Shikaku. His wrists bulged and twin rods of solid sandstone ripped from his flesh, making it look like he had 2 katanas coming out his wrists like an assassin. His eyes turned black and his pupils a dark yellow. He would not give in fully to the Shikaku, but he let its power consume him. The air alarm sounded as the 41 departed from their sleep and prepared for an attack. Gaara let out a fierce scream of anger. It was no longer Gaara, but now it was the Shikaku who loved Sakura. I will rip the bones from your pathetic fucking mortal bodies. The Shikaku screamed and salvos of sand shards shot from Gaara's hands and destroyed the transport vehicles and gas tanks surrounding the complex. Let the slaughter begin. Gaara ha. My leash is broken and I crave blood. Chapter 26, Sand and the Shark. Gaara, who was now covered in an armor of sandstone spikes and plates, descended onto the complex on a wave of dark sand, in the 2-story wave, with sharp-fanged mouths that devoured all that was swept in their path. The defenders took up positions with bows and shuriken to take out the oncoming monster, but it was too late. Gaara leapt off the wave and collided into the hard concrete, imploding its surface and lifting men off the ground. Among the Deadly 41 were simpler engineers and guards who were not privileged enough to be one of the 41. They ran forward as the cannon fodder of the 41 fighters. Gaara leapt into their numbers, not speaking a word or even uttering a sound. He impaled, sliced and separated men's heads from bodies and limbs from torsos. A man who looked like he was on kitchen duty ran at Gaara with a simple steak knife. Gaara looked in another direction and extended his blade through the mon's head. Foolish mortal. Did you really think you could hurt me? The Shikaku roared. Another man tried to sneak up behind Gaara. He grasped the mon's head in his taloned hand and popped his head like a berry. The Shikaku was thriving off the bloodshed. Gaara was in control of his actions, but he was in no control over the way he killed. That was specifically reserved for the one tail, it seemed. The Deadly 41 began to join the fray. A crowd of 5 charged towards him with spears and pole axes extended. He opened his fist and shot out shards of sand slate like a rapid-fire kunai platform. The shrapnel tore the men into shreds and they no longer appeared as human shapes. More and more men leapt in, and no sooner had they engaged, had they died quickly and painfully. Gaara made his approach towards the main hangar building. The sand surrounding the complex swooped in and devoured all the dead and injured men left. They all deserved to die for what they did, his voice becoming his own, only to switch back and forth between his beast form and his true self. He torn open the steel doors to the secure building and stepped into the slaughter. Tsuchi could hear the screaming from his office, blood-curdled screams of mercy and curses to whoever was slaughtering his men. He ran out of his office only to find an blood-smeared hallway where his guards once were. He followed the sounds of screaming to the main hangar chamber. He can't be winning. There was a good 30 of my men in there, and over 40 workers and servants. He walked into the hangar which smelt so strongly of blood. Sir. Help me. Heelpmee. A man without any legs was dragging himself towards Tsuchi. Fear was in his eyes and he could taste death along with his blood. Tsuchi bent down and slit the mon's throat. Gaara turned to see a group of ninja holding portable kunai launchers. Similar to the crossbow, the kunai launchers were loaded with kunai which was shot outwards at incredible rate of fire. Gaara pulled a hand sign and screamed aloud, "Yo will diiebyyy my saand." Sand burst through the windows of the building and gathered on the floor. Everyone was knee-deep in sand. Nothing happened. The 23 men remaining stared at Gaara and laughed aloud. What are you going to do? Build a sand castle. Gaara stared silently at his opponents and the room went silent. Sand Spire Jutsu. Suddenly 23 sandstone spears shot from the ground, each one impaling a man and bringing him to the sky in sprays of blood. Their screams silenced. Gaara spotted Tsuchi and slowly walked towards him. Gaara drew an umbrella and walked through the rain of blood dripping down from the spires. Their blood was soaking through the umbrella and he let it drip on his face. The Shikaku extended Gaara's tongue to catch a few drops. Tsuchi stared in horror, and wet his pants. You are a demon. Gaara lifted Tsuchi by the throat and shoved his fist into his chest. Tsuchi was still conscious and screaming as Gaara felt his hand around Tsuchi's insides and grinned wildly. I am more than a demon. I am a Shinigami sent to taste your blood. You worthless pile of shit. He ripped Tsuchi's heart from his chest and watched the man's life fade away. He tossed both the heart and body aside and stood there victorious. What a might fine show you put on there. Came a humorous voice. Gaara turned to see a tall pale blue-skinned figure with shark-like teeth and a large bandaged sword on his back. Kisame. You were with the Akatsuki. The man nodded and drew his sword. We needed to separate you from the leaf to capture you. Thankfully you played right into our hands. Gaara snarled and lunged at Kisame with vile intent. Kisame countered and drew his sword Samahata, which seemed to wriggle towards Gaara in an affectionate way. Kisame slapped the sword and it focused. You sure made a mess here. Kisame flipped into the air and dived down with a sharp lunge towards Gaara. His sand blocked the blow and shook him back to his knees. His sand fell back and he was left open. A sharp swipe came down and Gaara rolled across the round and missed it by an inch. Kisame grunted as he ripped the sword out of the floorboards and moved for another strike. He stomped on Gaara's arm, breaking it in 4 places. He grinned at Gaara's scream of pain. Not so tough now, are you? Samahata. Are you hungry? He unwrapped the bandages and revealed a shark-like sword, its skin covered in sharp spiky scales. Now hold still. Samahata will hold you inside until I bring you to pain. He raised his sword and brought it down on Gaara. Gaara had closed his eyes. He slowly opened them. Am I dead? Kisame stood wide-mouthed. The sword named Samahata had made a sharp turn to the left of Gaara. What the fuck, Samahata? Do you think his chakra is tastier than mine, you piece of shit? He punched the sword and it let out a small screech. He turned to Gaara. Looks like I am going to have to take off some limbs and carry you. He drew out a small knife and moved closer to Gaara's broken arm. Let's start with this one. He grinned, then stopped suddenly. The room was dark. Something was covering the windows and a loud buzzing could be heard through the complex. The window frames blew out as swarms upon swarms of insects spilled into the room and covered Kisame. He screamed as they devoured his skin. He created a water bubble and grabbed Samahata and fled from the complex. If I weren't for you, Samahata, we would have been clear and free with the Jinchuriki. If I had carried on I would have died, no doubt, not having a free hand to form the jutsu. So in a way, thank you. The sword purred as they escaped the complex and into the dark forest. Pain will not be pleased. Gaara lay near unconscious. He saw a figure emerge from the swarm and hunch over next to Gaara. If only I was here sooner. We could have combined our jutsu. Friend, Shino grasped Gaara's hand and pulled him to his feet and supported him while he walked. You didn't have to do it alone, Gaara. I will always be there if you need help. Shino seemed a lot more confident than usual. It was Gaara's friendship that caused Shino to emerge as a stronger ninja and friend. Gaara coughed. Sakura, raw. Shino nodded. We found your eye next to her bed. She's fine, Gaara. Take a look for yourself. Gaara gazed into his third eye and his vision went dark. There she lay. Sakura was upright and talking with Naruto and Hinata, who seemed very concerned about her. They all laughed and Sakura turned to his eye and smiled warmly with burning affection. Gaara's eyes turned back to normal and the armor plating of the Shikaku subsided back into Gaara's body. With the flow of chakra returning to him, his wounds began to heal fast. They told her you went out with Kakashi and Yamato to capture them and bring them to the Anbu prison facility. She will never know about the killings you committed tonight. Gaara frowned at Shino. They deserved to die. Shino raised his hand and nodded, agreeing. No doubt, my friend, but this whole situation cannot reach the public. Tsunade is willing to cover it all up. A tear coursed down his cheek and he smiled as his true self again. I'm happy she is fine. Now let's GT out of here. My friend. They made their way back towards the hidden leaf. I could really use a drink. Gaara laughed lightly. He was still getting used to laughing. Don't tell Sakura, but I keep a bottle under my floorboards. Wanna give it a hit? They both laughed and bumped fists. Kisame approached the entrance to the Akatsuki hideout. He was not alone. Ah, Kisame. A cheery voice called. Zetsu emerged from the ground and opened its flowery head. Your mission was a failure, Kisame, called Zetsu's darker half. Kisame passed the two and shrugged his shoulders and frowned. I could care less. I am having issues with my sword. That is all. Zetsu laughed and walked alongside Kisame as they entered the cave. Konan stood at the entrance to the main hall. You come without the Jinchuriki. Nagato will not be pleased. Loud footsteps sounded down the hall and a figure emerged from the shadow. No, I am not very pleased at all. Nagato stood near the entrance and flexed his muscles and yawned. I am in full use of this body. I am free to walk where I please. Konan smiled and grasped his hand. He smiled. In a few days Konoha will burn to the ground. My new body will make sure of it. He pulled Konan close to him and led her to a private room to fully test out his body. Chapter 27. The Fourth Friend, Sake. Hinata was sitting on Naruto's lap and talking to Sakura about the upcoming Konoha social dance. Naruto, who was bored by their topic, was forced to read old hospital magazines. The ball had been established after Tsunade became Hokage. The idea was to celebrate once a year and do things many shinobi never had a chance to do during the wars and conflicts. The women loved it and the guys tolerated it as a simple girl thing. Hinata and Sakura were chirping about it for the last half hour and the topic changed to a more personal topic. Hinata asked Naruto to leave the room, but I was really starting to love these old magazines and dry information. Hinata giggled and pecked him on the cheek. Naruto made his way down the hallway to go get something to eat down at Ichiraku's. At the rate they are going they won't realize I am gone. He took a seat and his mind wandered off to Gaara. He has gone out to kill every man in that complex. Would I be any different? Hinata made sure the room was empty and leaned in. Well, we had sex last night. Sakura was sipping a glass of sparkling water. It was sprayed across the room like bug spray. She grinned wide and couldn't hold it in. How was it? Did you? Or you? Hinata giggled. It was amazing. So pleasurable when you get used to it. Yes, I used your tips. And no, we used a condom. Sakura grinned wide. I would have never expected it from you, Hinata. So tell me, how did you do it? Hinata leaned in and whispered all dirty things that would have made the next Ika Ika Paradise novel. Sakura whistled. Over 10, huh? Well, you were lucky. She nodded and looked cheeky. Are you, or have you been lucky? Sakura. Another spray of water came out and she looked surprised at Hinata's taunt. Well, kinda. He's over 10 as well. But I've never gone. You know, all the way. Hinata nodded and patted Sakura on the head. One day, young one. One day, Sakura punched Hinata in the boob and she fell over in pain and in laughter. Sakura steamed at Hinata. Oh yeah, well, I'll do it tomorrow when I am free from hospital. A knock came at the door and a Auburn boy stepped into the room. His clothes looked fresh and he had a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Cherry flowers, her favorite. He ran to her side and swept her up into his arms. I was so worried, Sakura. He breathed in her aroma and felt safe with her arms around him. Where have you been, handsome? He grinned and gestured outside, just tying up loose ends. He pecked her cheek and he gave her puppy dog eyes. Why are you doing that? She said with a grin. Can I go hang out with Shino for the night? Hinata and Sakura were both shocked. They did not expect it to be Shino. He was different. Shino. Are you sure? I mean, he's a great guy, but Gaara looked a bit annoyed at her comment. Shino and I are a lot alike. And he never attacked me. And he needs a friend more than anybody. Or I worry it could be like me or Naruto all over again. He is so close to you guys, but you guys are far away from him. Sakura and Hinata stood in silence. Just like Naruto all over again. Oh Shino, Hinata nodded. Naruto is going too, let him know please. It would be good for Naruto and Shino to finally get to know each other. Gaara smiled, nodded and left the room. I never thought of it like that, Hinata. We never acknowledged Shino. Hinata patted her shoulder. It's fine now. Luckily your boyfriend found his friend and now we won't have to worry about this. Gaara walked outside the hospital and bumped fists with Shino. You ready? Man, Shino was still getting used to the call names of friends. Gaara nodded and held up his hand. How would you like Naruto to come as well? You two are my best friends and I'm sure he would like to hang out. Shino nodded enthusiastically. Well, I would like Naruto to get to know me. Gaara gave Shino a high five. Great, let's go find him. No doubt he's at Ichiraku. They saw the back of Naruto's sweatshirt through the material cover to Ichiraku Ramen and they both grinned. Hey Baka. He turned angrily and softened at the sight of the two. Hey guys, what are you up to? He hugged Gaara and surprised Shino by pulling him into a hug as well. We are gonna hang out tonight and you are coming, Hinata said. Naruto looked puzzled, but I wanted to give Hinata her massage. Gaara looked for an alibi. She's having a girls' night with Sakura. Naruto nodded and followed them to Gaara and Sakura's apartment. The apartment has changed a lot since Naruto was last here. There was a lot of Suna designs and items on shelves and walls. In Naruto's apartment there was more of Hinata's stuff than his own. Gaara noticed Naruto's curiosity. Sakura bought Suna items to make me feel more at home. It's nice. Naruto nodded and took a seat on a large brown leather sofa and grinned. You are not the only one whose girlfriend bought expensive things. Hinata bought a massage table. Gaara and Shino stopped moving and slowly turned to Naruto. He laughed, and she also got lessons in the art as well. Gaara laughed. I would ask Sakura to get lessons but she will most likely break my spine. Shino just nodded. Massage is very relaxing. Was she amateur? Naruto shook his head and grinned, remembering the moments. She was amazing. Like a pro, Shino removed his hood and sat back. Did you use a condom? Naruto fell back off the sofa and gasped, what the hell? You can't ask people that. Gaara laughed aloud. That means he did, Shino. Naruto narrowed his eyes and stared at Gaara. What about you? I Sandy, Gaara half shook and half nodded his head, not all the way but close. I'm ready when she is. They turned to Shino. What about you? Shino removed his coat and sat there. He looked so different without his concealing clothing. It does not matter. They looks at him dumbly. We won't tell anyone or whoever you say. Just tell us who you lick. Shino stood with fists clenched. It does not matter. He stared at his clenched fists and slowly sat down, because nobody likes me. And I can't kill myself because my bugs stop me. Gaara was shocked, his mouth open. He's just like me. Instead of sand, it's his bugs. Neither will allow us to die. They went to Shino's side and comforted him. Man. You will find someone, trust me. Shino shook his head. Every girl I know is in a relationship. There is no one, nobody cares. Gaara slapped Shino across the face. We are both here, we always will be. We both know what you are going through. And you know it. Naruto nodded, remembering how lost he was. He placed his hand on Shino's shoulder. Shino. I forget you now and then. And I am sorry, but Gaara is right. We are here for you and I defiantly know what it's like. Gaara led the boys into the spare bedroom and kicked up a floorboard and pulled out a large bottle of sake. How about it? So are you actually going to do it, Sakura? She nodded. The two were playing cards and chatting. Yeah. I am ready for it and I'm positive he is too. Hinata laughed. He is a he. They are always ready. Sakura slapped her a high five. A small knock came and the door opened. It was Tenten and Neji, both holding hands. They walked in and sat down. Hey Sakura. Neji shifted his legs and allowed Tenten to sit on him. Are you well, Sakura? She nodded and smiled. I can leave tomorrow afternoon. Neji nodded and turned to Hinata. Hinata. Hiyashi is coming back in 4 days. Hinata was shocked. But he said over 2 months. She felt almost sick. How am I going to explain Naruto and I? Neji was nodding. I will help you deal with him. I know he can be difficult. Speaking of, he looked both ways and cocked an eyebrow. Where is Naruto? Hinata smiled faintly. Her mind was still racing. He is hanging out with Gaara and Shino for the night. I hope they are having fun. They seem like an awkward group. Naruto sunk the ping-pong ball into the cup and yelled, Banzai! And fell over backwards. Gaara and Shino were on the ground laughing so hard tears were streaming their eyes. Hey Naruto L, let's go play knock knock ditch. Ha. They had run out of the first bottle, so Naruto cloned the bottle and now each boy had his own bottle of sake. Gee. Gugud idas Gaara. Come on Shinu. Shino stood up then fell back down laughing. He was missing his shades and he had no idea where they were. Little did he know it has on his head. The three boys waited outside the door and knocked it hard and bolted. The door opened and a confused Kakashi walked out. He wore a shower robe and nothing else. Kakashi is Gaay. They called out laughing. Kakashi knew it was Naruto, but he sounded more sillier than usual. He rose up and smiled. Hey Kaka. Sensei ha. The boys cracked up laughing. Naruto, what are you doing here? He lowered his book and Naruto pointed. What are you reading? Szz no Okaka. Are you reading Ochinchin Paradise? Ha. Kakashi slowly began to turn red. Shit, let's get outta here guys. They walked around the nearest corner and Kakashi grabbed for his vest. The hunt begins. The boys ran fast, barely holding in their fits of laughter. Did you see his face? Ha. Shino bent over and vomited and laughed aloud. Gaara was crying from the amount of laughter he had induced over the last 10 minutes. Oh man, my sides hurt. This sake is amazing. They all nodded and continued laughing. They stopped laughing and stood quietly. They had heard a bark. They slowly turned their heads to see a pack of dogs led by a man in a Konoha vest and a mask covering his face. Kakashi did not look like he wanted to hang out. Naruto. It's very rude making fun of your elders. Prepare for your punishment. Naruto stood still for a moment then broke out into laughter. Ha. You in what army? Kakashi signaled to a nearby tree and Captain Yamato grew out of its very bark. He slowly formed and stared at Naruto with his fearful eyes. Naruto. Being rude is very bad. And you know. Naruto fell to the ground laughing. Normally he would be paralyzed in fear, but the sake truly worked wonders. Naruto stood back up and walked to Yamato, who intensified his stare. What are you going to do? Woody. Shino laughed so hard sake came out of his nose and Gaara was rolling on the ground. Yamato began to shake. All the trees near began to grow and sprout more leaves and branches. His pupils dilated and his skin turned pale. What? Did you call me? Naruto yelled out. Woo-oh-oh-oh-oh-dyy. Yamato began to twitch and it was clear he was about to break. Naruto grabbed his friends and ran. Yamato finally snapped. Come back here you little asshole. I'll strangle the chakra out of you. He sped off after the three boys who were laughing all the way. Kakashi signaled to Pakken, the ninja hound, go. Find them and bring them back. The dogs leapt after the three boys and Kakashi headed home. I have some business to deal with. There is a very naughty Anko in my house. They shut the door behind them and bolted the door 3 times and placed a chair behind it. He won't find us here. He does not know where Sakura lives and I don't think he knows you live here, Gaara. Gaara nodded. The boys had sobered up a bit after running the alcohol out of their system. They all lay back on the large sofa and talked. Naruto. Kiba. Naruto turned to Shino with interest. Kiba wants you dead. Because of Hinata. Naruto cocked an eyebrow and his fist slightly tightened. What? Why the hell would he want that? Shino sighed. Well, he loves Hinata and he is alone like me kinda. Naruto understood, so I stole Hinata from him. Is that what he thinks? Shino nodded then shook his head. Kinda, but he doesn't just think it, he believes it is fact. I would watch out if I were you. Naruto nodded. The three boys sat, drank, ate and talked about major issues and events upcoming. Naruto was still curious about today. Gaara. Did you kill them all? Gaara looked saddened at the question. I was fueled by rage. And I killed each one. He looked at his fists and grinned, but enough of that. I propose a toast. To new friendships and new beginnings. They all stood and took shot of warm sake. If they had looked up, they would have seen Yamato's face sticking out of the wooden roof. His cold-hearted stare dug into their scalps and they had no idea he was there. I shall scare them so bad their hair will be as gray as a geezer. Wait Yamato, wait. Your time will come. Chapter 28. Haunting Discoveries R18 Explicit Material. Sakura and Hinata were playing cards when they saw Yamato walk in. Hey there Captain, what can we do for you? Yamato smiled and sat down in a gasp of relief. I have been running for the last 2 hours and I need a rest and I wanted to check in on you. Are you feeling any better? Sakura nodded and gestured at her casual clothing. No fors or anything, I am ready to go home tomorrow and see Gaara. Hinata nodded. I want to get back to Naruto. After he is done with his guys' night out. Yamato's eyes shot out of his head and he raised his finger towards the two girls. Where is he? His face turned still and cold. It scared the girls and they broke. They are at Sakura's house, near the city center on Fujishima Street. He smiled and sat back up. Thank you for your information. He went to the door and paused, his hands on the doorway. Oh. Just curious. The boys sat around a small table and dealt cards and drank more sake. They were too drunk to play games so they ended up failing at card houses. Ha. This house is 2 stories high. Shino blew it over and fell off his chair. They all laughed so hard their laughter blew over the houses. You guys check this out. Gaara pulled his hands together and formed a hand sign. A miniature version of Gaara appeared on the table and began to dance. He increased the number of miniatures and soon the table was swarming with hundreds of tap-dancing Gaaras. Shino raised his hand and a swarm of insects devoured the Gaaras. They all roared laughter. Above them was the body of Yamato. He was slowly sinking out of the wood and was ready to drop onto the group when they all got up and left. He hit the table hard and he groaned in annoyance. I was this close. No matter, infiltration complete. The boys moved back into the living room and sat on the sofa and pulled out a large photo album. So. Show me what I missed out on these years. Naruto turned page after page as the boys enjoyed the memorabilia and free laughs. Yamato crept to the doorway and began to sneak up towards the sofa. He changed his appearance and disguised himself as a wooden demon scarecrow. His hands grew sharp claws and his hair turned to straw. This will get them. Call me Woody and you get the crow. He crept slowly behind them and stood 4 inches from the back of their heads. Shino stood up to go get something to eat. He turned and gazed at the scarecrow. He became extremely still. He burst out laughing and the two turned towards the scarecrow. They all laughed hard. Oh my god, Gaara, that is the best sand clone you have ever made, ha ha. Gaara stopped laughing. That's not my clone. Naruto turned to Shino, who had also stopped laughing. Shino? ? He shook his head and the 3 turned to the demon and screamed. Ah. It's a demon. They all split up in all directions and hid. Naruto ran upstairs and shut the door. Shino hid under the sink and Gaara ran the bathroom screaming like a woman. This is too rich, haha. Yamato pursued Shino and pulled open the sink door. Shino screamed, Please don't kill me. He passed out at the sight of the demon. Yamato carried him to the sofa and dumped him. 1 down 2 to go. Gaara bolted the lock to the bathroom and moved a chair by the doorknob. Try and get me now, ha ha ha. There came a knock and he became silent. Little Gaara, let me in. He screamed and cowered in the corner. A clawed hand morphed out of the wooden door. The door was unharmed and seemed to be spitting out the demon. It slowly approached Gaara, patted him on his head and grinned with rows of splintered teeth. Gaara's eyes rolled up and he likewise passed out from fear. Yamato was pleased with the result as he laid down the passed out boy next to Shino. Now I take out the leader. We walked to the foot of the stairs and called out, Naruto, I'm coming. Naruto could feel his heart pounding out of his chest, fear had him in its grasp and he was paralyzed. He hid in Gaara's closet and waited for his fate. He heard solid footfalls sound from the stairway. Naruto, where are you? The footsteps filled the room and went silent. He expected the door to swing right open and long-clawed hands rip him out, but all was silent. The footsteps began again and led out of the room and down the stairs. It sounded like the demon had left the second floor and proceeded to check the other rooms. Now's my chance, Naruto whispered to himself. The closet was empty and he had to move, and what chance would that be? Naruto. Naruto turned to see Yamato 2 inches from his face. A torch illuminated his cold features and his stare broke Naruto's will. RRRHHH. Naruto screamed and tried to fumble out of the closet, but he tripped over and stared up as Yamato slowly walked towards him. You called me Woody. That was very rude. His eyes dilated and he smiled. Do you have something to say? Naruto screamed. Sorry. AAHRRR. Yamato winked and walked off. Then my work is done. Naruto walked downstairs and passed out and was asleep until morning. Sakura and Hinata walked up the stairs to her apartment. God, I hope it's not a mess. Hinata laughed. I hope they aren't a mess. They both laughed. Sakura turned the key and unlocked the door and stepped inside. Well, that's new. Inside were 3 boys, all huddled together and in a poor state. Their hair was messy and they were dirty and sweaty from some sort of activity. Well, it'll take Naruto home. Shino woke up and yawned. Ooh man, my head. He stood up and walked outside to catch some fresh air. Tell Gaara I said thanks and it was the most fun I have had all year. Sakura glared at the sake bottles littered around the room. Hinata picked up Naruto and said her goodbyes. Naruto was curled up in her arms and sucking on his thumb like a baby. Cute. She kissed his forehead. Sakura was left alone with the comatose Gaara. Come on honey, rise and shine. She kissed his lips and he slightly opened his eyes. He looked tired and groggy. Ooh man. I think we overdid the sake. Sakura laughed. I would tell you off for drinking, but it seems you taught yourself. R18 explicit material. Sakura ushered Gaara into the shower and told him to rinse off. It will wake you up a bit as well. Gaara stripped off and hopped in. The flowing woke him up and cleared his senses. Sakura smelt her underarms and figured she needed a wash. Well, might as well. She grinned and headed towards the shower. Gaara heard the door open and freaked out. I'm in here. She laughed aloud. I know. Want company. The water at his feet turned slightly red as an arterial jet of blood joined the flowing water from his nose. Sakura was standing right in front of the shower and taking in every part of his body. She wore a black robe with a tie up front. She undid it. The robe fell away, revealing her naked body to Gaara. He couldn't help but stare. Her curves pulled in his eyes and paralyzed him. She giggled. I want you more than I do a hangover remedy. She opened the shower door and hopped in. He brushed his thumb across her breasts and they grew hard. He likewise grew hard. She pulled him in and forced her tongue into his mouth, her breasts pressing against his chest. In the water her hair turned a darker shade and her body shined in the water. She grasped his downstairs and pumped her fist. He brought his hands to her breasts and kissed each nipple and caressed them with his tongue. Her moans vibrated through his skin. She got to her knees, letting the shower spray her whole head. She took in his inches and rapidly pulled her head back and forth. Gaara felt so pleasured he gripped the railing to the shower to keep steady. He felt his climax approaching and pulled her back. I'm not an ignorant man, Sakura. What goes around comes around. He pulled her to her feet and went to his knees and buried his tongue into her. She moaned aloud as he massaged her with only his mouth. Her breathing became coarse and heavy and he could feel her heartbeat pulsing through her veins. She reached her climax and shouted. He stood up and grinned. Oh, but we aren't done yet. He put on a condom as she placed her hands against the wall and guided him into her. He pumped into her and each thrust bounced her breasts forward. He cupped them and she added to the movement. Her shouts joined his and they became one animal. Their hearts and breaths pumped in unison as did their moans of pleasure and delight. She called out his name as he called out hers and light filled their heads as they both experienced a show of lights and satisfaction as he reached his climax. The two showered off together and made breakfast soon after. Well, that was amazing. Sakura nodded and plucked a strawberry into his mouth. Sakura pulled some letters out of her bag and placed them on the table. I picked these up this morning, they are all for me except this one. Gaara read his name on the back and opened it. After a good 5 minutes of reading he smiled warmly. What is it? Gaara showed her the letter. Kankuro and Temari are on their way to Konoha to live permanently. Chapter 29. The Hate of Hiyashi. The weather was warm and dry. It had been a long carriage ride from the hidden swamp village. Hiyashi Hyuga sat in a covered carriage along with his 2 lieutenants. He flapped his fan rapidly and waited his arrival. Lord Hiyashi, the carriage driver called aloud. What is it? The cab driver pointed up ahead at the distant buildings. Konoha was close. Hiyashi turned to his lieutenants and nodded. Our mission was a success. The hidden swamp will comply and a trade route will be established. The men looked pleased at the mission's results. We can return to the Hyuga complex and carry on with clan business. I hate being the Hokages. A whistle came up ahead and a ninja of the Hyuga clan ran alongside the carriage. He pulled open the flap and nodded to Hiyashi. Lord Hiyashi, many things has changed since you left. Permission to fill you in. Lord Hiyashi nodded and the man boarded the wagon and sat across from Hiyashi. As I said before, sir, things have changed. We have lost contact with the outposts surrounding Konoha. Hiyashi nodded. He heard reports of the Akatsuki's movement throughout the 5 great nations. They were slowly moving in closer towards Konoha and other large cities. Hi, I have heard the reports and casualties. He gestured for the ninja to continue with his debrief. Hiyashi grew amused at what had gone to hell when he left. Also Lord Neji and Tenten are in a relationship. I don't know if this is useful to you. Hiyashi frowned. His actions will lead him to punishment. But for the time being it is of little concern, as long as he keeps it out of clan business. The agent pulls a vanilla envelope from his vest and looks scared. Sir. Hinata is also. Hiyashi grabs the ninja's vest in anger. WHO is she with? She is the heir to the Hyuga bloodline. She cannot deal in such pitiful relationships. WHO with. Hiyashi, despite his pale skin complexion had turned red. Ah, well, the demon fox Naruto Uzumaki. The ninja leapt out of the carriage as fast as he could, missing a kunai by an inch. Hiyashi was crimson red, his Byakugan activated and he leapt out of the carriage and sprinted towards Konoha. No. That whore. My daughter will not converse with that demon monstrosity. He sped past the carriage, doubling its speed. He was 1 hour away from Konoha. 1 hour then madness will fall again. Naruto awoke earlier than usual. Hinata had her arms around him and was snoring slightly. Cute, he kissed her on the lips and she mumbled and continued to sleep. He watched her sleep. She was so beautiful he decided to do something nice for her. He slowly crept up and sneaked to the kitchen and pulled out a list of ingredients. I'll make her pancakes for being such an awesome girlfriend. He mixed the ingredients and stirred the batter into a thicker syrup. He poured even circles into the heated pan and watched them sear and cook. He flipped the cakes and placed a large stack on the table. He began to dish out the syrup and dice up the lemons when a pair of hands wrapped around his waist and smooth lips pressed against his neck. You are so sweet, Naruto. Kun, he shivered. God, I love it when she does that. He turned and embraced her in his hugs and kisses. He pulled out a chair for her and they sat and began to eat. These are amazing, Naruto. You certainly come a long way. She giggled and he looked offended. Excuse me. I'll have you know I can cook. Ramen. This only made her laugh harder. He joined her. She took a chunk and placed it on the end of the fork and fed it to Naruto. I kinda love feeding him. I'm so weird. She gazed into his eyes and smiled so warmly it made him blush. You know I would be nothing without you. Hinata nodded. I feel the same. I love you. It was then that Ino entered both of their minds. He's coming. Hinata. Naruto. Hiyashi is sprinting towards you. Get out of there now. Naruto rose and stood in front of Hinata as the door was kicked in and flew across the room. The white robes of Hiyashi Hyuga stood out bright in the day's sunlight. His complexion was dark red and his bright Byakugan eyes stood out like beams of light in the dark. He raised a trembling finger towards the two. You will come away from that thing immediately. I ought to lock you up. Hinata slowly began to walk towards her father. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. She is not going anywhere with you. Hiyashi kicked over the table and split Hinata's breakfast all over the floor. I made that for Hinata. He roared in anger. Hiyashi grinned furiously. I don't give a fuck, you piece of worthless shit. You are an inferior demon who has no right conversing with humans. He punches Naruto and sends him flying back into the fridge, cracking it open. Hinata lets out a scream. Naruto. He slowly gets to his knees and says quietly, I'm not a demon. I am the son of the 4th Hokage. He lunges at Hiyashi at the speed of light and pins him to the wall in a chokehold. His eye widened at Naruto's changing eyes. His eyes turned orange around the outside and his pupils dilated. The Toad Sage. Sage mode. Naruto yelled into Hiyashi's face. I love Hinata. She saved me. Hiyashi laughed aloud and swiped at Naruto's arm, hitting a chakra pressure point and crippling his arm. He dropped Hiyashi and the Hyuga leapt backward and laughed. I heard about your little breakdown. And your little rampage. You are dangerous. Naruto lunged at Hiyashi. Then you must have heard that I protected Hinata from the gang members. That Hinata deactivated the Kyuubi's rampage with her love. Hiyashi was shocked. He had saved her. Love. How pathetic. I will not have you love my daughter. I'll kill you. He drew a kunai and lunged towards Naruto with a killer's intent. Please stop fighting. Hinata shouted. The two burst through the window and landed on the streets where they continued to fight. I'm finishing this. Rasengan. His Rasengan collided with Hiyashi's chest and the Hyuga groaned but was not knocked out. He swiped a kunai and cut into Naruto's cheek. Hinata jumped in front of the two and they ceased to fight. Hiyashi snarled, "Move out of the way, girl." Hinata shook her head, "I love Naruto and I will not leave him to fulfill your dream." "I will not." Hiyashi's eyes burned with hatred, "You whore." He slapped Hinata across the face and sent her tumbling into the ditch, her nose began to bleed and her cheek began to swell. Naruto stood there shocked, he growled and called and screamed in absolute fury and bloodlust. His sage mode turned darker as the Kyuubi's chakra and the nature chakra fused in a boiling pool of hatred and power. His pupils turned red and his whiskers grew more wild in length. "Touch her again and I'll kill you." The Kyuubi roared. Two tails sprouted from his body and he sped towards Hiyashi with a Rasengan larger than a watermelon, sage art. Giant Rasengan. His attack buried into Hiyashi's chest and blood poured from the deep wound he caused. "I will never let you marry her." He then passed out and Naruto stopped attacking, getting control over the Kyuubi and sealing it deep in his heart. A strong hand lands on his shoulder and stops him from striking again. "That's not exactly how you deal with your future father-in-law Naruto." Tsunade grinned and walked him to Sakura, who was healing Hinata. Hiyashi's mind was in turmoil, he felt himself escape the blackness of unconsciousness, his limbs felt heavy and it took him great strain to lift his head. He glared towards the boy who knelt next to Hinata and embraced her, that worthless child. Unforgivable. He spat out a mouth of blood and with great effort, rose to his feet, drawing a kunai from his pocket. They hadn't noticed him, perfect. "I only have one shot at this." He raised the kunai and examined the blade, it shined with a yellow oil-like poison, made for this precise situation. He locked off all the pressure points of chakra in his body except his arm, this granted him full power in his arm which would deliver the killing throw. "Uzumaki, you have plagued this village for too long." He threw the kunai which sped through the air faster than a rakeage to the bathroom. The three women turned to the screaming Hyuga with anger registered on their faces. Naruto did not turn, he stiffened and let out a slow exhale, his eyes gazed towards Hinata and a tear rolled down his cheek, his eyes rolled to the back of his head then fell forward to the ground face first into a puddle of mud. The women noticed a kunai sticking 4 inches into his back, they all screamed. A tree branch collided with the back of Hiyashi's head and wrapped his body in its wooden prison, as Kakashi and Yamato arrived. Naruto was still and not moving, they had pulled his away from the mud to help him breathe, his eyes were wide open and not moving. Hinata screamed, "Naruto. No, stay with us." He looked like an expressionless china doll, his skin had turned pale and his eyes, mouth and nose dripped bloody tears, he foamed at the mouth and began to shake in an apparent seizure. Tsunade turned him over to show a ragged hole in his back where the kunai had collided. "Dear God. The wound is growing." The parasites and bacteria in the poison were slowly eating away at Naruto's wound. All at once Naruto awoke and gained full consciousness. The screaming began. "Ah!" His fingers dug into the earth and ripped large clumps of dirt as he grabbed at objects to try dull the pain. His screams were loud and long, his bloody tears were streaming down his face as he screamed in agony. Tsunade and Sakura focused both of their hands on the parasites and purged them with medical jutsu. But Naruto still screamed in pure agony, "It's the chemicals in the poison not the bacteria itself." Sakura went to go form a stretcher for Naruto. "No. There is no time, we must operate and save him here." Sakura kicked over a bin in frustration, "Bring us water." The bystanders brought water and watched as Tsunade and Sakura mixed ingredients into the mixture and made a makeshift anti-poison serum. Naruto was thrashing his head against the ground as if he was trying to knock himself out to escape the agony. Hinata went to his head and placed her 2 knees between each temple, stabilizing his head. Her tears were hot and heavy. "Hi. Hinaata. Oh God, it burns so bad. Ah." His tears spilled down his face as he stared up at her. Tsunade applied the serum to his wound and he let out another scream of agony. "We need to know what poison it was. We need to find out as soon as possible. Or he will surely die." Hinata's spirit broke and anger overtook her. She walked towards her father with fists clenched. "What poison did you use?" She screamed into his face. Hiyashi only grinned. "You are a mislead child. You are too good for that monster. Come to grips with yourself." Hinata drove a strong kick into his head and he fell back. Yamato lunged forward to stop her. "Stay out of this." Yamato halted. She pulled his face up by the hair of his head and stared into his eyes. "What poison did you use? I am not your daughter anymore. You are a disgrace to the Hyuga and my mother." Hiyashi's eye widened. You dare use your mother against me? You whore. You belong nowhere." She kicked him directly in the face, swelling his left eye. "I belong with him." "What fucking poison?" Hiyashi sighed and almost lost consciousness. "So be it. Swamp fire oil." Shish turned her back on him and ran to Tsunade with the news. Tsunade and Sakura created the correct antidote and carried Naruto to his room and set up an IV and heart monitor. Naruto's condition was stable but he was in a coma-like state. Will he wake? Hinata sobbed over Naruto's chest. Tsunade placed her hand on Hinata's shoulder. It is uncertain, Hinata. The swamp fire oil is a deadly poison that was banned from conventional war after the Third Shinobi War. It would leave a man paralysis and eat their flesh while they writhe in agony. We were lucky to already know the antidote. But he is healing very slowly, even with the Kyuubi speeding up his healing. It's uncertain when he will be back to his regular self. Let alone wake up at all. Hinata, you must realize, this may have been the last time you have seen him awake. She began to sob harder and gestured for everyone to leave the two alone. Oh. Naruto. Please come back to me. Tsunade looked grave and turned to Yamato and Kakashi who had bound Hiashi and awaited orders. Kakashi looked like he was close to killing the man. Yamato. Escort Hiashi Hyuga to the holding cell below the Hokage's office. Kakashi, you are free to go off. Yamato walked off with the struggling Hiashi. Lady Hokage. Why not me? Tsunade turned to Kakashi and smirked. If I let you escort him you would have taken him to the nearest abandoned shack and tortured the bastard. Kakashi nodded and headed towards the nearest bar to clear his thoughts and lower his rage. He tried to kill one of my students. Tsunade stood for a moment then called out, hey, I think I need a drink as well. Nagato laughed aloud, so the Kyuubi is in a coma. Well, that only speeds up our operation. We attacked soon then. Nagato paced the grassy field as he was briefed on Konoha's current condition by Zetsu. He wore no shoes, he enjoyed the feeling of grass under his feet. The simple things you never notice. He had never realized there was so much he had missed since losing his legs in the fight against the salamander. Nagato, Konoha is now the weakest it's ever been, both physically and mentally they are withered. Without Naruto they will stand no chance. Nagato nodded and waved Zetsu off. Great work. I am moving you to the Hidden Rain village. We have our eyes on the Eight Tails now. I will deal with the Kyuubi. Zetsu submerged and Nagato was left alone in the field, apart from Konan. With my feet I can feel your vibrations through the ground. Konan, he smiled as she emerged from the tree line with a basket. He kissed her hard and felt her moan into his mouth as he caressed her body. He set out the mat concealed inside the basket and they both sat. Konan pulled out a container of freshly made sushi rolls. Nagato smiled warmly. I remember you being quite the cook back in the day. She smiled and popped a piece of sushi into his mouth. The food was delicious, another sense he had to get used to. Before he gained a new body his diet consisted of medicines and chakra pills. This was the first real food he had in a long while. He gazed at the setting sun. Konan. The other members will catch the Eight Tails without any troubles. Konan nodded. The Kyuubi would be the hardest to acquire, so when we give the Kyuubi to the ritual. We run from this life. Konan coughed as she swallowed her food in surprise. He chuckled. You are surprised. She nodded. I thought you wanted to rule the world as God. He shook his head. I want you and that is all. I care not the world. Only you. I want to run and live a normal life with you and you alone. Konan felt tears well in her eyes. Do you really mean it? Nagato nodded and kissed her softly in the corners of her mouth. With all my heart. After we destroy Konoha, she smiled at him and unbuttoned her robe revealing her firm breasts. And when would that be? Nagato removed his own robe and stared towards Konoha. Hate filled his eyes. In 2 days. It all burns. Gaara stared at the display case and pointed. I'll take that one please. He pulled out a large bag of gold coins and placed it on the counter. The merchant counted it out and smiled. I hope she loves it, sir. Have you decided when you will give it to her? Gaara smiled. He had known Sakura for more than a few months, but it felt like true love already. He looks up to the man and takes the small black box and places it in his pocket and smiles at the jeweler with pure happiness. Well. Between you and me, 2 days from now, I'll ask her to marry me. Chapter 30, Author Special, not an actual chapter of the story. This story has reached 20,000 views. This may not be a big deal to many people, but to me it's a great achievement and I am so proud of my work and the readers who supported me and gave amazing reviews and feedback. You all helped me get through hard times and further develop this fan fiction into what it is now. I started off writing this fan fiction because I was bored and depression was and still is hitting me hard. But when I received all these reviews and positives comments I was over the moon with joy. Ha ha ha. Breakdown is the first ever fan fiction I have ever written and I have been praised for it so much it's hard to believe. I enjoy making you guys happy and interested in the story, so I kept writing. A few weeks later and I am up to chapter 29. So this chapter is a good OL message from me to you and I am going to cover some questions I have been asked, which is surprisingly a lot of questions. How did you write it? Like how do you sit down and write your work without losing interest? Well, I myself am surprised I still have great interest in my work. I usually scrap work when I lose interest. I love Naruto, simple as that. I enjoy every aspect about it. I fell in love with the characters and I could not find a way to fulfill the things I wanted to see, so that lead me to fanfiction. I fell in love with fanfiction and spent hours upon hours reading mangas and stories such as mine. When I began typing the first pages of Breakdown, I made sure my ideas came from the heart. Since I was and still am going through depression, I can easily relate and pour my feelings into each word. Depression and suicide tendencies led me to the dark theme of my soon-to-become fanfiction. Note: I have never cut myself or attempted suicide. How do you get yourself in a good writing mood? Despite my emotions and feelings which go into my work, I can get into a good writing mood with two major things. Number one is music. To write a Japanese manga anime into fanfiction, I had to get into the mood and state of mind. I got into a Japanese rock band called Uverworld and a Kimono Gakari. They do Naruto OPs etc. With their music blasting in my ear, I could concentrate easily on Naruto as a theme. Better yet, I found some Japanese music that is slightly sad, so it's a win-win situation when I write sad chapters etc. Number 2 is food. For me to write, I gotta have a 1.5 LTR bottle of Mountain Dew, I have one now, and some Skittles or Oreos. Ha ha ha, comfort food great. Why did you choose your writing style to be so dark? I want to be original. I know there are many depressing Naruto fanfics out there, but I try my best to make Naruto's world to feel more bloody and visceral, which I definitely showed in the chapter of Gaara's rampage in the complex. I feel personally, that if you write the same old shit, you won't attract any viewers. That's why Breakdown did so well in the first few chapters. People did not expect it to be so dark and depressing, their eyes were glued to the pages to find out what happens next. What's next? Sequels. Prequels. After Breakdown I will be doing a prequel about Gaara. I am still debating whether or not it should continue past the events of Breakdown. But that would mean I would have to copy a lot of dialogue already used in Breakdown between Gaara and Sakura. Nevertheless, there will be a prequel next, then I will write a small story about Shino. Deciding to make it a part of Breakdown series or not, then I will go back to the next major book in the series which will continue from where Breakdown left off. So stay tuned for more info. Chapter 31, Doomsday, The Lost Ring. Doomsday, The Lost Ring. 11 a.m. Nagato wiped his kunai on a rag. The kunai was already drenched in the blood of Konoha's scouts. We have not even entered the city. The once proud Konoha scout guards were executed silently and effectively. Everything had gone smoothly. Nagato had gained a great proportion of his chakra that he had never once possessed. This was to do with the new body and its positives. With his spare chakra he could implant his mind into the path's bodies and not need to control them himself. It was similar to shadow clones, but instead the mind was being cloned into other bodies. This allowed Yahiko to fight alongside Nagato and converse as if he were truly alive. Nagato would lead this raid, however. Conan approached Nagato and placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. It warmed his heart seeing her smile. What are our orders, Nagato? He pointed toward the distant lands where the tall walls and buildings of Konoha were poking above the tree line. We move in and begin the attack. We should be there in an hour or so. He signaled to the other paths to assemble into formation. Despite their lack of personality and life, Nagato stood in front of them and gave a speech of the utter chilling truth. My fellow warriors, as members of the Akatsuki, it is our duty to destroy the leaf and capture the Nine Tails. But as Pain, as me, it is our destiny and purpose in life to watch Konoha burn. Konoha were responsible for the wars that ravaged our land. Konoha was responsible for the death of my parents and my closest friend. We'll show the leaf that they cannot ignore and block pain from their lives. We will not let them hunger for war and leave lands like our own to wither and die. We will capture this Jinchuriki and purify the world and flood it with pain and remorse for the world's sins. We are Akatsuki. We are pain. We will burn this world to the very atoms. The paths raised their weapons and the hour march to Konoha began. 11:13 a.m. Naruto. Beep. Naruto. Please wake up. I need you. Beep. Naruto, I love you and I will wait till death for you. Beep. The heart monitor was the only thing in Naruto's house that responded to her pleas. Hinata had cried herself dry and she felt like an empty bucket covered in cement. She felt heavy both emotionally and physically. Hinata walked to the window and changed the flowers in the vase that friends had brought for Naruto. They are dying. Just like, she slapped herself for thinking such horrible thoughts. No. Naruto will wake up. She smiled and walked to the closet and retrieved her jacket. She grabbed her purse and headed towards the door. I'll buy Naruto some natural herbs and medicine to heal his wounds. She would be dedicated to this cause till the very end. She closed the apartment door behind her and set off towards the market district. She wondered if Naruto would even wake up this month or even this year. I hope it is soon. I just want to hear his voice. Her thoughts turned to more angering matters, such as her father, the Akatsuki and the shallow citizens of Konoha. Her fists tightened and she let out a deep sigh. One at a time, she head towards the Hokage's office instead of the market. I am going to have a little chat with my father. How fun. She turned the corner and spotted Tsunade heading towards her office, likewise. Tsunade. She turned and walked towards Hinata with a faint smile. Decided to get some sunlight, I see. Hinata nodded and pointed towards the Hokage holding cells below them. I want to see him and know why he did it. Tsunade nodded as if she expected this. Well, that makes two of us, let's go. 11:27 a.m. Gaara sat in the living room of their apartment thinking and practicing his lines for when he proposes to Sakura at lunch today. I think I'm ready. I hope. He had recited his lines for the last hour. If he did not hurry and leave they would be late for their 12 o'clock reservation by the waterfront restaurant. He took a deep breath and called out, Sakura. Are you ready? She had spent the last 30 minutes in the bathroom. He was worried she would spend another 30 minutes again. If only he knew, their lives depended on time. All right. I'm ready. She walked out of the bathroom in a short black dress with her hair bunned at the back with 2 needles holding it in place. She left 2 of her pink bangs separate from the bun and dangled near her temples. Gaara was speechless. You are so beauty. Hot. She giggled and pecked him on the cheek. So what's the occasion? Gaara smirked, trying to give it away. Oh. Just a nice lunch to celebrate the safe condition Naruto is in and our successes so far. Gaara took her hand and walked towards the door. Sakura felt something hard and grinned. Gaara. We already did it this morning. Calm down. He looked shocked then laughed. He drew his kunai and shuriken from his pocket and set them down on the door table and laughed, as if I would need those. 11:35 a.m. Kakashi and Yamato sat down in the sun and laughed about the mishap of the prior nights. Research on female functions. Yamato was bright red with embarrassment and Kakashi had tears down his eyes in laughter. Oh man. You found out she was actually a man after you kissed, ha 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 ha. Yamato frowned in absolute disgust and repulsion to Kakashi's teasing. He then grinned. Oh yes, haha. It's better than getting licked to death by a fat girl. Kakashi's laughter stopped and he groaned. I had too much sake and I regret it as much as you. Yamato raised his hand for a handshake. We tell no one. They both nodded and shook hands. Haha. A secret duo alliance with a comrade to try overthrow me, Aye Kakashi. The bright glimmer of Guy's teeth was seen in the bushes before the green beast himself was revealed. Oh. Hey Guy. He took a seat and let out a long pained breath as he gazed into the cityscape. Something the matter, Guy? He nodded and looked pained. It's not me, it's Lee. Ever since Tenten dumped him, he has been acting rather down and emotionless. The youth is fading from his soul. Yamato nodded and patted Guy on the back. He's just feeling blue. Sake would cheer him up, right? Guy's eyes bolted wide open and he shivered. Trust me, Yamato. Never give Lee sake. It's dangerous. They turned to see Kakashi gone. He had left during Yamato and Guy's chat. Kakashi took a deep breath and carried on towards the Hidden Leaf Memorial Stone. He had to visit his friends again. Oh Obito. You and Naruto would have hit it off great. Kakashi always saw Obito in Naruto. That's why he knew Naruto would wake up. Both shinobi had a strong will of fire. 11:44 a.m. Kotetsu had his eyes in a large pot of syrup across the room. I can't take it without anyone noticing. Delicious syrup. He tiptoed towards the pot and slowly dropped his hands to the pot, looking both ways for intruders. Come to Papa. He lifted the pot to his lips and was about to drink when, baka. A large fist came down on his head, sending the pot flying upwards into the air. Ah, Izumo. I didn't see you there. Hey, Izumo smiled and laughed aloud. Great news, man. We aren't on gate duty until 2 o'clock today. Kotetsu gave him a high five and the two men laughed. The pot of syrup, which had stuck to the roof, came down and landed right onto Izumo's head, trapping him in a delicious syrup prison. Ko. Teat. Suu. I'll kill you. He blindly sprang after the man and the two ran around the room like children. It was not me. It was the syrup's fault. 11:48 a.m. The cell door rattled open. It awoke Hiyashi from his rest. He could barely see through his beaten and bruised eyes, but he knew it was Hinata. A father does not need Byakugan to know his daughter's near. Have you come to disgust me further? Hinata. She stared down at him with anger and repulsion. She took a seat across from him on a spare seat. You have a lot of guts speaking to me like so. After all you have done. Hiyashi spat at her feet and looked away. Were it not for our blood ties, father, you would already be in the ground. Hiyashi turned to her with furious intent. She could see the veins of his forehead pulse outward in fury. You whore. Uzumaki is an abomination. A disgrace to this village. Hinata laughed aloud. Her laughter cut him off and left him puzzled and more furious. It's funny. The real disgrace is lying in a cell in his own blood and shit. You are no longer the clan leader. His eyes grew wide. She smiled and gave a slight nod. After your stunt, you are imprisoned until they decide a better punishment. They made me clan leader only yesterday. Hiyashi grew still and he began to babble. No. No, no they can't do that. I'm not finished. Hinata shook her head and pointed towards her father. No. You gave up your power when you attempted to kill Naruto. And now that I'm clan leader, I plan on giving the title to Neji. Hiyashi shook furiously on the floor, trying to break his bonds. No. No. They can't. Neji is not a part of the bloodline. Hinata laughed again at her father's struggles to grasp the situation. Dear father. Naruto and I are going to restore the Uzumaki clan to its glory and eventually merge with the Hyuga clan. She stood and walked towards the door, ignoring the screams of her father. I will visit you every day, father. I will forgive you someday. The door shut closed and she felt true relief sink in. It would not last long on this day. 11:55 a.m. Kiba sat alone in the woods of Konoha's park. Everyone was too busy being in a relationship and it made Kiba sick. Shikamaru was clearing some space in his apartment for Tamari, who was arriving with Kankuro in about 2 hours. Shino was with Gaara and Sakura and Lee was no doubt training. It seemed the boy had lost interest in Tenten, but he was still in a down mood. Kiba's mind kept flashing to Hinata and the possibility of them getting together. Akamaru was asleep at his feet. I love her. And he's near death. Maybe I could just speed him along. He slapped himself for thinking such a murderous thought. No. Naruto's my friend and I am happy for them. A tear coursed down his cheek. There is no one for me in this village. No one. He wiped his eyes and put his shoes back on. She does love you. He shot his head back up and looked in all directions for the person who spoke. Hello. Who's there? The voice of the Kyuubi entered his mind yet again. Puny Inuzuka. Who do you think I am? A mere spirit. Kiba was shocked. Is it my guardian spirit guiding me towards a relationship with Hinata? He felt its presence in his mind, like an unwanted guest sitting at his table. What could you possibly know? The Kyuubi laughed aloud. I know that Hinata loves you. Naruto is just in your way. He's holding Hinata back. Kiba gripped his fists. So Hinata truly loved Kiba and Naruto was holding them both back from each other. That arrogant little bastard. The Kyuubi smiled. All was going as planned. All he had to do was pry into the boy's mind a little more. Kill Naruto. Pull his life support and call it an accident. Then you and Hinata will be together for eternity. Kiba grinned. He liked the sound of that. He began his walk towards Naruto's apartment, with the intention to kill his friend. The Kyuubi left his mind and fell back in laughter. That was too easy. Now I wait for the stupid boy to release me, then this world will burn. 11:58 a.m. Doomsday. Gaara and Sakura entered the riverside restaurant and went to their reserved table on the outside balcony over the river. The restaurant specialized in seafood. I hope they don't get it from the river. The waiter led them to the table and said he would return in 1 minute. Gaara pulled out her seat and seated her before sitting in his own. Ooh, what a gentleman. She giggled. His sound was harmonious to his ears and he felt his spirit lift as if on wings. Good. I'll need all the help I can get to propose to her. He stared over across the river. His wingman, Shino, smiled and pulled a thumbs up indicating that he is listening and prepared to jump in if something goes wrong. The waiter returned and laid a small appetizer of shellfish. The food looks so good. Why are you treating me? Gaara smiled. She is so goddamn hot. I'm blushing. I know. Well, number 1, you are beautiful and number 2, I wanted us to finally have some alone time to relax and celebrate the successes we have had in Naruto's stable condition. She blushed at his compliment and caressed his hand with her own. She cracked open an oyster and sucked it out of its shell. The juices covered the outside of her mouth and caused Gaara to laugh out loud. He pulled her in and kissed away the mess which made her blush heavily. He could not stare away from her beauty. She ran her eyes down his body likewise. A large gong sounded and they both looked surprised. It's midday, haha. Gaara wore a white collared shirt with a suit jacket. The 2 top buttons were undone and it pulled her in sexually. I guess I'll have to reward him myself after this, he. She shared an oyster with Gaara and the two met eyes again. Sparks connecting like S. Palms were sweaty. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the ring box and set it on his lap where she could not see it, just yet. Well, here it goes. Oh man, he pursed his lips and parted them in a large breath. He began to speak the lines he had spent so long reciting and practicing over and over in his spare time. Sakura, you have filled my life with true happiness. I was lost in darkness and depression and you were the guiding light that sent me on my way to true happiness. From the moment I stepped into your apartment I fell in love. I would be nothing without you. I love your personality, your body and your caring heart. I love you and I want to spend the rest of my life with you and only you. Like the cherry blossoms in Suna, you bring light to my heart, Sakura. I want you to guide me through this life into the next. I love you and I will never stop. Nothing will stop me from being there for you. Sakura, will you mar? And so it begins. Doomsday is among Konoha. A missile flew past their heads, cutting Gaara off mid-sentence. The missile collided with the stone wall only 10 meters from them. The explosion ripped Diner's limb from limb and scorched the white carpets black with charred body parts and crispy corpses. Those who did not die by the explosion were ripped apart by the shrapnel and left writhing on the floor in agony. Sakura screamed aloud and Gaara flipped the table over and ran to her side. Across the river they could see a lone figure with heavy piercings and a bald scalp. He looked almost mechanical in nature. He was holding a guard by the throat. He turned to Gaara and Sakura and smiled whilst crushing the Mont's neck, cutting blood and oxygen, then finally crushing the Mont's spine, killing him instantly. The Asura path raised its arm and salvos of missiles launched from his arm like fireworks. Sakura, run! The missiles collided with the building, bringing parts of it down behind them. They ran in a steady sprint along the long balcony as missiles collided behind them, following them along as they run. Gaara was gripping Sakura's hand tighter than a vice. With his other arm the Asura path rapidly shot out shuriken, tearing apart those who were near Gaara and Sakura, who were only inches ahead of the barrage as they ran along the riverside. His missiles combined into one mega rocket and he carefully aimed at the balcony's floor. Sakura ran as fast as she could. She heard a loud snap and fell to the ground as her high heels snapped under the pressure. She fell to her knees. An explosion nearby threw her back against the wall and she screamed as she stared at the tattered remain of her left arm. Gaara screamed in rage and darted back towards her as the oversized rocket flew its way towards the supports. He grabbed Sakura's face in his hand and screamed, "I love you." The missile collided with the balcony and ripped it to shreds, sending the two lovers to the bottom of the dark river among the remaining wreckage of the restaurant. The river grew red with the blood of the hundreds of citizens slaughtered in the first 10 minutes of Doomsday. A loose plank floated above the water. Atop of this plank was a charred blood-stained black box containing a forgotten wedding ring. The plank flipped and the small black box sunk to the bottom of the river, the lost ring which never found its finger. Kakashi, Yamato and Guy were hunched behind the remains of Ichiraku, rapid shuriken sinking into the ground around their makeshift barricade. Two of Pain's members had them under suppression and they had no idea what to do except think of a strategy and survive. Screaming shinobi and citizens crawled along the ground leaving blood trails behind them. War is not clean. Kakashi thought to himself. As a ex-Anbu member he was used to the horrors of war and massacre. Yamato was the same also. Guy was the only one shocked by the slaughter. Kakashi checked his gear bag, 2 paper bombs and a smoke capsule. He turned to Guy with an idea. Guy. You are the fastest. Guy turned to Kakashi and nodded. Go and inform Tsunade on the situation. We will cover your escape. Guy leaped into position and they counted off. 3, 2, 1, go. Kakashi and Yamato leap up and threw down smoke bombs and paper bombs to throw off the enemy's perception. A large shuriken the size of a dinner plate headed straight towards Guy's back. Oh god. The Rinnegan sees past smoke. He felt his heart quiver. No. First Rin, then Asuma, now Guy. He felt his heart break as it spun towards Guy's back. Guy. The inky claw of a tiger smashed down onto the shuriken and sent it crashing downwards out of Guy's way. Guy turned, smiled and kept running. The ink drawing of the tiger landed and let out a victorious roar. Upon its back was none other than Sai. The former Foundation student dropped down to Kakashi and Yamato's side. Captains. Nice to see you. Kakashi and Yamato both sighed in great relief. Okay. We are all ex-members of Anbu. This should be easier to work with. What about the Deadly Viper tactic? Sai nodded in agreement. The Deadly Viper tactic involves 3 ninja leaping from cover and attacking the enemy in a straight line. The first person throws shuriken or kunai while the person behind them deflects any projectiles heading towards the first. The third covers the other two's backs in a rear attack. Every 10 steps the formation switches up by 1, the first becomes the third and the third becomes the second. This way a perfect flowing snake of constant attacks are propelled into the enemy. Only members of the Hidden Leafs Anbu are familiar and use this technique. This would have failed if Guy were here. The 3 ninjas stood and counted down. 3, 2, 1. Go. The men leaped from their cover and began their assault. Hinata was running as fast as she could towards Naruto's apartment. I have to get there. It's the Akatsuki who is attacking. A missile came down 50 meters in front of her. The explosion ripped apart a young squad of genin who were trying to make their way to the front line. Hinata doubled over and vomited at the sight of their slaughter. I'll mourn later, I must keep moving. She jumped over wreckage and screaming citizens trapped in the rubble. There is nothing she can do. She spots an friendly face and jumps down towards the young member of the Inuzuka clan, Kiba. He turns to her and hugs her tight. She blushes but she knows H is just afraid of what's happening. Hinata, I was worried. Where are you off to? I need to get Naruto. Kiba shook his head at Hinata. She looked shocked. I won't leave him. Kiba shook his head in surprise. No. No, I'll go get him. She looked like she was going to protest. Hinata. I'll get Naruto. You go to the Hyuga complex and check on Hanabi. She needs you now. Hinata nodded. Kiba was right. I almost forgot about my clan. I have not promoted Neji yet. They do need me. Hinata nodded and ran off towards the Hyuga complex waving Kiba a farewell. Kiba watched her leave. His frown became a savage grin. He began to laugh and for a second his screams of mental laughter sounded like the roar of a demon fox. Naruto. I'm coming. He made his way towards Naruto's house, ready to pull the plug on humanity's last hope. Chapter 32, Doomsday 2, Heroes in Retreat. Doomsday, Heroes in Retreat. Neji and Tenten were directing citizens to the fallout shelters set in the Hokage cliffside. This way. Go go go. They ushered both elderly and young children into the shelter to their safety. An older woman ran up towards the two and pointed to the other side of town and yelled aloud, "There's about 100 people heading to the other shelters." The two men told me to gather more people. Neji and Tenten looked at each other. There is no other shelters. Ma'am, where is this shelter? She pointed towards the direction and the two began to sprint as fast as they could. Oh god no. There is no shelters apart from the Hokage shelters. It's a lie. The two ran towards an abandoned warehouse, towards the sounds of screaming and fleeing citizens. They burst down the door and came face to face with fear itself. Scattered along the floor were the hundreds of bodies of innocent citizens, who searched for rescues but found death instead. Tenten let out a sorrowful cry and ran out of the room in horror. Neji's eyes were fixed on the horror before him. Two-leaf shinobi stood facing Neji. They were grinning inhumanly. Their skin morphed and changed into the mysterious figures of pain. The two removed their Konoha vests and adorned themselves with their Akatsuki cloud robes. They charged Neji and he activated Byakugan whilst calling Tenten, "Hey, we have company." Tenten's scroll flew through the room and launched 40 kunai towards the two members of pain. The kunai lodged themselves into the two but they kept running. It's like they can't feel pain. Neji's Byakugan must have been blocked or jammed because he could not see their chakra veins anywhere. All I can see are those glowing rods. Each rod appeared to be glowing with pure chakra. That's it. Their secret was revealed. But would Neji be able to get the word out in time for it to matter? Choji grew twice his usual size and lifted the heavy pole pinning the two villagers. They gasped as it was free from their bodies. Thank you so much. Choji nodded and gestured them toward the shelters. Ino. Can you sense any more trapped villagers? Ino concentrated and searched the rubble for mind responses. Over there. One more. Man under that rubble. The two ran to the collapsed building and cleared the rubble. The last was a large slab of concrete that took all of Choji's energy and adrenaline to lift. Underneath was a crippled old man who was gasping for fresh air. Come with us, old ma. A kunai stabbed right into the man's shoulder, pinning him to the wall. He let out a scream of agony. They both turned to see a member of pain standing atop a building staring down at them. The heavily pierced woman formed a hand sign and a large three-headed dog formed out of the ground and stood at attention. The animal had piercings of its own and snarled at the two. The member of signaled and the beast attacked. Choji inflated 4 times its side and caught the beast head-on, smashing its face with his fists and screaming a battle cry of rage. He snapped its neck and dropped the limp body to the ground. It twitched and snapped back into life, its head on a horrible tilt due to its broken neck. It seemed to laugh at his failed attempt, so it's no ordinary Kree unknown currency Touré huh. Then maybe this will do it. He ripped its head clean from its torso and arterial sprays of blood covered them both. He turned to the pain member and was ready to attack when he felt the body of the animal move. It began to shake violently and 2 heads grew from where one was only a few minutes before. Choji. It's like a hydra. Choji cocked an eyebrow, like a wah. He removed the 2 heads with a sing of his chakra fist. 4 more heads took their place. Oh shit. The animal path turned to Ino and gestured another summoning hand sign. A large praying mantis-like Kree unknown currency Touré burrowed out of the ground and screeched at Ino in utter hunger and ferocity. Its mandibles clicked and it began to shatter towards Ino, its sharp blade-like arms flexing in anticipation. It lunged towards her, its blade raised ready to take inches off her body when Choji's hand collided with the blade and held it at bay. The 4-headed dog's mouth was fixed around Choji's left arm and his right arm was fixed around the praying mantis's blade arm. Choji was trapped. Ino screamed, Choji. He turned to her and forced a smile. Go Ino. Retreat. I'll buy you enough time. You must tell the others on the intel you have gathered. Go. He took in a deep breath and increased his size by double. He took in a deep breath and blew Ino away towards the Hokage's office. I'll see you soon. Ino's tears fell hard as she ran from her lover and protector. Hinata ran as fast as she could towards the Hyuga complex, her footfalls sounding loudly even among the disaster and devastation that has engulfed Konoha. She pushed open the gates and was met by two Hyuga royal guards who stood at attention and saluted their clan leader. "Give me a report, Captain." The captain of the Hyuga guard walked alongside Hinata and pulled out a clipboard. "The members of the Akatsuki are slowly venturing into the city." Hinata was shocked. What kind of tactic is this? She gestured for the captain to continue. "We believe they are searching for something or someone." Naruto, Hinata gasped. She was not surprised he would be the target, but she was shocked that she forgot the condition he was in. "Do our men attack?" Hinata shook her head violently. "They are too dangerous, even for strong ninja like Tsunade. Order the men to use their Byakugan to help rescue and evacuations." The captain saluted and rounded up all the guards in the courtyard. Hinata headed towards the great house of the Hyuga, where Ko awaited her with Hanabi at his side. "Hinata. I mean, clan leader." Hinata giggled and shook her head. "I am your sister before I am your leader, Hanabi." "How are you?" The teen nodded slowly, but she was shivering from shock. "I'm fine. Just shaken up, ya know." Hinata smiled at the use of her boyfriend's way of speaking. "She spent the day with me and Naruto and she already is using his catchphrase." She turned to Ko and he bowed low. "Lady Hyuga." She shook her head at his formalities. "Lady Hinata if you must." He smiled and corrected himself. "The Hyuga elder has a wartime gift for you, Lady Hinata." This way, he led her into the great house where the old man sat. "Lady Hyuga, as the new clan leader you are entitled to the Hyuga armory and archives. However, this being a wartime occasion, we give you this." They withdrew a black box from a velvet bag and laid it in front of Hinata. She knelt and lifted the black jade lid to reveal a lavender and obsidian-colored katana with the Hyuga's symbol etched in the blade. "It was made especially for you, my dear lady. Crafted from our finest forges in the land of iron." She drew the sword and gazed at its beauty. "Thank you. I hope I don't get it too dirty in Akatsuki blood." Ko and Hanabi stood with their mouth open, stunned still. She laughed aloud. "I am only kidding," but inside she would be willing to kill them all to save Naruto. She equipped the sword and ran outside. "Ko, look after Hanabi and the elder. I am going to help Kiba with Naruto's transport." She jumped the gate and sprinted as fast as she could towards her home, where Naruto and his awaiting death would be carried out. Unless she got there first. Nagato stood atop the gates of Konoha and watched Konoha burn, building by building. "This pain. They feel it strongly." Conan nodded and kept a watchful eye out for any shinobi who managed to clear past the members of Pain stationed throughout the city. They were scouring the city in hopes to find Naruto Uzumaki, but Nagato knew he would be held in a safe place or preparing to fight in the upcoming battle. "Conan, after this is done," he looked warmly at her and stroked her cheek, "we give Uzumaki's body to the other members of Pain and send them to Tobi. Then you, me and Yahiko disappear." She smiled and nodded. She was happy to be leaving the war and conquest of the world. She only wanted to serve Nagato to the best of her abilities. World domination was the Akatsuki dream, not hers. Nagato turned to Conan. "I have just received information from the human path. Naruto is in a coma. Location unknown." A paused and seemed to listen to the information in his head. "We know the location of both his friends and his house." Conan knew the human path was an expert in mind reading and asked, "Where is this information coming from?" Pain paused again and smiled. "The secretary of the Hokage herself." Conan nodded. "She is surely dead then. No one survives the human path's tactics." The deadly Viper formation leapt out of the cover of the makeshift barricade and began their push towards the enemy. In front was Kakashi, who dished out rapid projectiles of both kunai and shuriken. Yamato was behind Kakashi, deflecting any attacks heading towards Kakashi and the formation. Behind both of them was Sai, who was using summoning scrolls to supply more kunai and shuriken. Kakashi emptied out a whole satchel of projectiles and he shouted aloud to the others, "Change." The formation switched. Kakashi went to the back to resupply himself while Sai deflected all projectiles flying towards Yamato with the intention to kill. Their slow push forward was successful and they were only a few meters away from the Akatsuki members before Kakashi yelled out again, "Now!" They broke formation and lunged at the two members. They tackled the first one over and with a swipe of Kakashi's wakizashi katana, its head was removed from its torso. They launched themselves onto the other member who had drawn a savage-looking sword and pushed it to the ground. They held it down and shouted fierce interrogations and questions about their plans. Sai stood back trying not to crowd the two older ex-Anbu members. Had he been more focused, he could have sensed a pair of hands ready to close around his throat. They snapped into place and locked in like a vice grip. He could not think or breath. All he could do is thrash around silently. He tried to yell out but nothing came forth. "I'm in shock." He flailed around as the headless corpse strangled the life out of him. His last move before death, he kicked Kakashi in the back hard, which made both men turn around at lightning speed. They turned to see the headless corpse on both its feet and strangling their team member, who was almost blue. They lunged at it and removed its arms from its body, but the hands still clasped tight around Sai's throat, not willing to let go. Yamato brought his kunai down and sliced all the fingers off the hands. The hand, fingers and Sai both hit the ground and were still. Sai. They ran to his side and placed him in the recovery position, allowing him to take in deep cool breaths. He coughed blood but appeared to recover in a matter of minutes. How the hell was he doing that? Yamato inspected the severed limb. He noted each limb had a black rod piercings embedded in the skin. He touched one of the rods and felt a faint buzz of chakra. The rods are controlling devices. They walked over to a twitching arm. Kakashi bent down and pulled out one of the rods. It stopped twitching. He placed it back in again and the twitching continued. We must report this back to the Hokage immediately. Retreat at once. Sai looked shocked and looked over at the devastated citizens. What about them? They are lost. Kakashi sighed. We are Anbu. Orders are priority. You can never escape the guilt, but it's what we must do. The three ninja ran from the fighting towards the Hokage office, not noticing Kiba walking towards Naruto's apartment with a sadistic look upon his face. I'm almost there. I can smell his diminished chakra. Kiba grinned savagely as he approached Naruto's apartment. He had sent Akamaru to his sister's clinic to help escort the animals and citizens while he retrieved Naruto. He was shaky and nervous, but he felt no regret for what he was going to do. An explosion sounded behind him. He paid no attention as he climbed the stairs to Naruto's apartment. The cries of death and devastation were mute to his ears. His lustful mind was focused on earning Hinata and living a happy life. He felt cheeky and knocked on the door. Naruto, were you there? Haa. He kicked down the door and entered the room, taking the sight of the place. He spotted a picture of Hinata and Naruto kissing. His kunai stuck the photo dead center and shattered it to pieces. His grin widened. Kiba, come to us. Finish it. Earn her love. The Kyuubi almost purred its request, pulling him into Naruto's room. The room was filled with fours and loud beeps coming from the adjacent monitors, portraying his heart, chakra and breathing. He slapped Naruto across the face. Wow, hahaha, you really are done. He looked like a maniac as he stared down at his once best friend. You have caused me despair. Naruto Uzumaki. You have taken my woman and took my place as a strong ninja. His grin turned to a scowl. You fucked it all up. He flipped over the table and vases of flowers and cards hit the floor. He ripped away Naruto's sheets and raised his kunai, ready to bring it down on his friend. Wait, it has to look like an accident. The Akatsuki would have taken him alive if it were them. He lowered his kunai and sheathed it. He spat on Naruto. You are not worthy of my blade, you fox scum. Hinata is mine. He turned to Naruto's eye and yanked it. The flow of medicine and nutrients spilled along the floor. He then walked to the other side of the room and crushed Naruto's oxygen tank in his fist. Naruto's breaths became harsher as he was forced to take heavier breaths from the real oxygen. Oh. What's the matter, Naruto? Did you need that? Ha 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 ha. He walked towards the last Ive line, which connected Naruto to a source of chakra to keep his body replenished and help speed up his healing. He took a long glare at Naruto, then ripped the Ive cord right out of his chest. When you finally die. Stay that way, Uzumaki. What have we here? Kiba turned fast to see a tall man with straightened red hair. His fringe covered one eye but clearly reveled his purple rippled eye. He wore a flowing robe with an obvious red cloud design on its side. Next to him was a blue-haired woman with a blue rose in her hair. She stood protectively next to the man, a traitor in Konoha. I'm surprised. Kiba raised his kunai and snarled. I did what I had to. The man laughed and applauded at Kiba's determination. I'm sure you did. Our job was to kill or bring in Naruto alive. You certainly have made things interesting. What is your name? Kiba slowly lowered his kunai and eased his composure. Kiba. Kiba Inuzuka. Did I ruin your plans? The man shrugged and took a seat next to the harsh-breathing Uzumaki. Yes and no. Because he is dying, we can't create the super weapon we needed. But now he is dying, no one can stop us. Kiba also took a seat, but was cautious of the woman. So what now? What do you want with me? I have a girl I was promised I would earn after killing him. Nagato smiled. Ah yes. I can read your mind. But I don't think she will love you if she finds out about this accident. Kiba snarled and launched himself at the man, Shinra Tensai. Kiba flew backwards and was pinned against the wall. It was as if his limbs were held to the wall by metal rods like a poster. Join me. You have proved yourself. And we promise we will spare her life and make her love you. We can do wonders. Young Inuzuka, Kiba was lowered to his feet. He stood still for a moment, then he went to his knees and bowed his head. I am yours to command. My master, Nagato smiled and caught a slight smirk from Konan. I am Nagato of the Hidden Rain. You do no pain. You are of use to us. But first, he pulled a scroll from his pocket and summoned its content. You better put these on. It's dusty outside, Kiba grinned and slipped on a ring Nagato pulled from his pocket. Naruto was twitching and clawing at his chest, his breathing became harder and harder to grasp. The Akatsuki members left the room. Kiba went to the counter where a candle of hope was lit for Naruto. He grinned and kicked it off the counter, it hit the ground and set the curtains ablaze, filling the room with smoke. He left Naruto's apartment laughing. Hinata ran as fast as she could, her breath harsh and haggard. I must get to him and help Kiba carry him to safety. She saw smoke high above and shrugged it off as an explosion or fire from another house. She turned the corner to Naruto's street and was proven wrong. Smoke billowed from Naruto's house. She saw the robes of the Akatsuki descending the steps. Her fists clenched, she ran towards the three figures. She tripped over a rock and face planted the soil. The figures turned, raising their kunai. Wait. That's her. She looked up to see the spiky hair and grinning fangs of Kiba Inuzuka, his hand blessed by a Akatsuki ring and his robes clearing showing his new alliance's icon. The red cloud seemed to beam at Hinata. Kiba, where's Naruto? Kiba pulled back his head and laughed. Ahaha, don't worry my sweet. He is sleeping. He was caught in another burst of laughter. He turned to Hinata and blew a kiss and turned his back on her. Kiba, what have you done? The roar came from Neji who was pulling Hinata to her feet. Kiba snorted and waved away. Neji, stay out of it. Hyuga, Naruto is dead and this world will belong to me for a change. Hinata screamed and ran inside, fresh tears streaming down her face. She burst through the flames. Neji charged at Kiba but missed as Kiba seemed to teleport from his original position. What is this power? Kiba flicked his ear and something glimmered. This little baby is a chakra rod. Lord Nagato is feeding me a little bit of chakra to get me started. He turned away from Kiba and called aloud, Akamaru. Here boy, the air rippled next to Kiba and Akamaru appeared. He wore a black metal collar which seemed to glow. Akamaru is loyal to me. He patted the dog which caused it to smile and pant happily. He also loves this new power. Neji noticed something different about Akamaru. The dog's ear was pierced with the same chakra rod and his claws and hair were more wild in appearance. Kiba, you have gone too far in your quest for power. Give up now and there still may be hope for you. Kiba laughed so hard tears ran down his face. These tears were blood red however. I have killed the strongest ninja in the leaf. There is no going back Neji. Neji gritted his teeth and shouted, you are no better than Sasuke. Kiba nodded and walked away in a cloud of dust. I'll tell him you said hi. Neji balled his fists and tears streamed down his own face. His friend had crossed the line and seeked darkness, god damn it. Kiba, I will never forgive you. Chapter 33, Doomsday 3, Hope in Ashes. Doomsday P3, Hope in Ashes. Hinata ran as fast as she could, her breath harsh and haggard. I must get to him and help Kiba carry him to safety. She saw smoke high above and shrugged it off as an explosion or fire from another house. She turned the corner to Naruto's street and was proven wrong. Smoke billowed from Naruto's house. She saw the robes of the Akatsuki descending the steps. Her fists clenched, she ran towards the three figures. She tripped over a rock and face planted the soil. The figures turned, raising their kunai. Wait. That's her. She looked up to see the spiky hair and grinning fangs of Kiba Inuzuka, his hand blessed by a Akatsuki ring and his robes clearing showing his new alliance's icon. The red cloud seemed to beam at Hinata. Kiba, where's Naruto? Kiba pulled back his head and laughed. Ahaha, don't worry my sweet. He is sleeping. He was caught in another burst of laughter. He turned to Hinata and blew a kiss and turned his back on her. Kiba, what have you done? The roar came from Neji who was pulling Hinata to her feet. Kiba snorted and waved away. Neji, stay out of it. Hyuga, Naruto is dead and this world will belong to me for a change. Hinata screamed and ran inside, fresh tears streaming down her face. She burst through the flames. The smoke stung her eyes and she felt her lungs burning from the smoke, but she made her way through the house towards Naruto's room. She kicked down the door. Naruto's oxygen tank was crushed and his eye lines were ripped from his arms and chest, leaving him absolutely vulnerable. His breathing was faint and withered. Naruto. She ran to his side and cried over his chest, her tears wetting his chest. It won't end like this. She lifted him up with all her strength. Loud creaks sounded as the house began to give way to the flames. She ran through the bedroom door, the ceiling giving way behind them, only inches from crushing the two of them. The beam holding the roof collapses in front of Hinata. She leaps over it as it shatters the floor below, sending shrapnel and debris hurling above. The door seems so far away but she makes it through just in time. The flames reach one of the gas cookers and sets it alight, igniting the gas and forming a fireball larger than anything Sasuke can manage. She leapt off the balcony and landed on her back, shielding Naruto from the impact. Hinata rose and noticed a large piece of wood sticking into her leg. Neji ran to her side and supported her. Where is Kiba? She coughed violently. Neji only shook his head. He's gone. Betrayed us all. Hinata took a breath and said quietly, he will pay. I don't care if he was our friend. He has forsaken us all. She turned to Neji who admired her new Hyuga katana. She remembered, Neji. I am an Uzumaki, although not officially. I await the day he asks me. She unclipped the sword from her belt and presented it to Neji. His eyes widened as he finally grasped her meaning. He shook his head but she placed the katana in his hands and smiled, as clan leader. I give up my position and pass it on to you. Neji Hyuga, clan leader of the Hyuga. Neji was stunned. He did not know what to say. Your duty is to your clan. My duty is to my own. The Uzumaki clan. Neji. Led them wisely and show them victory. Neji nodded and removed the wood from her leg. They ran side by side with Naruto cradled in her arms, his limp body still breathing. I'm glad. Naruto. Shikamaru and Lee ran towards the explosions and screaming of the main street and spotted Ino sprinting towards them, a praying mantis creature hot on her tails. Let's go Lee. The two ran forward, Shikamaru ducking down by a trash can. He activated his shadow possession which held the creature at bay. Lee jumped atop a building and jumped downward, his heel colliding with the creature's head. Its head burst in a flow of green blood and shell pieces. The creature collapsed and twitched violently. Ino. Are you okay? They brushed the dust and debris from her hair and body. I'm fine. Please. Go get Choji. Tears were welling at the corner of her eyes. He protected me from those creatures. I don't know what's happened to him. Shikamaru and Lee both nodded and sprinted towards Ino's last position. God, I hope we get there in time. Shikamaru feared they already were. They rounded the war-torn building of Ichiraku Ramen and sprinted towards the large creatures tearing the buildings apart. Where is Choji? They could not see him anywhere, which was a hard thing. The two creatures turned and let out screeches of fury and hunger in unison. The large house stepped forward and revealed the blood-splattered and broken headband of Shikamaru's best friend. He could see tatters of Choji's clothing in the creature's bloody mouth and scattered food pills along the ground. No. Shikamaru screamed in absolute anger. He had never been so angry in his life, not even when Hidan had slayed his master. Lee lunged at the other creature and left Shikamaru to the hound creature. Shikamaru let the despair and dark rage taken hold of him, his bloodlust spreading throughout his veins, his teeth clenched and felt like they would shatter under his powerful pressure. He looked up and stared into the eyes of Choji's killer and screamed, I will rip you limb from limb. You piece of furry shit. He lunged forward. Throwing a paper bomb at a nearby building, it exploded bringing down 5 stories of rubble. It blocked the sun and shadow covered the street around the two fighters. Good. I want the darkness. The beast charged and he met it head-on with a kunai in each hand. His leap landed him atop one of its heads. He lunged both kunai down into its eyes and flipped backward off its head as it writhed in both pain and fury. Now. You die. He tensed both hands together and screamed aloud, Shadow Shred Jutsu. Lee gasped. Gai-sensei told me it was a forbidden jutsu of the Nara clan. It's inhumane. Tendrils of shadow wrapped around the creature and began ripping off pieces of the creature and strangling it. Limbs were torn off and heads were crushed as the shadows mauled the being with utter inferiority. The creature began to duplicate. Oh no you don't. Shikamaru had read the intel from Fukusaku on the creature summoned by the Akatsuki member, Shadow Swallow. Endless Darkness Jutsu. The ground darkened to a obsidian black and the creature sank into the tar-like liquid the shadows had become. It was dragged to the very underworld it seemed. While Shikamaru was in an absolute blood craze, Lee was head-to-head with a cross between a dragon and a tiger. Its primary attack was its bladed tail which swung at high speeds meaning to separate Lee from his torso. This is becoming very difficult. I have no choice. He focused his chakra and dodged the oncoming attacks as he prepared his next move. Fourth gate released. Gate of Pain. Lee's body became bright red and his body was enveloped in a green aura which could be mistaken for pure chakra. The creature almost laughed at his move and seemed to glow green itself. It can open gates also. The creature swiped its blade side to side, driving Lee backwards. He swiped his fist down colliding with the creature's scaly head. Its Rinnegan eyes shone with an intense gleam. It seemed to draw him in. That's what it wants. No I want. He evaded his eyes and ducked back as another swipe crossed his head. The creature continued to swipe it side to side, but it unexpectedly changed its attack style. Both Lee and his blood stuck to the wall. It had lunged its blade forward like the tail of a scorpion. It caught Lee in his stomach, pinning him to the stone wall. His blood flowed from the large wound like a red waterfall. Lee. The sound seemed to come from far away. Who? Is it? Father? No. Guy? Yes. The world went blurry and he found it hard to make out the shapes. He grabbed for his kunai and with the last of his energy he swiped it down hard on the tail. It severed and the creature screamed in agony. The detached tail still held Lee impaled to the stone wall. He was trapped. Lee. No Lee. The sound of footfalls echoed through his mind. Had Guy-sensei not been wearing the obvious green jumpsuit, Lee would have had trouble figuring out who it is. Hawk. Ah, Guy-sensei. He felt the warmth of his master cradle around his own. Guy. Father. I feel cold. Guy wept openly. The street was empty apart from Shikamaru, Lee, Guy and the finished corpse of the tiger dragon. Lee, I'm not your father. I wish. Lee cut him off with a loud cough. Blood began seeping from his lips and nose. His injuries were beyond repair, but he smiled despite this. You have been more of a father than my own. Who I never knew very well. Guy smiled and stood. Shikamaru. Help me carry him back. Lee only shook his head. Sensei. I'm not going to survive this. The Chunin exams should have killed me. But this has. Guy drove his fist into the wall and screamed. No. No, this is not going to happen like this. I am the Leaf's blue beast and I forbid it. His tears fell heavier than before. Please, Lee. Hold on. Lee did not reply. Guy thought the boy was only laughing or crying, but it was far worse. The boy's eyes rolled up to their whites and his body convulsed. Not Enoga blood was getting to his brain. No, Lee, no. The boy shook and ceased. Lee, please. Lee, Lee. My son, Lee. No. What is it, Kakashi? Yamato looked puzzled at Kakashi's listening expression. Oh. Nothing. I thought I heard Guy. Never mind, the Hokage office is ahead. The three ninja passed a line of shinobi who were positioned in a defensive formation. The Hokage is waiting for you, Kakashi. They forgot the formalities. Nad leapt to the Hokage rooftop where she waited. Tsunade. What is the situation? Tsunade looked grave at Kakashi. You three may want to come inside. She led the three to a meeting room where the surviving Junin and Chunin awaited briefing. Take a seat, everyone. They all sat and Tsunade took a deep breath. We have great amounts of intel and not enough time to go through it. First of all, she looked at the survivors and a stray tear coursed down her cheek. Right now. These ninja have been killed or lost in battle. Gaara, Sakura, Shizune, Shino, Kiba, Izumo, Kotetsu, Neji. Hinata and Naruto. The room gasped. Many slammed their hands down in sadness and anger. Many broke down into tears. The doors burst open and three ninja entered. We aren't dead yet. Neji and Hinata carried the shaking Naruto into the meeting room and set him on the table. Three Hyuga royal guard followed and stood next to Neji in guard position. Tsunade. Help him. The Hokage jumped off her podium and ran to Naruto's side. People cleared some space so the Hokage could perform her work. What happened? He was hooked up to life-saving machines. What? Hinata gritted her teeth and the room went silent. Hinata saw Kiba's older mother and sister standing at attention. She took a deep breath and spoke. She felt her blood turn icy cold and her sadness seemed to overwhelm her words. The Akatsuki attacked his house. With their new member. Her voice broke as tears coursed down her cheek. She felt Neji's hand on her shoulder. He nodded. Kiba. Kiba has joined the Akatsuki. What? That's not possible. Sume Inuzuka shouted aloud. Tsunade raised her hands to silence the rising voices. She turned to Hinata and nodded. Is it true, Neji? Has he betrayed us? Neji nodded. Hinata composed herself. He cut Naruto's life support and destroyed the machines. Why? The room was wild with shouts of surprise and accusation. Everyone shut up. The Hokage was red with fury. No one betrays the leaf in a time of crisis. He turned to the two Inuzukas and pointed. No matter who they are. He will be punished when the time comes. We have more pressing matters now. The room went silent again. She took a deep breath and gestured for a group of medical ninjas to secure Naruto's body and begin the healing process. She looked sternly at his people. We may have lost Naruto. But we have not lost the fight. We will fight to the death. This is our will of fire. Shikamaru's father Shikaku stepped forward. Now that we are gathered and organized, we can hold a fortified defense around the Hokage building and the shelters behind. The ninja roared in agreement and listened as Shikaku filled them in on the strategy to liberate and free Konoha from the enemy's wrath. Guy and Shikamaru wrapped Lee's remains in a white sheet and made sure he was ready for transport. Guy's tears were still flowing but he seemed dead of emotion inside. They began their slow walk towards the Hokage office with their deceased friend. He knew pain. Be happy he knew it well. They both turned to see the two Akatsuki members standing in the war-torn street facing them with challenging smiles. He suffered so dearly. It was satisfying. Guy's eyes blazed as dark as coal. Shikamaru. Take Lee. And go. He placed Lee's body in Shikamaru's hands. Guy. I can't leave yo. Guy's eyes flashed bright blue and he screamed. Take my son's body to the Hokage now. I will kill these two. Shikamaru had never seen Guy shout in utter fury before. It chilled his bones seeing such a happy man so furious. I was like that moments ago. He ran as fast as he could towards the Hokage office. How admirable of you. But it won't matter. We will kill them all. Guy's fists turned white with pressure, his nails dug into his hands and blood poured from the puncture wounds. You have taken my friends from me. The closest thing I had to a son. I am already dead. The two Akatsuki members stepped into position of attack and waited on Guy's next move. Ha! 7 gates released. Gate of Wonder. The blue beast became a blur that no one could trace, not even the Rinnegan. The two Akatsuki members leaned back to cover their radius. The blue blur became completely invisible as it circled the two. They both turned a split second before locking kunai with Guy's own. His force drove them back 20 meters into a building where they hit the wall hard. But they got to their feet in a matter of seconds prior the impact. A normal ninja would have died from such a blow, but these opponents were no ninja or even alive for that matter. Guy stood in the flaming hold he created in the building, his hair dancing upwards and his eyes white hot. I'm tired of smiling for everyone. I want you to feel death approach you. His figure disappeared and reappeared behind the two members. The member on the right flinched, then its head slid straight off its neck. The other member lifted its arm and the hand slid oof. Guy stood behind them with a bloody kunai and a satisfied stare. You can take all that pain you worship. And bring it with you to hell. The member exploded in a spray of guts and chunks as the thin slices Guy made in a split second separated. That was for you, Lee. Nagato smiled to himself. Kiba noticed, what is it, Nagato? Conan looked puzzled as well. I'm calling back the rest of the Akatsuki members. Kiba seemed shocked and asked, why? Are we losing? Nagato shook his head. We have lost a great many paths in the last 2 hours. And I'm itching for a fight. Kiba nodded and stroked Akamaru's head. I'm ready when you are. I need to prove to you my loyalty after all. Nagato nodded and sat up and brushed the dust from his robe. Then let's go. Conan, you stay here and prepare Nagato's body for transport. We won't be long. The two men and the hound stood and ran into the battlefield with Konoha's destruction in mind. I thought you said it was just going to be us. Kiba pointed to one of the remaining paths. The Asura path followed behind them with its savage grin showing as usual, its arm extended and a large array of rockets and projectiles sprung from hatches and slots in his arm. Nagato only smiled and gestured toward the Hokage office. We will need his firepower to breach the walls and defenses. That's all. The Asura path took lead and stopped them at a tall building opposite the Hokage building. It powered its weapons and aimed. Konoha. Burns today, the rockets ignited. Tsunade applied medicine to the small cuts and burns from the fire Naruto sustained, but as usual, the fox's chakra was healing him. Sakura. More here, she pointed towards his heart area. Ino began a transfer of raw chakra into his body. They were still in the Hokage office due to the enemy taking the hospital and slaughtering many patients. Naruto was still and his breathing had stabilized. Hinata at his side, held his hand tightly and stroked his hair, to comfort herself more than him. Will he wake? Anytime soon. Kakashi only shook his head. I don't think it will be anytime soon, Yamato. This went on while Shikaku briefed the survivors on the defensive formations and tactics to hold the Hokage office until reinforcements from Suna arrived. We have taken out a great number of their members. Therefore we should be able to form a strong defensive barrier between them and the citizens in the fallout shelters. We must consider the facts here, people. We fight for them, therefore we die for them. The ninja clapped and began rearming themselves and preparing for battle. Remember. The will of fire flows inside us all. The wall of meeting room burst open in a plume of fire. Molten hot metal sunk into flesh and men were burned alive. They shielded the majority of the crowd at their bodies, however. The room filled with smoke and chaos took its rightful place among the shinobi. The hallways and rooms outside the meeting room were charred and melted. The ragged hole lead outside where 4 Akatsuki members stood. Defensive positions. Shikaku shouted aloud through a bloody eye and cracked ribs. Naruto-kun. Hinata's voice was faint. Ino and Tsunade turned to the Hyuga and saw the large piece of metal in her side. She was bleeding out and bleeding out fast. Hinata. Tsunade ran to her side and inspected the serious damage. The piece was the size of a kunai and was 8 inches into her hip. No vital organs hit, but we must stabilize the blood flow. She's bleeding out. All Hinata could do is repeat Naruto's name over and over, because he was all she cared for. She felt cold and lonely. I will join you in paradise, Naruto. Ino screamed, stay with us, you bitch. Not now. Not yet. She grasped her hand and squeezed. How will I be your bridesmaid if you're dead? Chapter 34. Doomsday 4, Bloodstorm. Doomsday P4, Bloodstorm. The world was silent, objects and fire floated in midair. The ringing sound of explosions and screams only joined the endless void that was reality. The people ran in slow motion as missiles clashed behind them. She felt his hand around her shoulder. He pushed her back, but it took her endless minutes to hit the wall. She could not feel her hand, which had been blown off in a stray explosion. Her shock and adrenaline stopped her from feeling the intense pain working away at her stub of a hand. She turned to her auburn-haired savior who stood against the missiles with a large sand-like shield. She heard herself scream as if she was in no control over her tongue, "Gaara no." The missile collided with the balcony and fire engulfed the two ninja. The world regained its speed and fluidity. She was falling fast, her eyes wide with fear as the surface if water rose to meet her descent. The water opened its arms and pulled her into the dark depths of its grave. Sakura felt colder than ice. In body and heart. She was in free suspension under the watery surface. Bodies and debris rained the water and Sakura had to dodge large piece of buildings which aimed to pin her to the riverbed. This can't be the end now. I just found love and it's nearly over. No. Gaara, where are you? The auburn-haired man was nowhere to be seen and Sakura's hope remained diminished and dwindling. If he is not alive neither can I won't live without him. She lightly touched the bottom of the riverbed and relaxed herself. Compared to most people, Leaf Shinobi learned to gather oxygen and sustain it for longer periods with chakra preservation. She had 4 to 6 minutes left before she begins to panic and go into shock. She scanned the floor and spotted something, a small ring box. She finally realized and a deep pang of regret, sorrow and pain struck her heart. Gaara was going to propose to me. She tried to reach for the box but a large cloud of dark material wrapped around her and pulled her towards the surface. It's Gaara's sand. He's alive. Oh yes I do Gaara. I will marry you. But then she realized the sand was moving around and it became all too clear. She plunged up into the fresh and smoky air of Konoha. Her lungs begged for oxygen and she let out deep inhales of the elixir-like oxygen. She turned to the figure crouched at her side. Shino. The bugs were yours. Shino nodded and wiped a tear away from his eye. Where is Gaara Shino? He was staring at the dismembered stump and was pale. Shino. Where is Gaara? He snapped out of it and looked up sadder than before. The current must have taken him away. He kicked over a rubbish can and swore, I will find him. I swear on my life Sakura. My life was always his. Kiba felt a bead of sweat drip down his neck. I'm committed to this cause. But there are so many people I know in there. No, I'll do it. He felt Nagato's chakra feed into him through his new piercing. Akamaru growled in anticipation. The Asura path turned to Nagato and bowed. Go to the others. The Asura path nodded and fled from the village to where Conan stored all the paths, in a giant fake tree made of her origami. Are you ready Kiba? Nagato turned to Kiba with an eyebrow cocked. The smoke had not cleared and the survivors in the Hokage office had no idea who they would meet. Kiba nodded and gestured Nagato to continue. He raised his palm and a gust of wind blew away the smoke revealing the two sides to each other. They gasped, Kiba. Kiba grinned broadly, hey there. Peasants. Aren't we amazing? Haha. Nagato pointed towards the Hokage. Step aside Hokage. Wait, that's. Kiba gritted his teeth in fury. Naruto is still alive. His rage boiled and he screamed in agitation at his enemy's survival. The ninja below witnessed their once ally fury overflow. Kiba. What is wrong with you? Naruto is your friend. Kiba turned to Ino and snarled. Shut you hole, bitch. He drew his kunai and gripped it tighter than a vice. I hate his existence. Nagato laughed. He feels pain. He is awakened to the despair of life. Nagato pointed towards Naruto's limp body. Hand him over and you can live your fake lives without pain. Tsunade rose to her feet and shouted aloud, her fists clenched, too much has been taken away from this boy. You will not take any more. She stood and 4 Anbu members came to her side. They leapt to the ragged hole of the Hokage office and drew their weapons. Kiba, maybe it's time you and Akamaru test out your newly found abilities. He pressed his hands together and poured great amounts of chakra into the two and smiled, prove your loyalty. Kiba nodded and jumped off the roof and landed eye to eye with the positioned Anbu. His body became a blur as he darted from one member to another tearing throats out and throwing members to Akamaru who grew 3 times his normal large size. All the while he laughed crazily. Nagato threw him down a summoning scroll and smiled. We can't have our members just using poor quality leaf weapons now can we? Kiba bit his thumb and let the blood drip down the scroll. It activated and Kiba's hand was encased in a dark ebony metal claw. The fingers ended in razor-sharp claws that looked like an ancient beast hand. This gauntlet was forged from the severed paw of a steel wolf, an old extinct primordial canine. Kiba stared at its beauty and grinned wider than before. The scroll had also summoned armor that fortified Akamaru's already tough skin. A large metal saddle was atop his back. Now I can really ride Akamaru. Thank you, my master. Nagato nodded and caught Tsunade's harsh stare. If you keep a wildflower in a box it is prone to sprout free. Hokage. Kiba thrust his fist into the stomach of a shinobi and tore him in half. The jets of blood covered Kiba and his new weapon. He was delighted at the bloodshed. A shuriken came down and scratched his leg. I won't miss the next one Kiba. The angered face of Shikamaru emerged from the smoke. Ino was beside him. What's the matter you guys? What happened to your special Ino Shikacho formation him? Oh wait. That's right, hahaha, Choji is dead. Ino let out a whimper and tightened her fist. How dare you? I will fucking kill you, Kiba. The Akatsuki member only laughed aloud. Sure. Further down the road, past the dead bodies and destruction of a once happy town stood Guy. A broken man consumed by hate and revenge. The two Akatsuki members lay dismembered and destroyed below him. Lee. It's still not enough. An explosion sounded and he traced it to the Hokage office. I better go. His fast sprint made the town seem a blur. He stopped suddenly. That's the dead body of the Akatsuki's animals. Oh, the body bulged and moved as if it was getting ready to come alive again. Guy listened closer to the body and heard a large cry sound. Is it still alive? No, it's someone. The stomach bulged again as if something was trying to get out. Oh fuck. Is it pregnant? The cry sounded again. This time it formed human words and Guy felt his heart jump in terror and surprise. Expansion Jutsu. The belly of the creature burst open and sprays of blood and guts showered the area. A large gut-covered Choji crawled out of the ruined carcass. Guy buckled over and vomited. Oh god. Choji, was the hell are you doing in there? Fucking hell. That's disgusting. Choji grinned and wiped himself clean with a dangled curtain nearby. I was swallowed, you see. The baka ripped off my headband and the other baka swallowed me. Guy was shocked. And you burst out of it. Choji nodded and grinned. I guess I know what it's like to be food, ha 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 ha. Guy felt sick again. But Choji saw the depressed look on his face. What's happened? Sensei. Guy wiped a tear from his cheek and looked up. How could he tell the boy his friend had perished? Lee fell. Protecting the village. Protecting the will of fire. Choji stood silent and he nodded. I see. After Asuma died, he gulped hard and held back tears. I will not cry until battle's end. Sensei. I promise. He turned to the sound of fighting. Ino. I must go find Ino. Guy sensei, let's go. The two ninja ran towards the battle with retribution in their minds. Nagato watched in amusement. The Anbu would not allow Tsunade to attack Nagato in fear it was a trap. Lady Hokage, we need a leader, not a corpse. She turned to see Kakashi. I'll go. Before she could reply, he leapt at Nagato. He was bet with a furious block and the two engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Nagato leapt backward into the ruins of a courtyard where buildings lay in waste. Kakashi followed in pursuit. I won't let you harm any more ninja. Pain. Nagato only grinned and ducked as a furious kick from Kakashi smashed a wood fence down. My name is Nagato Uzumaki. The last name you will ever hear. Kakashi's eye went wide. Then you are the same clan as. Nagato nodded. I am one of the remains of that clan, yes. But I belong to the Hidden Rain. He pulled the scratched headband of the Hidden Rain from his pouch and nodded. I defeated Hanzo the Salamander. The Hidden Rain is free through pain. Kakashi ducked as a chakra-powered fist collided into the brick wall behind him. The wall was pulverized under the strength of the Rinnegan user. Kakashi gripped his hand and the howl of a fierce Chidori sounded. His hand glowed blue and the blots of electricity ran wild in all directions. He charged at Nagato and missed as he flipped over Kakashi and drives a foot into his back. Kakashi went down hard but got up in a split second. Nagato brought a black rod down and it went straight through Kakashi's hand, crippling him. The pain you feel now is nothing compared to the pain felt by my people. Kakashi could not move his head. I'm trapped. Oh god. If only I had more time. Nagato brought his foot down on Kakashi's leg and was satisfied at the crunching sound that gave way. He raised his hand and brought a gust of wind down, bringing a wooden balcony down with it. The wood piled on Kakashi and left his arms and legs buried in wooden debris. I am going to finish you here as a reward to your sense of honor and duty to your village. No matter how false it is, Kakashi spat at the Akatsuki leader, you lost your honor long ago. Nagato. You are not worthy of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato only shook his head. When our plans are complete and true peace is achieved through genjutsu, I can bring back my clan. This world is spoiled. Kakashi tried to wriggle free but the debris held him tight. Nagato raised his hand and wind ripped a nail from a ruined house. He aimed it near Kakashi's forehead and bowed. The leaf was a necessary obstacle. Kakashi of the Sharingan. The Akatsuki thanks you dearly. The nail shot forward and ushed through into Kakashi's brain. The world cut out into blackness and Kakashi let out a final breath then collapsed forward. He smelt the warm smoke of a campfire and he slowly opened his eyes. I've been waiting for you. Son. The White Fang rose to his feet and embraced his long-lost son. Tell me your story. Kakashi. He sat down on a smooth rock and stared interested. It's a long story, father. The White Fang nodded and smiled. Then you better get started. Ino ducked as the bladed claw swiped at her. The blade sung over her head and seemed to tear the heat out of the air with every swipe. Shikamaru rolled to his side and shadow held Kiba, but the furious Inazuka broke free and charged at the Nara clansman. In the background, Akamaru was engaged in a battle with his own kind. Soon Inuzuka screamed, "Akamaru! Stand down, boy. There is still hope for you as a ninja hound." Akamaru only snarled and lunged one of the hounds. She drew out a tranquilizer dart and aimed for Akamaru's neck. A hand slapped it away. She turned and was face to face with her son. He grinned, "Mother. How could you be so ruthless?" Ha. Soon pushed him back and drew her kunai. "Disgrace to our clan. Even if you were my son." Kiba was taken aback by this comment. He ducked as a blow from Shikamaru swiped over his head. "Akamaru." The dog turned to its master and nodded. The two ran at each other full speed and seemed to glow red in unison. They collided and merged into one being. Akamaru's fur turned a dark red and his claws, teeth and tail grew more wilder. His gangs protruded from his mouth like a saber tooth. A second head sprouted from Akamaru's neck. They were one head from being a Cerberus. The creature grew proportionately and stood 12 foot high. "We are complete, ha ha ha." Kiba's voice boomed from one of the mouths and his laugh sounded both beastly and savage. A whistle sounded and the creature turned towards the sound. Nagato stood atop the roof with a Leaf Village headband in his hand. It was splattered with blood. He threw it down and it landed at the Hokage's feet. He turned to Kiba and called aloud, "Return to Konan. I will finish here." "That's an order." The creature bowed and ran down Konoha's main street towards the gates. "Lady Hokage. I have just killed Kakashi of the Sharingan. Perhaps the strongest ninja in your village. Surrender now." Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood. She had spent great 30 minutes fighting Kiba and using her slugs to heal the wounded. She was exhausted and too weak to fight. "We will never surrender Naruto to you. Monster." Nagato frowned and seemed to shrug. "Then the village will be destroyed." He began to float upwards at a steady pace. "Your end is near. You had your chance." He outstretched his arms and looked like a deity ascending to the heavens. He reached about 30 stories high and stopped. He gazed down at the killers and liars of this village and called aloud, only through pain. His hands began to glow blue with immense chakra. "Can the world know peace? If we all share the same emotion." The sky turned a bright white and covered the sky in its illumination. "Can we truly achieve peace? No pain." The light increased and no one could see without squinted. "Pain. What are you doing?" The Anbu members and Tsunade ran to the rooftops in an attempt to stop pain. Their vision ceased as the bright white light engulfed the village. Everyone was blinded as their doom approached. The white light ceased and all went silent in the world. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 35, Final Chapter, The Darkness of the Mind. Final Chapter, The Darkness of the Mind. "Lady Hokage. I have just killed Kakashi of the Sharingan. Perhaps the strongest ninja in your village. Surrender now." Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood. She had spent great 30 minutes fighting Kiba and using her slugs to heal the wounded. She was exhausted and too weak to fight. "We will never surrender Naruto to you. Monster." Nagato frowned and seemed to shrug. "Then the village will be destroyed." He began to float upwards at a steady pace. "Your end is near. You had your chance." He outstretched his arms and looked like a deity ascending to the heavens. He reached about 30 stories high and stopped. He gazed down at the killers and liars of this village and called aloud, only through pain. His hands began to glow blue with immense chakra. "Can the world know peace? If we all share the same emotion." The sky turned a bright white and covered the sky in its illumination. "Can we truly achieve peace? No pain." The light increased and no one could see without squinted. "Pain. What are you doing?" The Anbu members and Tsunade ran to the rooftops in an attempt to stop pain. Their vision ceased as the bright white light engulfed the village. Everyone was blinded as their doom approached. The white light ceased and all went silent in the world. Shinra Tensei. A large shock wave of wind and fury blasted outward in a full radius around Nagato. Its force was greater than a tsunami and a hurricane combined. It expanded outward, tearing buildings and roads apart like paper and leaving nothing dirt and gravel in its wake. The ground erupted and a crater the size of a lake exploded downward, pulling people and buildings into its concaving terrain. The blast of wind pushes whole streets against each other and pushed whole communities towards the outside of Konoha. The outskirts of Konoha were a maze of shattered concrete and building remains that buried villagers and ninja alike. The Hokage office was protected by a strong earth jutsu which prevented its complete destruction. The walls of the Hokage building cracked and rooms were buried in debris, including Naruto and the other ninja. Nagato gazed down at his grand power and smiled. "We are almost done here. But first I must claim the body of Naruto." He made his slow descent downward and spotted Kiba waiting patently for his return. "Is there a problem, Kiba?" Kiba shook his head. "No. But Hinata must survive. You promised." Kiba looked tense and Nagato was amused. "I said you would have Hinata when the worldwide genjutsu is cast, Kiba. If she dies right now it won't matter." Kiba was not satisfied but he nodded anyway. "Trust me, Kiba. She may not love you in this reality. But with true peace, anything is possible. Kiba brushed the dust off his coat and began heading towards the ruined Hokage building. Thanks. Let's finish this as quickly as possible. Konan watched as Konoha crumbled under the sheer force of Shinra Tensei. Yahiko lay on a stretcher near her feet, his arms folded on his chest in a burial position. Yahiko. Rest well, old friend. She ran 2 fingers down his eyelids and closed the lids of his Rinnegan. She smiled and wrapped him in paper and prepared him for transport to the Hidden Rain village and to his final resting place. One of the paths sat up and turned to Konan. I'm coming soon, Konan. She jumped at his voice and smiled at the surprise. I'm just going to retrieve Naruto and we can all leave. She liked the sound of that. She liked it a lot. Finally they could rest happily and not bother with war and politics. She felt the air turn cold and she sensed a new chakra forming behind her. She was being watched. She turned slowly and calmly to the mysterious figure forming behind her, Ite not Zetsu. That's for sure. The air rippled and seemed to spiral outwards until a tatter of material appeared from nowhere. It grew and pulled out of the void until it became an arm, then a torso, then legs and a masked head. Toby. What brings you here? Or should I just call you Madara? The masked man chuffed laughter. I have come to see the end result. He gestured to the ruined village and clenched his fist. You have not disappointed me. Quite the opposite. I'm impressed, Konan. Zetsu informed me on Nagato's new legs. Konan nodded and said little. She had always felt cold fear around this man. Something is evil in this man. Is it hatred? What are you actually doing here? Toby lost his humor and turned coldly to Konan. After the 9 tails is retrieved, you are to retrieve the last-tailed beast. The Hachibi. Konan's eyes went wide. She did not expect to be sent on another retrieval mission. Get Kisame to do it. I'm tired of these missions. I haven't seen you do any work. Leave us be for once. Toby slammed Konan against a tree and gazed deep into her eyes. Just so you two can fuck each other some more. You would do well to follow my orders, you bitch. The Uchiha will have their revenge. He vanished before her eyes and she was left all alone again. Tsunade woke up in fits of coughing. The room was dark and dusty, the doors were crumbled and blocked by debris and the roof sloped down in a crumbling heap. What happened? She scanned the room and gazed upon the dead, alive and wounded ninja. Tease. Tsunade. She turned to see Ino on her feet moving towards her. UUGH. Report. Casualties. Ino knelt by Tsunade's side and applied medical care to a wound Tsunade sustained in the blast. We lost many ninja. Team Kakashi, Team Guy, Team Kurenai and Team Asuma are still intact along with our instructors and gate guards. Ino looked around the room, however. From those teams we are missing Kakashi, Guy, Lee and Choji. Fresh tears stung her eyes and she wiped them away. Prop me up, Ino. I must begin healing people. Tsunade, with help from Ino, got to her feet and called, everyone to me. If you are wounded then stay where you are. The rest of you dig through the rubble for survivors. The ninja shouted loud and dispersed to salvage the trapped people. We have word, Tsunade. From my father, he is contacting me through mind communication. The shelters are unscratched and safe. Tsunade let out a long breath of relief. Great. The people are safe. Yamato, Izumo and Katetsu in the room with Neji and Tenten at their side. Thanks. We were trapped beneath the rubble. Tenten brushed flakes of debris off her clothing and looked around. Where is Lee? Neji, have you seen him? Neji shook his head. Tsunade fought back tears and turned to Shikamaru, who was sitting in the corner alone. Shikamaru had told Tsunade alone about Lee's death. She did not want to tell everyone during the meeting, but there was no choice now. Tenten. Neji. Lee was. Shikamaru cut her off mid-sentence. I'll tell them. W. Was killed. By the Akatsuki, right in front of both Guy and I. We tried but it was. Shikamaru burst into tears of rage. We were too late. Neji felt his knees weaken. He buckled down to his knees and knelt silently. The room was all silent. Barely inaudible was the light pattering of Neji's tears. Lee risked his life to prevent. His voice broke off in a sob, but Shikamaru continued. He fought to prevent the Akatsuki from getting to the shelters. To Naruto. To you too. Tenten fell against the wall, tears taking over her downcast face. A loud crash sounded. The building shook and dust and debris spilt from cracks and holes. Formation. Here they come. The ninja sparred into action and formed a semicircle with kunai drawn and shuriken at the ready. Yamato took charge and stood in front of the line, hands ready to form his wood-style jutsu. Wait until they attack first. It could be a trap. Another heavy blow shook the building. The impacted wall cracked and would not survive the next blow. Here they come. The wall burst inward and everyone winced as the harsh sunlight pierced the darkness of the office. Wait, hold your weapons. Yamato cocked an eyebrow. Oh my god. Guy entered the room through the ragged hole, and that's not all. Came a Phalear voice. Ino's eyes widened. Choji entered the room and grinned. Circa. CHOJI. Shikamaru and Ino screamed in unison and charged their squad member. Ino wrapped her arms around him and planted a kiss right on his lips. Shikamaru hugged Choji tight and wept. "We thought you were dead." Choji laughed. "Well, let's just say I know how pork jowls feel." Neji and Tenten embraced their sensei and wept together. "Oh. Sensei. We are so sorry." "About." Guy nodded and took a seat alone in the corner. Neji and Tenten joined him in silence. Tsunade was bent over Naruto and Hinata. Naruto was still in a stable condition and Hinata's bleeding had stopped and was recovering fine. She lay next to Naruto stroking his hair and hoping for the best. "Please Naruto. Wake up. I love you. Please Naruto. Wake up. I love you." His mind was chaos and confusion. His bones felt like they were cold ramen in the wind. He lifted his head and groaned at its weight. Hinata's tears seemed to fall through reality and hit Naruto on the cheek. He opened his eyes to see a large empty chamber. For a moment he believed he had awoke from his coma, but then he realized all too well, he was back in the chambers of the Kyuubi. He doubled over and puked out a thick gray liquid and groaned, "That poison really screwed with my organs, huh?" He heard Hinata's pleas in his head, begging for him to wake up and help them. He clenched his fist and punched the wall. "Hinata begs for me to wake up and I can't do shit about it. Fuck this reality." He heard a low grumble and turned to the large iron-barred gate. He stumbled over to its metal surface and leaned against it for support and balance. He was healing fine but he felt off sense due to his long slumber without movement. He heard loud footsteps sound and he groaned, "Oh brother. Here he comes." Red eyes pierced the darkness and the shout of the demon sounded, "Naruto Uzumaki. Why won't you die?" Naruto only snorted in bemusement, "Because I have something and someone worth living for. You will never take my body, Kyuubi." The Nine Tails roared in anger at Naruto's defiance. "So? That Inuzuka boy failed. No matter. Your time will come." Naruto was shocked. "What do you mean? What about Kiba?" The Kyuubi only laughed. "I am in a coma, Kyuubi. I'm not dead. If I were alive I would have more of a chance of dying. You don't get it, do you?" He pointed his finger at the fox. "If I get capture, you are sealed away forever. Baka." The Kyuubi's eyes widened in understanding. It grinned and extended its claw. "So Madara is alive again, him. Well, that does change things yet again. I will grant you enough chakra to revive yourself and regain your strength, then we both benefit, right? But know this, Naruto. I will never bow to you. I grant you my chakra for my own well-being, and I will break free. Whether it's from your death or your fury. Now go away. You will wake sooner than you think." The Kyuubi turned its back on Naruto and stormed off into the darkness. Naruto felt numb from the raw chakra bestowed upon him. His healing quickened, however. "Hinata. I'm coming. Hold on. Well, this is just touching. How happy you all look." They all turned to see two robed men standing in the ragged hole of the office. Kiba Inuzuka and Nagato Uzumaki gleamed their triumph over the survivors. "Where are the stationed guards outside Kiba?" The young ninja snickered and threw a severed finger into the room. "They are probably not okay. Ha ha ha." Tsunade bared her teeth at the two. "Murderers. Traitors. Monsters." Nagato gestured with his hand and sent the Hokage flying into the concrete wall. She was knocked unconscious and silent. "Hand over Naruto. And you all live." They all stood and faced the two enemies, drop dead. Said Ino, "We will never." Screamed Hinata. "Kiba, you're dead." Spoke Neji and Tenten. Nagato let out a sigh. "I have to do it all myself, don't I?" He raised both hands and swung them outwards, sending everyone in the room against the wall and pinned, albeit but Hinata and Naruto. "Move aside, Miss Hyuga, or I will kill you." As slowly as possible for Naruto's suffering, Kiba didn't seem to care or notice Nagato's threat. As long as the genjutsu would be cast, he cared little for her real self. "No, I will not move away from Naruto." She turned quickly as she heard Naruto utter sleepy words in his daze. "Love. Hinata-chan." She stared widely at her love, who was beginning to awake. "Move. I won't ask again." She stood to her feet and clutched her wound. "Good girl." But she drew a kunai and swiped it across Nagato's face, cutting a rugged scar similar to Kakashi's. He flinched back in agony and Hinata ducked to the ground and shouted in Naruto's face, "Wake up. Naruto." His began to move inside his eyelids and his fists clenched. Hinata felt her hair being pulled back, as she was lifted off Naruto by her hair and held midair by Nagato. A black sharpened rod lay in his hand. Naruto's eyes bolted open and he sat up in a scream. "Where am I?" He regained his composure and went pale. Nagato drove chakra rods into Naruto's hands and legs and pinned him to the ground and wall. He was now sitting up in pure agony. "Uzumaki Naruto. You have finally awakened. At what cost? Look outward to your village, it lies in tattered ruins. Look at your friends and teachers. Look how many are missing, their blood is on your tails. You had an opportunity to turn yourself into me. To stop all this pain, you indulge yourself in love and spirit. Well, let me tell you the truth. Naruto Uzumaki. He lifted Hinata up by her hair in front of Naruto, holding her like a trophy kill. She struggled to free herself from his grip, but it was impossible. She had to kunai to cut her hair off. She was stuck. Love gives birth to sacrifice, which brings forth hatred. Naruto, I love you. Hinata overflowed with tears. Naruto struggled to get up, but his legs were numb due to lack of use. He tried to pull himself up with his arms, but they flailed around like rope. I have no control over my body. When I need it most. Everyone struggled to break free, but the wind chakra had them pinned against the wall. Naruto, I love you. And lets you know pain. Nagato thrust the iron chakra rod into Hinata's chest. It burst through the other side of her back in a spray of arterial blood. She gurgled words through a blood-filler mouth. The room was silent. Hinata raised her hand to Naruto's face and tried to touch it one last time. She went limp and Nagato dropped her to the floor, the silent muffled thumb as she hit the floor. Naruto felt his world grow cold and numb. He stared at Hinata's still body and it all became real. His veins filled with molten steel, his eyes bleeding blood, his skin flaking off and his teeth sharpening in absolute fury. The iron rods melted off his hands and legs and lay in metal puddles below him. The other let out screams of sadness and anger as Hinata lay unmoving on the blood-stained floor, her blood pooling far and wide. Naruto's eyes changed from their usual bright red or pure white. Naruto's eyes turned as black as coal. His skin and blood ripping from his body, he ripped free from the wall and screamed so loud it was heard in all the major lands. Hinata. Hiiiinata. Hiiiinaaata. I will avenge you. Hinata. The voice of both Naruto and the Kyuubi sounded.